morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Stand by. We have some feedback. We about to kill that feedback, ladies and gentlemen. This is a breaking news development in the case involving Eligio Bishop. His trial is going on right now. Well, slightly going on, but we are in the trial stage, and we are at the defense side of delivering their case. This morning, Mr. Bishop has informed the court that he wished not to participate in the trial because the judge has COVID. The judge in the case tested positive for COVID. So I'm going to let you guys, this has just happened outside at the courthouse. We are streaming live right now. This is a live stream. And quite honestly, ladies and gentlemen, I had concerns on being in that courthouse today as well, knowing that I too have lost loved ones as a result of this COVID-19, close family members. So I can't fault Mr. Bishop on making this call because people have died, and none of the people that are in the courtroom are scientists and or doctors. So in this case, I cannot second guess Mr. Bishop. But I want everyone to listen to what just happened in the courtroom. Listen, this man has a right to be able to claim that this is a problem for him. So let's go ahead and listen to what happened. Let's go ahead and listen to what happened this morning. I don't want to lose you. I don't want to lose you. Let's go. I don't want to lose you. Let's go.
I don't turn your mic on, Mr. Booker. Oh, that's fine. Either way.
All right. Good morning again, Judge.
Good morning.
So, after having an opportunity to speak to my client is standing on his objection as far as going forward with the trial. He is concerned for his health. He's indicated to me that he does not want to be in a courtroom where someone who has tested positive for COVID within the last 5 days is at. He believes you're outside the CDC's advice and guidelines, so he does not want to be present. He wants to be present for his own trial, but he doesn't want his own health at issue. And so he is objecting to you being here for that purpose. Secondarily, he is not going to sit in the back with an iPad. I can state, Judge, as an officer of the court, I've known Mr. Bishop for a while. He has no desire to post on social media or anything like that with an iPad. But he has indicated he's going to take advantage of going back to the jail. He will go back to the jail and he will observe his trial from there. He also has indicated that he would be happy to listen to you for purposes of his right to testify or not. But he's going back to the jail. He understands he will not be brought back here. He'll observe his trial from the jail.
All right. Have you discussed his ability to testify or not
I have,
testify in that context?
And that's another objection that we would have, Judge, because obviously his ability to testify and to defend his case from the jail, he doesn't feel like it's a choice or an option that he has. He's happy to be here in court if the CDC guidelines are followed, in his opinion, but if the CDC guidelines are not followed, he feels compelled to follow his own health and his own best interest. And so he is going to go to the jail and observe his trial there. He understands that his ability to testify, and I believe his ability to testify will certainly be encumbered if he chooses to testify. But at this point, I think he's going to take his own health over anything else. So I advise him of his right to testify or not testify. I do think that he will not choose to testify under these circumstances, but you can certainly inquire of him and explain to him his right, because obviously that's what the court will do.
All right. Well, the trial is going forward. We've been through that significantly. We, just for the record, we did recess Tuesday afternoon for the rest of the day Tuesday and all day yesterday. We are back here this Thursday, and we are ready to go forward. We had a company come in and sanitize the courtroom. We have a machine, an air circulation filtration system going in the courtroom. I provided masks for all of anybody who wants them, spectators, anybody, jurors, lawyers. And you can have 2 masks. You want a double mask? You can double mask. I am going to continue to wear a mask during the trial. And I think frankly, folks are safer now than they were on Monday because now I'm wearing a mask. Oh, we have shields? Where's the shield? Okay. What did we do? All right, put it over the mask. All right, we can, where is it? Will you get one? Okay, we have a face shield too. We can put a face shield on them. Deputies, are they okay with that?
He's not gonna want a face shield, Judge.
He's not gonna want, he doesn't want a face shield.
He's not asking for a face shield.
I understand.
He's indicating that the court is still positive for COVID, and because of that, he does not want to be in the courtroom. He's elected to take advantage of his own health. He's entitled to do that.
Sure.
That's.
All right, just make sure the record is clear that I am not instructing that he leave the courtroom. My preference is for him to stay and participate in his defense with his attorney. However, if he does not want to be here, we will make arrangements for him to observe the proceedings from the jail courtroom.
But he does want to be here, Judge. He just
it's his choice. So I want him here. Everybody else is here. Everybody else is fine.
I'm not their judge. I want to be their judge, but I'm scared too.
The person that has a problem is Mr. Bishop. So that is his right, and I'm not infringing upon that. If he is uncomfortable being in this courtroom, I will consider it a voluntary absence, and we will bring him back to the jail, where he will put on his orange jumpsuit, and he will observe the trial.
Is it really voluntary?
He is aware of that, Judge, and he would just go ahead and go through his right to testify or not.
Yep. All right. Mr. Bishop, do you understand? I need to know you understand these things. Mr. Bishop. Yeah.
Mr. Bishop would like to inquire if the court would state on the record whether you're still positive for COVID or not.
I have no idea.
What? You don't have any idea, Judge? You could have took it, Judge. What are we doing here, Judge?
Better today than I did on Monday night.
He just wants the record to reflect that you're here in court. You could be potentially still positive for COVID, and his options are to be positive, be in the courtroom with someone who's positive for COVID or not.
All right, we've gone through. Yeah, I understand. You've made your record, Mr. Bishop. You've made your point. It's interesting to me for all sorts of reasons that that's your concern, but
wow, she took shots fired. Whoa, whoa.
We have made at your request, because you are indicating you do not want to be in this courtroom.
Whoa,
made arrangements for you to go back to the
hold
jail and observe the proceedings in the jail courtroom. Do you understand that if you...
Hold on, before we continue, did you hear what the judge just said? That judge said, it's surprising that he's concerned. Well, she didn't say exactly like that. But what I'm deducting from what she just said is, boy, you out here raw dogging, doing it in the front and the back, no protection, and you worry about my little COVID. Well, you don't sit your... Anyway, she didn't say okay, you know what I mean. But I get a point. You out there in the jungle, ain't taking baths, taking crap by trees. You know, you're hitting them. You know what I'm talking about. This is a family-friendly show right now. But is this a reach? Because the judge revealed that she had COVID. How many people in the courtroom who has COVID and didn't reveal that they have COVID? That's the bigger question. They're sniffling and coughing and everything, but the judge shared it with the public. And she's wearing a mask, and there's a shield available. But here's the problem here. If he thinks that this is going to help in the event that he loses the trial, he's probably going to be disappointed. I mean, this is defense time. This is go time for the defense. These distractions can be read differently for the jurors. Why is it always a distraction involving this young man? And not to say he doesn't have a right to protest not wanting to be there. And quite honestly, if the judge wanted, she could do what Judge Glanville does. Come back in a week. We'll come back in 2 weeks. But this jury is about to listen to evidence. You got witnesses. You got people who traveled out of town. This is a touchy situation. I don't know if the judge there will be if this is an appealable issue. The judge says voluntarily not participating. I don't know if it's really voluntary. It does appear to be compulsory because voluntarily means, judge, I have an option to be here or I have an option not to be here. But the option not to be here comes with a risk. That's almost like playing Russian roulette. Let me put one bullet in the gun and let me spin it, and hopefully I don't get it. I mean, that's extreme, but I see what the judge is saying. But I also have to see what Mr. Bishop is saying, because at the end of the day, everyone is there because of an accusation made against him. This is his time to defend himself with his counsel. Is this a reach by Mr. Bishop, or is the judge being unreasonable? Because as we all can see, we got the brothers to the right with none of them got masks on. You got the jurors, none of them have masks on. You'd have the law clerk to the right. She has a mask on. Does she know something we don't know? No, but I'm being serious. COVID, I didn't take the vaccine. I tell you, I never took a vaccine. Nah, I didn't take it. Nah, I'm good. But again, people's immune systems are different. We'll have to see. Let's let this thing play out. Let's see what else the judge has to say. Let's go.
If you do that, you're not going to be able to talk to your attorney necessarily throughout the trial. You're not going to be able to whisper in his ear. You're not going to be able to consult with him periodically. It's going to be a lot more difficult for you to communicate with your attorney. Do you understand that?
I do not understand.
Okay, well, your attorney can explain it to you. Also, you will have the right to testify in this case in your own defense if you would like. You do not have to. It is entirely up to you. If you choose to testify, you will be subject to cross-examination like any other witness would be. If you do not testify, I will instruct the jury that they are not allowed to hold that against you in any manner. And you can consult with your attorney about whether or not you want to testify, or whether or not it's in your best interest, but ultimately the decision has to be made by you. So,
we have, Judge, we discussed whether or not he wants to testify or not. He will tell you exactly what he chooses to do so, but he wants to make sure the record is clear that his ability to be here in court, he doesn't feel like he's had any other option but to take his own health at issue. Is not something he's just electing to do. He's indicated that he's not going to be here in a courtroom where someone tests positive for COVID. He's not going to. And so he understands that going to the jail is his option. That's what he's going to elect. He has indicated that he does not want the trial to start until he's at the jail and on the camera and able to see what's going on in his own trial.
okay, well, again, as I mentioned, he's the only person who has an issue with this. So the trial is going forward.
Well,
with him
actually,
here or with him in the
Judge, I do
jail.
too, but
That is
we'll talk about
his
that later.
decision. Also, Mr. Bishop, if you choose to go back to the jail to observe the trial, you're not going to be able to change your mind and come back. There's too much involved. Time, it's going to take about 30 minutes to get you there, just out and back into the courtroom, and we don't have time for the back and forth business. So once you exercise this option that I'm giving you, and this is, make no mistake, this is your choice. This is your choice, okay? If you exercise your option to do this, that's on you, and you're not going to be able to undo it. You're not going to be able to come back for parts of it. So you either stick around and we finish this trial, or you go to the jail courtroom and you observe.
And Judge, again, he's indicating it's not a matter of his choice. He doesn't feel like he has an option, so it's not a choose A or B. It's a
No.
not going to be in the courtroom because there's someone who's in his body who's over. So he's asking, he understands it. He's asking that we will just give him time to get back to the jail, get this out, and he was just asking whether or not he intends to testify. Mr. Bishop, do you intend to testify in this case? Do you feel like he has an option to testify?
I have an option, but I don't know if I want to.
Okay. If you are, so you're gonna have to do the court, yes or no, do you intend to testify or not at this point?
I don't know.
Okay, well, then we'll ask him again. I notified him of his rights on the record. I will ask you again outside the presence of the jury at the conclusion of the defendant's evidence, if you want to testify or not. And if you do, you'll have to testify from the jail courtroom, without having your attorney there. Your attorney will be here. Do you understand that?
No.
Okay, well, I can't make it any
well,
clearer. Yes, Mr. Coveney?
I understand.
I can just put two things on the
Yes,
record.
please.
One, I just want to establish that we do have technology that would allow Mr. Bishop to testify from the jail courtroom
Yes.
and stream that live into the courtroom.
Yes,
That
we do.
is possible.
Yeah, I said you could testify from the jail courtroom.
Secondly, I think there was some confusion earlier about the current CDC guidelines. We all know they're in the process of changing, but I have it pulled up, cdc.gov, isolation protocols. If you test positive for COVID-19, stay home for at least 5 days, but then it counts day 0 is the onset of symptom, or is the day of symptom onset regardless of when you test positive. So it also says you're most likely to be infectious during these first 5 days, wear a high quality mask if you must be around others at home and in public, and don't go to places where you're unable to wear a mask. So it contemplates being around
Of course
other
it
people.
does.
It says wear a mask. We are in 2024, the end of February, beginning of March tomorrow.
It's been
We
4
are nearly
years.
4 years removed from the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. As a legal system, we need to learn to live with this. The state is asking the court to go forward, and that's what we'd like to do.
And Judge, if I got a chance to respond to that. I get that we're 4 years ahead, but right over here in this box where the jurors are sitting, we still have plexiglass up that the jurors can't be beside each other. We had only 4 years ago a few million people across this world and country that died as a result of COVID-19. There are people, the hospital cells were overwhelmed. My client, he gets one life, and he's electing not to be in a courtroom with someone. His position is that we don't even know if you're positive or negative at this point. You haven't taken another test. And so ultimately, Judge, his position is that he understands the prejudice that will exist, but it's not a prejudice that he feels that he has created by being placed in the jail court. He's going to go back to the jail court. Whether he chooses to testify at that point or not will be a decision that he will make. Because at this point, I don't know that he's made a ultimate decision, but he's elected to go to the jail court, and he will dress out in his own garb, and he will pop up on the screen and watch it just like everybody else. So we're ready to get going.
All right, let's do it. We'll be in recess until we get Mr. Bishop on the jail courtroom. Oh, yeah, and to the woman the witness, you're just gonna have to hang tight. We gotta take a recess to get Mr. Bishop back. Okay. Yeah.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've been in that courtroom almost every day. That's the first time I've seen him hit the hand sanitizer. What the heck is going on? Listen, Natureboy. I've been sitting right there, that hand sanitizer hasn't been touched by anyone but those jurors. But I digress. In any event, ladies and gentlemen, do you think this is a stall tactic? Do you think Natureboy is trying to delay the inevitable? I don't know. The way he has traveled from various parts of the world, did COVID-19 really concern him to the point where he is now protesting in the most problematic part of his trial? It's showtime. The defense is ready to put on your defense. You not participating in the trial, sir, will be frowned upon by the jurors. You can't make that same connection. You're going to be in prison garb. You're going to be in jail garb. You're going to wear an orange suit. They were able to see you dressed out in your swag. Now they're going to see that, hey, this guy is in orange. It's different. Why is this? And I'll have to say this. It's not going to be me, but I would have put a mask on, put a shield on, and say, let's go. This is your life. You're facing life without the possibility of parole. When you go back to jail and you see big brolic, 300-pound, muscle-bound dude with COVID, what are you going to tell him? Get out, and he's your bunk buddy. You can't be in the room with me. Boy, they're going to break you up. They're going to break you up. I'm just saying, listen, I'm trying to you guys, I'm telling you, what he's doing right now, that's not going to fly in the jail or in the penal prison system. He's going to have to deal with what it is. And the judge is right. The judge, she didn't say directly, but we know where she was going. She's real surprised that this is a major problem for you, but the other stuff that you've been accused of wasn't a problem. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. This is first. It was I'm going to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, what I've seen. I've seen moments where he was going to take the plea. They didn't want to take the plea. He wanted to be informed of the plea. Again, it's just uncomfortable. Someone said he reminds him of Darryl Brooks, the young man who was convicted of mowing down a bunch of people during the holiday years ago. This is not looking good. This is looking very problematic for him. And never let him see you sweat. Well, he's letting him see him sweat. He's letting him see him sweat. And I'm gonna have a shout out to Mr. Booker, his defense attorney. This is a really good attorney, and he's really advocating for his client. He's fighting hard, even though this guy wants to fire him. This man cannot change the judge's decision. He's fighting for you. He's advocating for you, and the judge is being very patient. She doesn't like. It's obvious she doesn't like. I don't think she like. My opinion. I don't think she really liked the guy because he's doing a lot, and it's not the norm on the way she runs her court. And I get that. It's just weird to watch. It's weird to watch. So do you guys think? Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me see. Okay, people. Okay, I'm gonna touch on this real quick. I'm gonna drop the part 2 of the Ernest Williams bond hearing today. I'm gonna drop it today, full screen, 4K. But you guys got to hit the Cash App. You got to hit the Cash App. Well, this ain't a hobby. This is a profession. And shout out to all those who've been supporting. Yes, I will drop the entire video from the beginning to the end so you guys can see everything that happened. And, you don't get it. We did it on my sister's platform, Pam Esquire, but we're going to do it big over here as well. With that said, I do appreciate you guys coming in. We're going to be, this is very important, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be covering this trial when it starts in a little while. We'll be covering this. I will also be in the courtroom tomorrow to listen to the closing arguments involving the District Attorney, Fonnie Willis, and the Special Prosecutor, Nathan Wade, as well as what did the judge and everyone else think about Mr. Terrence Bradley's testimony. And if you look at the video, you can see me right there with my dark shades on, watching him come in. I'm gonna tell you what he did. This is Terrence Bradley. He comes in before the judge takes the bench. He peeps his head in the courtroom. You see how packed it is? Yes, it's packed. Everyone here for you, sir. Everyone's here for you. And he jumps back out the courtroom. But it was very uncomfortable to watch. It does appear that this attorney, Terrence Bradley, changed his um, position. This is an attorney, and people got to realize, I'm going to tell you, I'm about to drop some jewels for you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to drop some jewels for you right now. No one's talking about this, but it dawned on me. After the prosecution threw him under the bus, not this past hearing, but the prior hearing, after they threw him under the bus by bringing in two, or representing that there were two individuals, a former client, they accused him of sexual assault, which they settled out, the law firm, and then another, a former employee, and then a client. Now, why would the prosecution bring that up? To let him know that in Georgia, ladies and gentlemen, there's a 7-year statute of limitation for a criminal prosecution. So is he looking down the barrel of a criminal prosecution if he doesn't dance to the beat of the prosecution? No one talked about that. Because I was wondering, why would you bring that up? Why would that be mentioned when you're helping the prosecution? It's because it's being mentioned, in my opinion, to remind him that you're not off the hook. We're going to show you what we can do to you. We can show you that we can get to you. We got friends in high places, and this is all speculation, but there is a risk of prosecution. Because you remember, he left the law firm in 2022, June, July 2022. Statute of limitation in Georgia is 7 years. So something is being held over his head. After they threw him under the bus that day, it was his opportunity to come back and say and tell the truth. Because as you look at the chain message between attorney Ashley Merchant and Bradley, you can see that he corrected her when there was a misstatement. Nowhere in that whole communication did he say, I'm not certain, this I guess. No, there was no ambiguity there. He pretty much knew that she was going to file this motion, and he had an opportunity to correct it because she asked him. And now you guys saw where the DA Fonnie Willis said she was lying. She was lying. Was she lying, or was the guy that Ashley Merchant got the information from was lying? Was he lying then, or is he lying now? You get it? That's one of the things they do. Was he lying then, or is he lying now? That is the question. So while he's trying to save his reputation, I don't think that's happened. I don't think that's happened. So the question is, what's going to happen tomorrow for closing arguments? What do you guys think the decision is going to be? Judge McAfee has much respect in the Fulton County Courthouse right now. If he doesn't look at everything as the totality and then make a ruling based on the evidence, the credibility of witnesses, does he believe former friend Yurdi was telling the truth? And if she was telling the truth, then can we believe what Terrence Bradley said to Ashley Merchant was the truth, or do we believe what he's saying now on the stand? Because I'm telling you, I was in the courtroom and then I'm reading body language. How many people saw how many times Bradley looked down, was looking away, wasn't making eye contact with Ashley Merchant? Because I was right there. He was looking to the right, he was looking to the left, and it was very uncomfortable. His body language, slouching. Sometimes he was upright, but in hard questions, he started slouching. So this is things that you got to watch when people are giving testimony, or are they, and then you gotta credit Steve Sadal for the mastery of his questioning of Bradley. It was masterful. It was masterful. And I'm gonna tell you something. The text messages and the phone records might be significant. I mean, the way the triangulation of the location where Nathan Wade was at the time in the morning, It's questionable. And I have no problem with those two getting it on. Getting it on. I mean, this is what we do. We're humans. We get it on. But you got to be able to be forthcoming. Get it? Coming? Forthcoming. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, no. Boy, he was sweating. He was sweating. Boy, where did that shine come from? You came in, you was dry as I don't know what. Where did all that shine come from afterwards? It was a lot, ladies and gentlemen. I will tell you, it was a lot. I was watching him out the see if you look at the video, I'm parallel to the door. So I'm seeing him, he leaning on the wall. He leaning on the wall, just watching people coming in and everything. And I'm just like, boy, you about to get in that hot seat. Don't come up here lying now. Don't come up in this room lying because we all watching you. I'm laughing because I don't never want to be in that position, man. You boy, you in a and let me tell you something. Let me tell you this is just funny. This is so funny. Nathan Wade, special prosecutor Nathan Wade came to court and sat right in front of him and was mean mugging him. Y'all saw the picture I tweeted. Mean mugging him, boy. You better not. Man, you gonna say no. And then what's up with the prosecutor with these standing objections? Every time Ashley Merchant asks the question, objection, Your Honor, he starts stating his objection, not wait till the judge said, what is your objection? Now he says it really quickly, and some may say that he's signaling the witness on the stand. It was a nice technique, and I've seen that technique being used, but Ashley called, shout out to Ashley for calling him out for that. Like, and then when she called him out, look at Bradley's demeanor. But he put it out there. Those standing objections was telling. Like literally, he was making objections before the question even came out. I object, Your Honor. She hasn't asked the question yet. So I'm like, wait a minute. You guys are really playing in our faces, aren't you? Aren't you? And you got to realize you got some of the most seasoned attorneys in the nation representing these defendants. They're not letting you get no. There ain't no 3-car Monte Harlem Shuffle happening in that courtroom. The question is, what is the judge going to do with everything that he's heard thus far? This is going to be the test. This is going to be the test. We'll see. We'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, I do appreciate you coming in. We're waiting for Mr. Bishop to get back to the jail because this is what's happening now. He's going back to the jail to get dressed out, and we're going to continue with the trial. I think we're going to stay live. We're going to keep the live up. So we're not going to leave the live. We're just going to have it playing until he comes back in the courtroom. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can check back. This live is going to stay up until he returns. You might have to listen to a little elevator music. We'll see what we do. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I do appreciate you. I really do. You guys can text leave your comments. But this live is staying up until the witness takes the stand, and we won't be showing the witnesses unless it's a witness we can show. We won't be showing the witness if it's someone that has been precluded from being put on camera. With that said, the live is staying up. I appreciate you. We're not leaving here. We're just going to take a break, maybe play some music, maybe get our groove on. We don't know what we're going to do, but we're going to do what we do. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you shortly. All right, guys, we're back here, and I have a special guest, legal analyst, law professor, and former prosecutor and defense attorney. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome attorney Akeisha L. Shabazz. Good afternoon. I know you have class today, but I need to get you on.
What's going on, family? How y'all doing? Can you hear me? How's my sound?
Sounds good over here.
Okay.
Sounds great. But
All right.
let me tell you before we go talk about what happened the other day.
Okay.
This morning, Natureboy, Mr. Bishop, arrived at court, informed the court through his attorney that he wishes not to participate because the judge has COVID. The judge has COVID. Now, the judge informed him that if he chooses to voluntarily not participate in the trial, then they will have the trial will move forward. So he's elected to go back to the jail, dress out into his prison garb, and watch the trial from the jail monitor. He has yet to inform the court that he will be testifying in his own defense. The judges, and then you got it. We just played the footage for everyone. And I don't think we need to play it. Bottom line, what do you think is happening here right now?
I think he's trying to delay these proceedings. This sounds a lot like remember Darius Brooks?
Brooks.
Darryl Brooks.
Darryl Brooks. We just talked about that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because as soon as I saw some of his haranguing in the courtroom yesterday, I was like, oh God, we right back to Colin Ferguson, Darryl Brooks, the type of defendant who's going to try to delay the proceedings at every turn. And this judge is not here for it. She's not here for it. And I saw when he tried to fire his lawyer, she's like, okay, you want to fire your lawyer? You can represent yourself, but you're not going to get a new lawyer. That's what you're not going to do. And I think this judge might have said period a couple of times. I was like, what? So it's not going to work. So here's what the Constitution says, that you, as a defendant, you have a right. Well, the Constitution doesn't say it, but the law says you have a right to be present at every material stage of proceedings, right? If you voluntarily absent yourself, then the proceedings can proceed without you, and you can be tried in absentia. That's called an empty chair, where they basically try an empty chair, and they can find you guilty, and you can be sentenced in absentia without being present. So it won't work. The tactics, the techniques, or whatever he's doing is not going to work because the judge is not going to go for it. So she'll sit his ass in the back, and they'll continue the proceedings without him, and he can watch from the back.
Tell the people how dangerous that is from a defendant's perspective, and how that's going to be viewed by the jurors.
Yeah. So obviously the jury is going to be confused because this person was present and now the person is not present, and they're going to speculate. Now the judge is probably going to give them a limiting instruction, which is going to tell them something like, you saw the defendant here for the first how many days of this trial, and now he is not here anymore. You are not to speculate about where he is. You are not to draw any negative inference about his absence. We are going to continue as if he were present, and you are not to speculate about anything and draw any inferences of innocence or guilt or anything about the fact that he's not there. Now, how effective are limited instructions, right? Because we think that if we tell a jury, you're not to think about, that they actually can control their thoughts. Most people can't control their fucking thoughts. So it's laughable to think that a jury actually is not going to speculate about where he is and draw some sort of negative inference about it. It's almost impossible that they're not going to do that, especially in this type of case. They likely will say, oh, he heard some of the evidence, right? He saw some of the witnesses come in, and now he knows he's fucked. So he doesn't want to come back to court. That makes their job easy, right? They're just like, okay, well, just find him guilty because he already knows he's guilty. That's why he's not here.
And the fact that the prosecution was able to close their case, and he sat right through the whole process, and now he's not going to be there for his lawyer. He's got his lawyer looking out there on his own. Like,
it's bad. It's all around bad. And I don't know if he thinks that he's going to somehow shuffle himself into a reversible situation where he can appeal. And because he wasn't present, that's going to be grounds for appeal. I think the judge is covering her basis by making sure he understands that this is his choice. Nobody is making him not participate. This is his choice. And in our system of justice, you have that choice. If you do not want to participate, okay. That doesn't mean we're not going to have a proceeding. That doesn't mean the trial is not going to go forward. That just means that you're not participating.
Now he's in a jail in DeKalb County. It's not as bad as Fulton County,
Right.
but it's still a jail.
Yeah.
And how does he know the people that are in house with him doesn't have COVID? Is he taking that position with the 300-pound weightlifter who he might be bunking with?
It's not about COVID. You know, it's not about COVID. It's not about COVID because, first of all, the jails, there's no protocol that's going to keep you safe from COVID in jail.
Well,
It's
let me see. I tend to have to do this when you come on the show. Let me explain something, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 20+ year law professional, a two-time college professor, and she's won murder cases that couldn't be won by anyone else. So put some respect on attorney Akeisha El Shabazz' name, and don't come in here playing with it.
It's all good.
Just because you don't hear me cussing, I cuss like a sailor.
Listen. We have I love my people, and our people are very conditioned, right? And they're very conditioned to looking for a particular thing, and that conditioning comes from, you know where it comes from. And I don't need to give you the history of that, but I don't give a fuck about your expectations of what I should sound like or what I should look like, right?
Ah!
Yeah. I just don't. Like, I never have. If I had governed my life by other people's expectations, I would not have accomplished a damn thing.
Hold on. Breaking news. You just got accepted to argue in one of the highest courts in the
Yes.
Let's talk about
Ike's going to Washington. Ike is going to Washington to argue in the Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit. Yes, that's epic. It's big. I'm humbled. I'm honored. I'm excited. I'm nervous.
Well, I'm going to carry your briefcase when we walk in there. We here.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
They may kick me out because I'm coming in with the bop, the Bronx bop. Moving right along. I was in the courtroom Tuesday when attorney Terrence Bradley took the stand.
Yeah.
You were able to see his testimony.
Mm-hmm.
What's your thoughts?
Oh man, I have so many thoughts about this particular proceeding. Initially, first, let me just say I found that he was not a credible witness, right? That's the first thing that is determined when we have these type of hearings. The court is going to determine whether or not the witness is credible, right? In trying to assess the information that the witness offered, you have to first determine whether they're credible. And I don't think that he was credible. However, there is a charge, right? And the court can follow that charge, which is false in one, false in all, which basically says that if you find that a witness testified falsely about a material fact, you can disregard all of their testimony, or you can credit so much of the testimony that you believe to be true and disregard that testimony that you believe to be untrue. So the judge can pick and choose and piecemeal the parts of the testimony that was corroborated by other testimony. For instance, he testified that he had this text message exchange with Ashley Merchant. And in that exchange, when Merchant asked, did the relationship start shortly after they were in surrogate's court? He responded, no, municipal court.
Right,
magistrate court. He responded, said, no, municipal court, right? And so that is consistent with the testimony that was given by the long-term friend, former coworker, Miss Yurdi, who said the relationship began in 2019, right? So the judge has enough, I believe he has enough to conclude that the relationship did in fact start before he was appointed. And the next step in the analysis is whether or not Ms. Willis received a benefit as a result of that appointment. And that might be a little bit more difficult because I'm sure the judge does not want to say that Fonnie Willis is not a credible witness. What I think he will say is, while I will not make a credibility determination with respect to Fonnie Willis, he can just simply say that the appearance of impropriety was not avoided, right? You failed to avoid the appearance of impropriety, and that has undermined the public's confidence in this prosecution. And as a result of that, I have to remove you so that we can maintain the integrity of this process. And so I think that he will disqualify both her and Nathan Wade.
What do you think about let's go into the specifics of what was said. When Steve Sedal, who represents Donald Trump, asked him very straightforward questions, did you see the shift in his demeanor from the way Ashley Merchant was asking questions? Did you see the shift in his demeanor?
No, I didn't. I didn't catch that.
Yeah, it was a shift in demeanor.
How so?
He was much more, it appeared more respectful of Steve. Plus, he knows Steve is probably one of the big dogs in Atlanta.
Right, right.
Then Ashley, who's she's not too shabby herself.
I think she just needs a little more experience. I think people underestimate how difficult this job is, how difficult it is to formulate proper legal questions under pressure. It's not easy. It's not easy. And so watching a lot of these attorneys, we see how hard it is. And she was struggling in the beginning. She was struggling. I mean, she found some footing, along the way. But in the beginning, she was struggling. Even the judge was trying to help her out, like to formulate her questions. And I get that. Sometimes you get so excited because you know that you're about to get some bombshell information and you start tripping up yourself. And so I think that was a little of that of what we saw. So, hey, they call me Mo. Oh my God, I think I know Aikisha Al-Shabazz. We were neighbors for a short while growing up in Queens. Okay, that's possible. That's possible. Q Burrow, stand up. Stand up. Stand up. SJQ in the building. Southside, we outside.
And while we're talking about Queens, Monday, the jury delivered the verdict in the killing
Jam Master J. Yeah, murder
killing
trial.
of Jam Master J. You were in the court for some of the trial.
Yeah, they had a juror replaced.
Right, they had a juror
that delayed. Yeah, that delayed this case. They had a juror who was a sworn juror. I believe it was juror number 12. I'm not sure. But after he started the deliberations, he then went home, and the next day, I believe he alerted the court that he was just too close to the case, that he lived in Queens, he was familiar with the area, and he just would not be able to deliberate. So
he's a regular at the barbershop. And
right. Oh, yes. And he's a right. He's a regular.
And goes on the barbershop talk.
But you knew that from the beginning of the trial. Like, I don't understand why, you knew the barbershop was involved from the gate. So why did it take to get to deliberations for you to decide that you couldn't do this?
Because
I don't know.
He probably know he might know the
or maybe he wasn't successful in whatever he was trying to do in that jury room. You know what I mean? And they were like, "Get the fuck out of here. We're not doing that." And he's like, "Okay, I'm leaving."
You think he tried to sway the jurors?
Maybe he did. I don't know. Like, this is one of the things that these are the things that run through my brain. You know what I mean? Like, maybe he was back there like, "Listen, this is probably what really happened." And they were like, "Yeah, no, we're not about to do that." As a matter of fact, we're gonna tell on you.
Right, you're a mole. Get him out of here.
Right.
He's the mole. Well, Ike, I appreciate you coming on. I know that we're waiting for Mr. Bishop to return. Well, he's not coming back to the courtroom. We're waiting for him to get back to the jail.
Right.
He's stressed out. He's probably taking his time. He's making sure everything is everything. And then the lawyer has to get back in the courtroom, and they have a witness ready to go. That is one of his witnesses.
Now, let me just say something on the merits of this case. I think that he actually should participate. with his defense attorney. I think he's guilty of sin, but there's a difference between someone being guilty and the government being able to prove that they are guilty. And I don't know that the government can establish that if he had a viable defense, because consent is an issue.
Mhm.
Consent is an issue. And if he had a defense, then maybe he could challenge that. Maybe he could challenge that.
You say
But I'm a defense attorney. And this is what I have to do. Y'all can eat me up in the comments. Like, I don't give a fuck.
Well,
This is what I do.
You said consent is an issue.
Consent is an issue. This is a rape case. This is an unlawful imprisonment case. And his defense is that everything was consensual. I didn't force anyone to do anything. You know.
What's your thoughts on when she testified, the unnamed alleged victim, we're not going to say her name, when she testified that they made love, used the term love, and that he never physically harmed her. Explain that, why that can be.
I didn't hear that testimony. I heard the testimony that he anally raped her and then she was physically harmed. I didn't hear testimony.
Well, you were referring to the ex-wife.
Different witness?
The ex-wife. The ex-wife said that.
Okay.
But the actual victim didn't say that. She actually came back in the house from having a. We don't know the exact particulars of that, but here's a problem. There was another witness, an outcry witness, who testified that he had in fact raped her in Mexico. So I think that the jury heard that.
Right.
Now, listening to that witness and then listening to what the ex-wife said, and the whole compilation of witnesses are coming in saying this, it could be a problem for him. A major problem.
It's all a major problem for him. That's why he's sitting before the tribunal.
And I have to be very. This case is like no other.
It's awful. It's awful. It's awful. But again, like when I talk about Brother Polite and it as a community, how many people supported him? How much support did he have online? How many subscribers did he have on his YouTube channel? Right? How many people fostered an environment for this to happen? As collectively, as a community, what is our accountability? What is our accountability?
A few moments later.
I love my people. I love my people, but we are traumatized people, and we show up sometimes in some really, really, really fucked up ways.
Yes.
And unfortunately, that's the truth of us. I still love us.
Yes.
I still love us.
Now, listen, we're going to talk about Puffy, Diddy, the Dipster.
Oh my
God. Who else is still trying to party with Diddy? That's the question I asked on Twitter.
Yeah.
Who else is trying to party with Diddy?
The same people that kept sending Brother Polite money. because for some reason, the information about someone being a predator or someone being
hold on. I need you to address this comment here.
Okay. The way y'all speak on someone's life without weighing the circumstances is crazy. What if was your son? I wouldn't speak any differently if he was my son.
That's right.
Well, first of all, my son wouldn't be in fucking Costa Rica running a goddamn cult.
Right.
That's that part. Okay. And for the record, I'm not speaking out my ass. I have two grown sons. Right. And yeah, no. And we're not speaking on someone's life without weighing the consequences. That's exactly what we're doing.
That's what we're here for.
We're weighing the consequences.
Absolutely.
That's what we're doing. We're weighing the consequences of his actions. All right. So what really is that comment about?
Right. I don't know. It's maybe one of the members.
Thank you, Ada Clubs. I love you too, baby.
I mean, sometimes the truth is hard to accept. And this
somebody says some of us love our oppressors. You know, the truth of it is some of us aren't aware that we love our oppressors. Some of us are not aware that we are programmed in such a way that we are exhibiting and demonstrating our love for our oppressor.
Some of us are our oppressors. How about that?
And some of us are agents of our oppressors.
Right, right.
And that is true too.
Some of us are part of oppressing us.
That's true.
Come
Absolutely.
on, let's be honest here now.
Absolutely. Well, you know, it's always going to be 10 in the 5. It's always going to be 10 in the 5.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. We are expecting Natureboy. I just got a text. He should be coming. The trial should start in the next 5 minutes. That's the text I just got.
So he's going to be watching it on what, like a TV screen or something?
On a tablet that he can't. Well, no, they have a monitor in the jail. He's going to be watching it from the courtroom in the jail.
Okay, so here's my question: is he going to be able to communicate with the lawyer with the attorney?
Oh, no.
That's a problem.
Right.
That's
He will be able to assist the attorney in.
He needs to be able to communicate. They need some sort of method for him to be able to communicate with the lawyer while he's back there. And I think the judge is going to run afoul if they don't make sure that there's some way that he can participate from that.
Audio visual has to be on point. If it's going to be Zoom, and then he may have to see. I don't know how that. You know, if you're on Zoom, you put you in the breakout room, and then
he could be on Zoom, and he could have a separate breakout room with his lawyer. That way, they could have access to a chat or something like that. I'm imagining something like that.
They would have to do that. They can do it from the courtroom. They can have a breakout room, take a moment.
Yeah.
My client has a question, but how's he going to get a message to the client to the attorney while the attorney's questioning the witness on the stand?
He can't. He's just going to have to rely on the chat at that point, and hopefully. I mean, the bottom line is when you absent yourself, you have decided you don't want to participate. So, you know, on one hand, the judge could say, I'm not going to provide you with anything. You've decided not to participate. And so I'm considering you absent for these proceedings.
We are back. We are back, ladies. We're back.
All right, fam. I'm out of here. Talk to you later.
So did that help to promote attention to Mr. Bishop?
Yes, sir, it did.
Okay. All right. Okay. So did you guys also create music?
Yes, we did.
Okay. On Spotify, do you have music on Spotify?
Yes, sir.
How many albums do you think you guys have on Spotify?
2 or 3.
2 or 3 albums.
Mm-hmm.
These are multi-song music albums.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are they under the name of Carbonation?
Yes.
Okay. And were these things that you guys recorded and created there together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did it include singing and other things?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Sustained, you have them on direct.
Sure. Thank you, Judge. So when you were present in the house, was Mr. Bishop in a relationship with several women?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Bishop in a position where he was being violent toward women?
No.
Okay. I want to take you specifically. I think you said you got there first in 2021. Was there a time that you were in California in 2021?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there a time that you were ever with the group in California?
No, sir.
Were you with the group everywhere they went?
Well, when I got there in Puerto Rico, yes.
Okay. So from March of 2021 until how long were you with the group? For what time frames?
From March 2021 till March 2022.
Okay. All right. So let's go to March 24th of 2022. Were you at the house that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. At that house, that's the same Atlanta house we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many people had cars there?
There were 2 cars.
Okay. Do you know what kind of cars they were?
No, I don't remember. I know it was a burgundy car and a black car.
Okay. And were those cars used to transport everybody around?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know who had access to those cars?
Yes. I had access to the car. Mr. Bishop, True had access to the car. Who else had access? I believe Musa. Yeah.
Musa did?
Yeah, Musa did as well.
Okay. All right. And on the board back there, Which name did you go by?
Jax.
Jax. Okay. And was that a name that you had before you got in the group, or was that a name that you had after you got in the group?
That was the name I had before I got in the group.
Okay. What is that? If you could tell us, what does that name mean?
God has been gracious and shown favor.
God has been gracious and shown favor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was a name that people before. So did people know you by that name before 2021?
No, that's the name I gave myself before I left Cleveland, Ohio, and went to Puerto Rico.
Okay. So on your way to Puerto Rico, you wanted to create a name for yourself, so that's the name you created.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So going to March 24th, 2022, can you describe what's happening in the house that day? Is there a party? What's happening in the house?
That day we had company over.
Okay.
The usual. I think we went live, had some music playing.
Anything unusual about that day?
Well, we had a meeting with Miss Noel. Miss Noel wanted to leave.
Okay.
In the midst of that meeting, I was cleaning up, organizing because we were about to take it down for the rest of the night. And, she wanted to leave. I was asked by True to go get her bags along with another member of the shed with her painting and bring it to the door.
Okay. All right. So you were asked to go get her bags because you understood she wanted to leave.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said before we go further, you said you were shutting down for the night and cleaning up. Shutting what down?
We were cleaning up.
Okay.
We were going to take it down for the night, go to sleep. So
Okay.
we were cleaning up while the meeting was going on. We were in the midst of cleaning up, getting the house straightened up.
Okay. So did you go get her bags?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where did you take her bags to?
From the shed, took her bags and her paintings to the front of the door on the landing where the door was. You can see her Uber outside.
Okay. Where was she at?
I don't remember. She was upstairs going to get the rest of her things, her belongings.
Okay. Were her bags already packed, or do you know?
Most of her luggage was already packed in next to the door. She
Okay.
probably only had to grab a few things from upstairs.
Okay. All right. Did you witness her leave outside the front door?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you witness her leave at all?
No, sir.
Did you ever see her again after the bags were placed at the front door?
Yes, sir.
When did you see her?
She came downstairs, and I seen her. I continued to keep cleaning. She
Okay.
went back upstairs.
So she came downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear anybody say anything to her?
No, sir.
Okay. Did she appear to be disheveled or anything like that when she came downstairs?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see anybody hit her, punch her, or anything like that when she came downstairs?
No, sir.
Okay. So she came downstairs, and you said she went back upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is that yes or yes?
Yes, sir. I'm excusing myself. Yes,
That's
sir.
okay.
When she went back upstairs, how long was she downstairs before she went back upstairs?
A couple seconds.
Okay. Did you hear anybody call her to go back upstairs?
No, sir.
Okay. When she went back upstairs, what did you witness her do?
I didn't witness her do anything. She just went up the stairs, and I continued to keep cleaning up.
Okay. All right. Did you ever see her come back downstairs after that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you hear anything or any noises of anybody fighting upstairs, anything like that?
No, nothing of that nature.
Did you hear anything that sounded like any type of violence or confrontation upstairs?
No, sir.
Okay. And was that all that you witnessed from her on that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her bags being moved by anybody from the front of the house?
No, sir.
Okay. And as far as the time that you spent in the group, is it your testimony that you never saw Mr. Bishop punch or hit anyone while you were present?
I never seen that happen.
Okay. How many devices would you say were within the house, electronic devices were there that you guys used? Was it a lot of computers and everything, or what was there?
There were a few computers.
Okay.
Everyone had a cell phone.
Okay. So the cell phones, was that the primary method of production?
Facts, yes.
Okay. And did the production, was everybody in the production every day?
Yes, everyone was included in the production.
Okay. Did Mr. Bishop have different characters that he would do for the production?
Yes, he did.
Can you tell us some of the characters he would do?
Mr. Bishop, Dr. Bishop was like a psychologist character that he would play to members go through anything that they were going through. He had Uncle Fernando.
What was Uncle Fernando?
It was just like a comedian.
Okay.
Just,
Okay. Anyone else that you saw him act as?
3 guys.
Okay, what was that?
That was just a character. If you look at the spiritual meaning of 3, it's the perfect number. It means knowledge, wisdom, and being in harmony with the universe.
Okay.
So that was a character that he played, and we all agreed to push that character to the public.
Okay. Anything else that you witnessed that you can remember as far as characters?
No, no sir.
Was there a time that was called Real Talk?
Oh, yeah, yes.
What was Real Talk? And maybe what was it called? I hate to say it. Real
It was
Nigga
called
Talk?
Real Nigga Moments.
Okay.
Yes,
What
sir.
was that about?
It was just, well, I actually wasn't there when those moments were
Okay.
happening.
Then I won't be to ask you about
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Okay. But that was another segment.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Outside of the music on Spotify, was there any other produced music outside of Spotify?
On YouTube, SoundCloud.
Okay. Was Velvet Marquez ever at the house when you were
No, sir.
there? Okay. Was Brianna Jacobs at the house when you were there?
No, sir.
Had you ever met Brianna Jacobs?
No, sir.
And you had never met Velvet Marquez either?
No, sir.
Okay. But Janae Newell, you were around her?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. How long do you think you were around Janae Newell during the time? How often did you see her?
Not too often. In Puerto Rico, she was only there for like not even a month. Atlanta, probably was there with her for a couple weeks.
Okay. All right. And you never saw Mr. Bishop hit her or have any act of violence toward her?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Ross?
Good afternoon, Mr. Bright.
How you doing today?
Still morning, I'm doing all right. My name is Michael Cogney, I'm a prosecutor on the case. You were pretty good at wrestling as a kid, were you not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you got a scholarship to go to Pitt for wrestling, right?
Yes, I did.
I think you testified you started watching videos online after you left Pitt and left the other college you attended for a little while. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? Okay. And it was at that point in your life that you found Mr. Bishop's teachings to be appealing.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you still find Mr. Bishop's teachings to be appealing, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you're currently a follower of his.
Yes, sir.
And do you reside with other people who follow Mr. Bishop?
Yes, sir.
You reside with Tanisha Dulé.
No, I don't, sir.
You reside with Juliana Diaz,
Yes, sir.
Jayon Hamilton,
No,
Caleb Buckner.
no, sir.
Does Mr. Bishop pay your rent?
Pay whose rent?
Pay rent on the place where you reside.
No, I pay rent where I was at.
Now, you said you were not in California with the group, right?
Yes.
Because that happened. Are you familiar with where the group was before you joined, just from learning about it?
Yeah, I'm familiar with a few spots.
Okay, so they were in California during 2020.
Yes.
And you said Mr. Bishop provided for the majority of your meals and things like that, right?
Yes, sir. Well, we all will provide. All of us will provide.
Were you working jobs,
No. We will all pull in resources.
asking for donations?
No, we will all pull in resources. We want to ask for any donations, per se.
You testified about the 2 cars at the Arbor Chase property. Do you
Yes, sir.
remember those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you had permission, Aaron had permission, and maybe Musa had permission to drive them, right?
Yes, sir.
But the 3 of y'all would still have to ask Mr. Bishop before you could go somewhere, right?
No, sir.
So your testimony today is you could just up and leave.
Not just up and leave, but if we need to go get groceries, we didn't have to ask Mr. Bishop to go get groceries. We need to go get groceries from home.
Anybody else to drive those cars? If Janae, someone else, they would need Mr. Bishop's permission, right?
They wanted his permission. They weren't driving at all. They weren't driving at all. The men were more so driving to go get whatever need to be get, and we would bring it back to the home.
Those cars belong to Mr. Bishop.
Yes, sir.
He made the rules related to who got to drive them, where they go, stuff like that.
There weren't necessarily any rules. He didn't make any rules.
He didn't make rules for
He
that?
didn't make any rules on who was driving the car. There was just a specific people that were able to drive the car because they were able to drive and they had license and stuff.
Okay. And he did make rules about a lot of other aspects of your life, right?
No, sir. I wouldn't say any rules. I would say more so morals and principles for us to abide by, and we all agreed upon to live with those morals and principles.
Okay. So as a condition of being a part of the group, anybody who's joining would agree to abide by certain morals and principles, right?
Yes, sir.
And there would be consequences if they failed to abide by those morals and principles?
No, there wouldn't be any consequences. There would maybe a meeting. We would have a discussion, or those people would just leave in the middle of the night.
That's usually when people left, right?
Well, I've seen two people left in the middle of the night. One person decided to call and Mr. Bishop talked with them, and they decided to leave still.
You said you were telling the jury a little bit about the last night Janae was there. Do you remember that night?
Yes.
And I think you kind of finished that conversation by telling Mr. Booker that was everything important that you witnessed with Janae that night, right?
Yes, sir.
So everything important that happened with her, you just testified to.
That I've seen.
So is it your testimony that you did not observe Zoka hit the cherry that night?
I did not observe that. I was cleaning up.
That's all the question I had.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may you be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, free to go. Call your next witness.
Judge, may he remain in court since he?
Sure, if he's excused, he can remain in the courtroom.
All right, I'll call him, Mr.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, as per the court's ruling, I must exercise the elimination of the victim's name whenever possible. So if the beeping bothers you, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord has split you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just muted the trial for seconds. For those who don't know, we are live streaming the trial and we will exercise extreme caution in muting out the victim's name in this case. For those who have an issue with the beep sound, exit stage left. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord has split you. This is to protect the integrity of the stream. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are carrying on.
Some negativity online. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? Who was a negative critic you saw online?
Well, there's actually a lot of them inside of this courtroom today. Well, the main one that has been emailing the detectives to.
All right, stop. All right.
The main one.
Hold on,
will be-
stop.
Hold
Stop.
on. Okay, let me rephrase the question.
Can you guys approach for a sec?
Sure, Judge.
All right, something just happened. and the judge has to have a sidebar. They may have to caution the witness about naming names. Uh, this is the young man on the stand is a member or a follower of Nature Boy. I did see him throughout the proceedings, but he was asked to leave the courtroom.
When did you physically meet him?
March 29th, 2021.
March 29th, 2021. And
Yes, sir.
where'd you meet him at?
Puerto Rico.
Okay. And how did you get there?
I caught a flight.
Okay. Where were you coming from?
Chicago.
Okay. Were you a student in school, or what were you doing there?
Well, during that exact time, I think COVID was going on, so all the schools were shut down.
Okay. All right. And how did you fund the flight from Chicago to Puerto Rico?
Well, I had a job that was, the job closed down too, so they had to send me a check, a
Okay.
$2,000 check.
Okay.
And then I just used that check to pay for the flight.
Okay. And so when you got to Puerto Rico, what was the living arrangements there?
The living arrangements were actually very beautiful. The men, we were just together. We were just together, united. Mr. Bishop, he actually wanted his own space. He actually ended up leaving to Atlanta in his own space, while we were actually alone, not isolated, but we were alone instead of holding down the hub by ourselves. We were actually alone.
Right, he just asked you about the living arrangement, so just answer the question, please.
Yeah, yeah. It was really beautiful. It was really beautiful.
Anybody, hold up, if there are any comments, you're gonna be kicked out of the courtroom.
And Judge, I'm going to try that, but I want him to have an opportunity to explain it.
He certainly can, but he has to answer the question. If it warrants explanation, that's fine, but we're not gonna go off on tangents that are not relevant.
Right. I think he's determined that it does warrant explanation. So you met Mr. Bishop, left and went back to Atlanta. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. While we were at the house.
Okay. And how long were you in Puerto Rico for?
Say it one time.
How long were you in Puerto Rico for?
For about 6 months.
Okay. How many people were there with you?
About probably like 30. It was probably 7 men. 7 men.
Okay.
Yes.
Were there any women there?
The ones that had wives, the men that had wives, they were there too.
Okay.
Also, Mr. Bishop's wives were also there.
Okay. So there were women there as well.
Yes.
Okay.
But except for his main wives, they went to Atlanta with him.
Okay. Do you know who his main wives that went to Atlanta with him were?
The main wives will be Malia, and Afro, and Aya. That were with him.
Okay. The rest of the women stayed there.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And they stayed there because they were not a main wife, or they were in a relationship with another guy?
Well, the thing about the whole tribe is we're spiritualists, we're spiritual teachers, we're spiritual gurus. So we teach spirituality. So people come and join on a spiritual journey. Nobody is being recruited, nobody is being persuaded to join.
Okay.
Like for instance,
Non-responsive.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. So let me re-ask the question. 3 women went to Atlanta with him. Does that sound right?
sometime.
3, his wives went to Atlanta with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you were mentioning that you don't recruit and things like that. People were just showing up?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So after you were in Puerto Rico for 6 months, where did you go after that?
After Puerto Rico, we went to Atlanta.
Atlanta?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And so from the time that you got to Atlanta, did you remain in Atlanta or did you go somewhere else?
After Atlanta, we went to Philadelphia.
Okay. And when you say we, who was we?
The men, we went to Philadelphia to the network. I did a few music shows.
Okay.
Really to network.
Okay. All right. And you did some music shows. What kind of music do you do?
It was a music video I did on YouTube for music. I just did a video. It was a open mic, like some type of open mic night.
Okay. And was Carbonation, were there music production happening within Carbonation as well?
Say it one time.
Within the group, was there music production being happening as well?
Yes, sir. It was a lot of production.
Okay. All right. Were there albums that were created and produced?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were they placed on Spotify and other places?
On all streaming platforms,
Okay. All streaming platforms?
YouTube, Spotify, iTunes, really everywhere.
Okay. All right. So during the time that you were in March 20th, 2021, did you know Velvet Marquez?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you know Brianna Jacobs?
No, sir.
All right. And Kendra Carter, did you know her?
Yes, sir.
You knew Kendra Carter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember what name Kendra Carter went by?
Mama Sheba. Mama Sheba.
Mama Sheba?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you know Janae Newell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what name she went by?
Material.
Materi?
Yes, sir.
Okay. During the time that you were there, how often would you see Kendra Carter?
Kendra Carter, well, she was actually Aaron Dixon's wife.
Okay.
She was in there, Aaron Dixon's wife, so it was quite often I was seeing her.
Okay. Aaron Dixon was another member of the group?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when she was around, was she staying around Aaron Dixon?
For the most part, yes, sir.
Okay. And Janae Newell, how often did you see her?
Well, when she had got to Puerto Rico, she had came to Puerto Rico and she wasn't there for long. She ended up wanting to leave again.
Okay.
So when she left, she ended up going back to Atlanta.
Okay.
So I didn't really see her. I seen her more when we was in Atlanta.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. In March of 2022, were you at the house in Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
March 24th to be exact?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was the living arrangements in the house? How did people stay? How did they sleep?
Well, we ended up dividing ourselves into the living room, the dining room. Mr. Bishop had his headquarters. There was also two other rooms that were open and available.
Okay.
The middle room was it ended up being turned into like a studio / production room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And a typical day, how much production was done on a typical day?
It was a lot of production. Like it was music being done. It was videos being edited. There was a lot of acting that was being done. It was a lot of production.
Okay. And the acting would entail, was it dramatic acting, comedy? What kind of acting?
It was really all type of acting. It was like it was really all for entertainment purposes. We decided that right now humanity is in a very special time right now, and we come with a very important message that needs to be delivered to humanity. So us realizing that humanity is being distracted through entertainment and drama, we chose to meet humanity where they are and give them drama and entertainment.
Okay.
So collectively, I was actually there when we came to the collective agreement to do this,
Okay.
to do certain performances and say certain things to deliver the message within that performance.
Okay.
Spiritual improv is what we consider.
And was the purpose of that to get people to some shock and awe so they would pay attention to what you were saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So March 24th, 2022, was there anything, was there a party going on in the house or anybody over that day that you can recall?
I think we were having an interview, a Sonetter interview. I'm not sure, but the most that I can remember that day is cleaning up. We were cleaning up. I was cleaning up. I was helping cleaning up the kitchen, and then we ended up feeling the energy inside of the house as if it was a meeting going on. So as we dismissed the kitchen, that's when we attended the meeting, and then the conclusion was we already came to a conclusion that she was ready to depart from the group.
Okay, so when you say she was that Janae Newell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the meeting, what happened after the meeting? How did you know she was getting ready to leave the group?
Well, it was discussed, and it was said that she was ready to leave and to make arrangements for her Uber to pull up. So after that was discussed, I was asked to get her belongings from the shed from in the back.
Okay.
So I went to the back and I got her belongings, I got her paintings, I got her suitcases, and I organized them. I helped organize them right there by the door so she can leave.
Okay. Where was she while you were doing all that? What was Miss Newell?
I didn't really see her.
Okay.
I think she was right. She was in the living room. Yeah, she was in the living room. As a matter of fact, she was right there.
Okay. And where was Mr. Bishop? Did you see him?
I did not see him.
Okay. So when you came back in with her bags, did you give them to her or you put them by the door?
She was standing right there by the door, so I remember coming in, placing them right there by the door, and she had certain paintings that I actually liked. She had a Pharaoh painting, and I remember asking her about the Pharaoh painting, and she said she wants to keep it.
Okay.
Okay, so I remember placing them right there by the door.
Okay. You wanted to keep the Pharaoh painting for yourself?
Yes, I liked it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But she didn't let you?
Yeah, she was like, she wanted it, so I'm okay.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. So after you did that, did you continue to stay there with her or what did you do next?
After I helped organize her bags, I just went about my business and waited until she left. And once the Uber pulled up and she walked out the house, I thought that's when I went about my day and she just no longer existed from my point of view. Like, okay, now she's going into the world, she's leaving.
Okay.
That's what it was.
Did you see her come back in the house?
I did not see her come back in the house, but I know she did. And when she came back in, it was
Hold on.
Or can you state how you knew she
How
did?
does he know?
because the Uber, when she had walked out to the Uber, she had ended up turning around. And then I was told that she came back.
No, you can't talk about what someone else told you.
Okay. You can't base your knowledge
She
on
turned
that.
around.
Hold on. You cannot talk about what someone else told you. You can talk about what you saw and what you observed, but that's it.
Okay, so what I observed that the Uber was no longer there
Okay.
and her bags were still outside.
Okay.
So I went outside and grabbed her bags because we're not gonna leave them out there. And she has a history of coming and leaving
Okay.
several times throughout the years.
Okay. All right. And so you brought her bags back inside,
Yes, sir.
but you didn't see her yourself.
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't see her go back upstairs or anything like that.
No, sir.
Okay. And so what did you do with her bags?
We just organized them right there. I left them right there. When we brought them back inside, we left them right there by the staircase.
Okay.
Because I didn't know she was gonna leave again because she has a history of leaving and coming back, like I said before.
Yes, sir. Had you ever witnessed any acts of violence between Mr. Bishop and women in the group?
No, sir.
Have you ever seen him punch or hit or kick somebody?
No, sir.
How about surround them and body slam them or anything like that?
No, sir.
Had you ever seen him commit any physical acts of violence against Ms. Newell?
No, sir.
Had you ever seen her with any bruises or anything like that that Mr. Bishop would have placed on her?
No, sir.
What about women? Did you see or hear Mr. Bishop direct women to hit other women on his behalf?
Not that I've seen, sir.
Okay. All right. During the time that March 24th, 2022, were there was a mixture of men and women staying there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you were for sure there that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you hear any scuffling upstairs or any fighting or anything that sounded like violence upstairs in the house?
No, sir. It was actually it was peaceful. The music, we went back to cleaning. As we went back to cleaning, it was just a peaceful night. Everybody went about their business, about their day.
Okay.
And this is why I feel as if Mr. Bishop.
All right, no. No, your feelings aren't relevant.
This is why I know.
Hold
Stop.
on.
Stop.
See, you can't convert it to I know and I feel. The judge is not going to allow you to say that.
Okay.
Okay. March 24th, 2022, April 7th, 2022, were you interviewed by police?
No, I was not asked no questions, and I wasn't asked no questions.
Okay. Did police come and search the house?
They did.
Okay. Who else was there during the search of the house, if you can recall? Was it a lot of people?
As far as the police?
No, not the police.
Or,
Who was staying in the house when they came to search the house? Do you remember?
it was probably about, what was it, like 15 of us, maybe.
Okay. And then
12, 15 of us.
12
Around that range.
Okay. All right. Do you know who the police questioned there?
No,
Okay. But they didn't question you.
no, I was not questioned.
Okay.
And this is why I have reason to
No,
believe.
sir, stop.
Hold on.
So let's be
Stop.
Hold on.
Okay,
Don't do that.
I'm gonna end this if he keeps this up.
You have to answer the question and not go beyond that. Okay. So there were 12 to 15 people there. were the devices that were there, were they devices that were used for production, the phones and cameras and things like that?
Yes, sir. We actually had cameras set around the house. We were working on a documentary
Okay.
for production purposes, so there was cameras set up.
Okay.
Still be clicking.
Okay. All right. Want to run back over something, then we'll sit down. You said you first came across him. You're 21 now. You were 17 when you first came across him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were living in Chicago.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were what year were you in high school? Had you dropped out of high school or were you in high school?
Currently during that time of period, I was not in high school. I was in alternative school, and that's when I started tapping into the realization that nature.
Okay. And were your parents in Chicago?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you continue to communicate with your parents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did your parents know where you were?
They actually did.
Okay. How frequently do you think you talked to your parents during that time frame?
When I was in Puerto Rico,
Yes, sir.
well, when I was in Puerto Rico, I was actually FaceTiming my parents. I was FaceTiming them to show them that everything's okay. I'm here. I'm protected.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And where was the group? Did most people have cell phones in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody has a cell phone.
Okay. Were they allowed to use them?
Of course.
Okay. And do you recall if any other parents came to Puerto Rico or any other family members while you were there?
Puerto Rico.
If you can recall.
Not that I can recall while I was there.
Okay. And during the time that you were in Atlanta, did everybody have cell phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were people allowed to use it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. The state's going to have a few questions for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
And just remember to be responsive to what they're asking you. Okay.
All right, across.
All right, Mr. Diaz, just a few questions for you. You just said that your family knew where you were.
So what's that?
You just testified that when you were with Mr. Bishop, your family knew where you were.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not true, is it?
It is true.
Okay, there was an occasion when the police came to the house because you had not contacted your mom in several months and she was concerned about you, right?
The police have popped up, but they popped up because it's a lot of online hates. It's a lot of online critics online that make us look bad. So her being a mother, caring, of course, but she sees these online critics making us look bad. She's gonna be worried of her son. So she reported that to the police. It's a lot of videos that's making us look bad. So she's worried. But I told her where we were. I told her where I was.
Here's my question. She was concerned because you had not contacted her in 4 months. Yes?
That's not true though,
Okay.
because I was in contact with her. I would actually call her and FaceTime her.
Okay, and you just testified on direct that you had never seen Mr. Bishop be violent with anyone in the group.
That's a fact.
And that's not true, is it?
That is true.
There's a video where Mr. Bishop is there with you and Loyal, right?
Right.
And he slaps Loyal in the face. And you were present on that video, weren't you?
I was present on that video, but I have already stated on the record that a lot of things that we had did were for production purposes. It was called spiritual improv. Like I said, we have come with a very important message to proclaim the kingdom.
Okay, all right, you're getting far off the response now. Hold on.
I would ask that he be allowed to answer the question. She asked him a question. He should be allowed.
And he has a right to explain his answer, but he doesn't have a right to go on and on and on about things that are not relevant.
But I would argue, Judge, it is relevant. He's explaining why the slap that she's alleging that was violent. He should be able to explain why that happened.
All right, overrule the objection.
Okay, Mr. Diaz, here's my question.
Mhm.
All right, on direct, you said you have never seen Mr. Bishop be violent with anyone in the group, right?
Right.
That is a lie. That is just not true, is it?
That is true.
Okay, you've seen him be violent with people in the group, right?
For production, it wasn't violence. It was out of a joke.
But it
I was there collectively when we came to the agreement. We came to a collective agreement. We were actually in the living room watching a TV show called Living Colors with Jim Carrey and Jenny Fox. We were in the living room collectively. I was there that night. And we came to the collective agreement that we need to do certain things and say certain things, performances, to slip in the message to humanity. Give humanity entertainment, give humanity drama, and meet them where they are so we can slip the message, the divine message that we have for them inside that performance. So any physical activity that is being presented online, we have already stated, and it's actually a live video on the internet where the telephone was being passed around. Like for me,
for instance. The phone will come to me and I'll be like, hi, my
Judge,
name
I'm
is
going to
Julian.
not
Okay.
responsive.
Judge, she's asked a question, he should have a right to explain.
And he does, but he doesn't have a right to go on and on and on indefinitely and about information that isn't responsive to the
Well,
question.
he's given an example, she's
Okay,
accused
well-
of lying and of being involved in violence, and he's given an example
All right,
of how it wasn't.
overrule the objection. He's had ample opportunity to.
I didn't make an objection, Judge. I'm asking.
I'm overruling you, whatever it is you're saying. Sorry. No, they objected, you responded, so I am sustaining, I'm overruling.
I don't believe there was an objection.
Y'all have gotten me so confused now.
Well, I just asked that you find that the answer is non-responsive.
Non-responsive, thank you.
All right, Mr. Diaz, I'm gonna ask a really, really specific question. It's a yes or no question, all right?
He does have a right to explain his answer, but you need to answer the question
Okay.
first.
There is a video on YouTube with you, Mr. Bishop, and Loyal. Yes?
Yes,
In that video, you are all three facing the camera. Yes?
yes,
In that video, Mr. Bishop slaps Loyal in the face. Yes?
I have a joke.
Okay. All right.
It's called spiritual improv.
Wonderful. All right. So you joined when you were 17 years old, pretty young,
Right,
and you said that you were going through some things.
yes,
And so you looked at Mr. Bishop as God.
yes,
You still think he's God.
yes, but I also know that I am God too, and you are God too, and everybody in this courtroom is God. God is energy, molecules. When we observe reality, if I was to take a microscope and zoom into the essence of who you truly are, it's just a whole bunch of energy vibrating. So I understand that Mr. Bishop is God, and I am God, and you are God, and everything is God, and we are all God.
Okay. And with Mr. Bishop, you look to him for your spiritual guidance,
Yes.
and y'all talk pretty regularly.
Since when?
Since this case has been going on, you guys still talk, right?
It's kind of not as much as we used to because it's been a lot of not as much.
But you have talked to him since this trial started, right?
Since the trial started, not really, not really.
Not yes or no. Have you talked to him since the trial started last week?
Since the trial started last week, yes,
Okay. And he kind of gives you an update about what's going on in court, right?
not really. It's just more of so it's like Mr. Bishop. I look to Mr. Bishop as a mentor, as a tutor, as my tutor, as a teacher. So since we're going through it's trials and tribulations that we are going through right now, so as like a disciplinarian, a father figure, that's how I look like a father figure. He keeps his students, makes sure that he motivates his students, he inspires his students, he inspires me, he motivates me to keep going, to stay strong.
And when he motivates you to come in here and tell him what he said, right?
No, he just motivates me to speak the truth.
Okay. Now, let's talk about when you joined the group. There were some rules, right?
Yes,
Now, you said you had a $2,000 check you got from your job, and that helped fund your fare to Puerto Rico.
yes, ma'am.
And then the rest of that money you gave to Mr. Bishop when you got here.
Yes, ma'am. It was just a pot. I just gave it to the pot. It was a donation from my heart.
Okay. Did you have any belongings that you had to sell before you got here or to the group?
Did I what?
Did you have any belongings that you had to sell before you got to the group?
No.
And any credit cards or anything like that?
No, I have no credit cards.
And as far as sleeping, if Mr. Bishop was up talking and teaching or having your meetings, y'all couldn't go to sleep until he said y'all could, right?
I mean, it's not that we couldn't go to sleep till he said that we could. It's just if we're in a classroom and the teacher is teaching, it's like, why would you want to miss out on a lesson that the teacher is teaching? Why would you be here? Why are you here? You're gonna miss out on a lesson. If we're in school and you're in class and the teacher is teaching and you fall asleep during class, isn't the teacher gonna tell you, hold on, pay attention to the message?
Okay. And as far as eating, y'all couldn't eat until he ate.
That's not really true because I've witnessed multiple times Mr. Bishop not eat. I've witnessed multiple times Mr. Bishop fast for 7 days while the rest of the members inside of the tribe eat as much as they want to eat. So that really isn't true.
Okay. When y'all were out in Puerto Rico or wherever you guys were, y'all couldn't use the bathroom inside, could you?
That's not true because we actually had an inside bathroom that was connected to a septic tank.
Okay.
So
There
it's
was
not
no-
that.
Go ahead, I'm
So
sorry.
it's not that we couldn't use the bathroom inside. It's just we understand what the earth is and we care for the earth. And we understand that when you flush that toilet, it goes through a plumbing system to harm the waters of the earth, which is causing the earth to be harmed and destroyed, and that's when natural disasters occur. So us being naturalists and spiritual gurus, we like to live in tune with the earth and protect the earth.
And a part of being in tune with the earth was pooping in a hole outside, right?
It's I know it sounds crazy. It sounds crazy, but poop is not what you think it is. It's not what you think it is. It's actually soil. When you eat a lot of toxins, you fill your body with these toxins and these parasites, and then that's when the poop turns into something parasitic. But it's actually soil and dirt that's supposed to be given back to the earth.
Okay.
But when we were inside the bathroom, it was connected to a septic tank. So if you flush the toilet, it's gonna get pushed through a septic tank and gets into the earth. So we were never not allowed to use the restroom inside.
Okay. And so when you released your soil into a hole in the ground, you were allotted 6 squares of toilet paper, right? 6 squares of toilet paper. That's what y'all got to use when you had to use the bathroom, right?
No,
No,
I don't know
okay.
where you got that from.
All right. So Mr. Bishop, he defined the roles between the men and the women, right?
Define the rules as far as what?
Women being less than men.
Women being last. I mean, it's not that woman. Mr. Bishop never stated that. Mr. Bishop actually stated that women were actually equal in value. We are not equal in function. And you can clearly see that when you look at how our bodies are structured. We are all equal. We are all one. We just have different purposes. We have different genomes. We have different activated genes that make us who we are, that make us different from each other.
All right. And he told you all that if you left the cult, that outside would be hell.
He never, no, not really. It's not a cult. It's not a cult. It's a tribe. For instance, me, I joined the tribe on my own free will, on my own accord. I'm the one that texted Mr. Bishop saying that I like what he's doing. It makes a lot of sense. I can feel it. I see the movement, and I wanted to join and be a part of the movement. You understand? So me doing that, what was the primary question?
Yeah. The question was, he told you that when people left the group, that outside was hell.
Oh, no. Actually, this whole realm, hell is a mentality, it's a state of mind. So when you are at discontent with who you are, when you are miserable within yourself, when you are depressed within yourself, this is when you are in hell. It's all a state of mind, it's all mental. It's the first hermetic law of principle, the law of mentalism. So hell is like a one in the state of mind. You could, just because you're with us don't mean that you can actually be in a heavenly state. You could be anywhere you want to be and be in a state of hell because you're depressed within yourself, because you are going through a lot of situations that you don't have proper answers to. So it's not that when you believe you're going to hell, it's just that with us, we hold a very healthy perspective. So you trying to turn your back and denounce us and join the online critics, that's you believing into your lower self, because now you're going against what we stand on, which is truth, morals, and principles.
Okay, just a couple more questions.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk about social media.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Bishop, back in March 2022, had a Twitter page. Yes?
Yes.
And nothing got posted to that Twitter page without his permission.
I'm not really sure about how he ran social media. I wasn't really running the social media. I was more so doing like the editing videos, working on studio. So I'm not really sure how he ran the social media.
And you talked about Mr. Bishop being your God, your Lord, your Savior, all that, right?
The Messiah, yes.
The Messiah.
Is the Messiah.
The Messiah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you can't say no to the Messiah, can you?
It's not that you can't say no. Mr. Bishop never said Mr. Bishop puts everybody to be real and be themselves. That's actually one of the MODs, which is morals over desires, morals and principles that he teaches. Transparency, which is you being your authentic self, being you. So whenever somebody was holding back, he will feel it. Whenever, like, he will push people to speak their truth and be real. So he never said, don't say no. He never said that.
And if someone said no, there would be consequences, right?
Not really. If someone said no, it just be like, okay, elaborate on why you're saying no.
That's all.
Put your ideas out there.
All right, redirect.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. May he be excused.
Yes, sir, do you remain in court?
He may.
Also, Mr. Bishop
No,
is very
no,
necessarily prosecuted.
Hey, sorry,
No.
what did she just said?
No.
malicious
You know
prosecution.
what, he just lost his right to stay in the courtroom, deputies, he can be escorted out.
Malicious prosecution.
All right, he is no longer welcome in the courtroom. Call your next, who's your next witness, Mr. Booker?
Judge, I'm not sure if the court wants to continue work with us or start.
We're gonna continue on, I would like to get as much evidence done as
Two
possible.
more witnesses, Judge.
Okay,
Fortunately, wait for my letter.
okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this trial is off the rails. This trial is off the rails. What do you think about this particular witness and his testimony, and why the prosecutor didn't press him even harder? My guess is the prosecutor wants the jury to take him for face value. We're back.
Pull up to the microphone now.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you present to the court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name and spell it for the court, please.
Porche Wade, Porchae, last name Wade, W-A-D-E.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wade. Ms. Wade, how old are you?
Hold on,
Before Ms. Wade answers my
Is
question,
she-
she has no.
papers, yeah, she can't,
Okay, you won't be able to use notes, Ms. Wade. You'll have to turn
can you
those.
grab them from her, please?
Sure, Judge.
I cannot use my notes?
No, ma'am,
Why not?
ma'am, the law.
You can't use notes.
What?
Okay, take your, you got the papers. All right, very good.
I have a paper, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Wade, how old are you?
Okay, before I start,
No, before you start, you answer the questions.
I do want to
No.
put on the record that I did
Oh,
file a
no.
complaint with
Okay,
Judge Hyder.
No,
Come on,
no.
Judge, if we get,
come on, 'cause you're not listening. You're not
Are
listening.
you gonna listen? Are you gonna answer the questions? You don't get to just spur
I
out
can
your-
answer the questions.
Okay, so let's try,
Not
deputy,
fair.
stay right there. I'm not gonna let her do this again. I'm gonna give you one more chance to act appropriately. Otherwise, you're gonna be removed from the courtroom. So ask a question, Mr. Booker, and answer that question and that question only, ma'am.
Ms. Wade, how old are you?
I'm 36.
Okay. I know that there are more things that you want to say. Let's just try to get through the question, okay?
Okay.
All right. Where were you born in, Ms. Wade?
I was born in Pasadena, California.
Okay. All right. And how long have you lived in Georgia?
I've lived in Georgia for going on 3.5 years
Okay.
to 4.
Okay. What kind of education do you have?
I have a high school education, some college.
Okay. Where'd you go to college at?
I went to college, Pasadena City College.
Okay. Do your parents live in California?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Do you stay in regular contact with them?
No.
Okay. Is that by your choice?
My mother is deceased just recently, and my father is honorable discharge from the military.
The U.S. Army?
Yes,
Okay.
U.S. Marine Corps.
Marine. Okay. Do you stay in contact with him?
No,
Okay. Is that by your choice?
no, it is because of his medical condition from being
In the military?
in the military.
Okay. All right. Do you have any children?
I have one,
Okay. And how old is your child?
14.
Okay. All right. Where did you live in Atlanta?
I lived at 2993 Arbor Chase in Decatur, Georgia.
Okay. And who did you stay there with?
I stayed there with Alehia Bishop and a few other people. Do you want me to name them all?
No, you just, about how many people stayed there?
Oh, it was roughly around 15, 16 people.
Okay. Was it a mixture of males and females?
Yes, it was.
Okay. All right. And during the time that you lived there, was there music production, video production happening?
Yes, there was a constant, music and video production daily.
Okay. And did you take part in the music and video production?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
I was an actor.
Okay.
So basically, I was one of the main people who were always on camera. Whether it was we were singing, whether we were dancing, whether we were doing a skit, or whether we were just teaching.
Okay.
I was one of the main persons that was on.
Okay. And was it decided before you got online what the skits would be about, or was it just improv?
Sometimes we would decide what they would be before. Most of the time we would improv. But before we would improv, everybody was well aware that we were, because people were, there were certain designated cameramen.
Okay.
So when you had the camera around, you knew that we were live.
Okay. And was that something that was done every single day?
It was done every day. There was a time that we did take off for a few weeks on social media, and that's when we were harassed.
Okay. And when you were harassed, were there people that came, did the police come thinking that you were in some sort of trouble?
Yes, they did.
Okay. May I, of course, witness that?
Yes. Okay.
All right, guys, make sure you are smashing the like, smash the like button. Listen, I can go inside the courtroom and end the stream. You guys are going to have to support the platform. It's just what it is. I could be inside the courtroom and we can do this later. I would ask you guys just to support the platform by, just support the platform, With that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Reason why the sound is the way it is because we have to mute out or beep out certain names. So if the volume is high and the beat level is mid, guess what? The names are being heard. Sorry. Just respect the process. Thank you. And I'm not going to put the guy on blast who got booted from the courtroom, but I heard the lie you were telling. But I know the truth, but we ain't going to be messy. There's a sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, whenever the lawyers approach the bench, the sound is muted. For those who don't watch trials, that's the process. Once again, the judge mutes the sound from her bench. We're back.
use the mic.
Rather than me watching it and not looking,
Sorry.
rather than me watching it and then making a relevant subjection, I know I'm going to make a relevant subjection, so
That's
can
fine.
I just
Let's
play
just
it?
go ahead and play. Count, just for the record, could you explain what we just said at the bench conference, Mr. Ripper? Put that on the record.
Yeah, at the bench conference, the state indicated to the court that they would have an objection for relevance regarding the body cam video that I'm attempting to play through Ms. Wade. The body cam, the state has now in their computer, they're setting up their, they're going to play the video for the entire court. The question was whether or not it was relevant or not. My response was it was relevant because it deals with whether or not people were being held against their will, and it also goes directly to the question that she just asked, and she just responded to it in the witness, Ms. Wade, of whether there was a time that they were not online and that people were being sent to the house in order to troll them. And this deals directly with that. She's on video. She's actually the first person to get on.
Okay, go ahead and play. Mr. Ripper, do you know which portion of the video it is?
It's a very short video.
That's fine.
It's the entire video, maybe 5-7 minutes. I'm not exactly.
All right, where,
It just starts.
oh, let me hold on 1 second. Yeah, I've got to fix this. Okay.
It's fine. I'm waiting for it to pull up on the.
Oh, well, you have to get it to where, is that your computer screen?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor. It's the program is opening now. Will be on there shortly.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay.
Sorry, do you know how to make it? So that it's,
That's just how it looks. It doesn't open.
there we go, okay.
Okay, go ahead and play it.
And it's 6 minutes long.
Okay, 6 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will not be.
You want to keep the witness on the stand while we're doing this? It doesn't matter?
She was there, so
Okay.
nothing should be shocking her.
This is a body cam footage, so I will not be muting it because it's public record.
Yeah.
Can I speak to her real quick, just make sure she's okay?
Yes, I do say it's proportionate.
Yeah.
We got schools online, I need to make sure. I'm online.
Do I say Bishop? Bishop?
Yeah, so the trolls online, they keep calling the cops to get attention to us. So that they can
Well, let me ask you a question, because it seems to be, because I was doing a little research on whatever, seems to be one person. Do you know who that one person might be?
Well, this is a group of people, it's probably World News. A group in World
But
News.
it's the same, on most of these calls, it's the same phone number, which means we believe it's the same person that's doing
Yeah,
it.
they're trolling us. They're just doing that to troll us.
Can I ask what kind of stuff you might be doing on the internet that's
It's spiritual
causing?
teaching, but we get into arguments and debates online. You know about Young Pharaoh, and I'll be debating Young Pharaoh. It's just like a bunch of little like man.
And you're good. Okay, that's all I have.
Last name was different. Last name was different. Let me double check.
Okay.
They don't know our last name, they just, let's see, whatever.
So, but they may have access to your first name?
Yeah,
Of course.
Yeah, they keep doing this, they just making us look crazy.
I said, what's your name, Bishop?
Yeah, my name is.
How do they know where you reside? How do they expect that?
Well, on my house, they look up, like, things that look, you know what I'm saying, similar, and they look up online, and then they find your address, and they post it online and play you.
What's the tip?
A couple more people.
Couple more people, like, people. Oh, you two girls? I just heard voices, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, no, that's okay, y'all can come in and check if y'all want, we ain't got.
I'm sure that now we can maybe add comments to this.
Yeah, come on.
Come on. How you doing?
That's who we are.
This leads to a basement or something?
After you haven't been online in like 4 days, usually I go live every day. No, it's on me.
That's the closet door or something?
That's the back.
Okay. I'm just, again, I appreciate the
No, it's
work.
okay, cool. I want y'all to report it. And I can go upstairs too. Okay, you got it?
You okay, man? All right. That's a closet. This is a closet bathroom. We got a call for somebody saying they're being held against the will. You okay?
Yeah, good, absolutely.
That's why I'm asking if everybody's okay. I just want to let you know so I'm not crazy and it's being, my body cameras record everything, so I just want to make sure for my body camera purposes, say y'all okay. Anybody here? Somebody in the bathroom? Oh, okay. When they get done, can y'all just tell them? Yeah, I know they're doing something. Go ahead, check the fish. Somebody. Anybody in the bathroom? She's in the bathroom, I mean, she's in the kitchen, I already spoke to her. If everybody's okay, everybody's here on their own free will.
Don't say cold, bro. Like, when I say when I leave my girlfriend, I ain't legally married to them. But we do have a religious relationship, so that's what makes it like, you know what I'm saying, a thing. So like, if they be watching us online, you know what I'm saying, we get paid. Like, I'm gonna get out y'all here. You know what I mean?
The objection is
Okay.
relevance to any issue, also hearsay to almost all of it. Obviously, Mr. Bishop's statements that he made to the police officers are not admissible. Obviously, I would also argue that the statements at the beginning that Ms. Wade made to the police officers explaining why she believes people are there because there are trolls online that are attempting to essentially swat them.
Didn't she say that nobody was being held against their will?
She testified.
She testified to that,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Mr. Booker, she testified to that, so what is the relevance of this?
Judge, this is the most relevant, so I'm assuming the state in their closing is not gonna argue that people were held at this house against their will. That's been the thing that we've been in this entire trial, that they have argued that people have been held against their will by Mr. Bishop. There's count 2 on there for false imprisonment. All these people are there, they can't leave, they gotta run out at night. This is an extraordinarily relevant issue. Secondarily, it goes toward the fact, we're not saying that she's held against her will. What she said is that police would come there because there were times they did not produce videos, and they came there during a time that they were down, and they were being trolled, and she's explaining that. Thirdly, if the state's going to argue that this is somehow hearsay, across this entire state, Judge, there is body-worn camera that people are saying all types of things on throughout the entire camera. It has not been used as hearsay throughout our courts, and it's not hearsay here today. It is extraordinarily relevant. It's not hearsay.
Body-worn camera, there's no hearsay exception for body-worn camera.
It's true. I agree, Judge, but it's played every day in the courts.
Well, that's a separate issue, Mr. Booker. Mr. Coveney, what's your response?
It's not relevant. To the extent it's relevant, all audio needs to be redacted with the exception of a few statements near the end.
She's already testified that people weren't, I mean, I think you can ask her about what happened that day and, you know, nobody indicated they were being held against their will. I don't have a problem with that. And she's already testified it, but I don't think this is relevant.
So what's the legal ruling, Judge?
The legal ruling is it's irrelevant. She's already testified that they weren't being held against her will. So if you want to ask her that on a particular day when the police were there, nobody said no one reported that they were being held against her will, that's fine. But I don't see the need for the video footage. I don't think it's relevant.
And it's not relevant to what issue is what I'm asking the legal ruling for.
Well, she's already testified to it. Whatever the information on the video, she's already testified about it.
No, that's not the relevant issue, Judge. Now, I'll state it so we will have a clear record here. The relevant issue is that throughout the entire case, the state has had a common thread that these women and men have been held there against their will. Okay? This video gives the exact opposite. I agree that she said that, but it also further goes to support what she just testified to, which was that they were getting trolled. There were times that people would call the police and make certain assertions to them that, hey, police, these people are being held there against their will. That's exactly what that video shows.
She can say that the police came out, nobody reported that they were being held against their will. That's essentially what the purpose is of this video footage. So I'm fine with her saying that, but I don't see the relevance or the need for the video. So I'll allow her to say that the police came out on whatever date that was, and that nobody reported to the police they were being held against their will. The police came in, searched everything, and nobody said anything about being held against their will.
Okay, but your rule is that it's irrelevant because
it's cumulative, and
so not relevant. It's
both. It's both, Mr. Booker.
All right, thank you, Judge.
You're
We're
welcome.
forward.
All right, bring the jurors back in.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what just happened here? That footage, in my opinion, is very significant because you see the demeanor of the people in the house. You see the demeanor of the people in the house. And so if the jury saw it, then the jury will say, hey, they had an opportunity to cry out to the cops that there was an issue. I'm with Booker on this one. The video is significant. And you got to remember, he stated that these are actors and they're doing things for the bolstering of their message. So I don't think that this is going to bode well for the judge on appeal because this is very significant. They were being swatted. They didn't know the cops were coming, but everyone was pretty much la 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 la. But you get my point. Let's go.
All right, everyone have a seat. Thank you. All right, we are ready to continue.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Was there a time that law enforcement came by and attempted to search the house because they believed that you were being held there against your will?
Yes, there was many times that they came to the house to search. because people were calling saying that we were being held against our will.
Okay, were the police allowed to search the entire house
They were allowed to search many times
and inside the house?
inside the house.
Did they
Yes.
question people in the house?
Yes, they did.
Were they allowed to look in every room in the house?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and were the police wearing body-worn camera when they did that?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and was everything shared? Was Mr. Bishop there? Were you guys there during that time frame?
I didn't understand your question.
When the police came to search, was Mr. Bishop there?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and
There was a time that they came to search
Mhm.
where he wasn't there. We were just, me and Caleb Buckner were just coming back from the grocery store,
okay,
and they pulled up on us. It was just me and her. We were getting out the car,
okay,
and they asked us if everything was okay,
okay,
and we let them know that, yeah, we're just coming from the store.
okay. Do you remember what year that was?
That was the same year, 2022.
Okay. All right, and you and Kayla were coming back from the grocery store?
Yes, we were.
So you were actually allowed to go to the grocery store?
Yes, of course.
Oh, okay. All right. And how did you get there?
I drove.
You did?
Yes.
Wow, okay. You could actually drive to the grocery store. All right, and Mr. Bishop didn't have to follow you or anything like that to go to the grocery store?
No, that's ridiculous. No.
Okay. All right. So women were allowed to go to the grocery store if they wanted to go.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now,
Book is
going back
dramatic,
to
too.
Improv versus acting, singing, things like that. Were you trained in acting or singing, or is it something you just learned how to do?
It's something that I just learned how to do.
Okay. When you were in high school or college, what was your major?
My major changed. It was nursing, and then I changed to arts. But when I decided not to pursue nursing any longer, I did withdraw.
Okay. And when you first met Mr. Bishop, where did you meet him at?
What was that question?
Where did you meet Mr. Bishop at when you first met him? How did you learn about him? Where did you meet him at?
Yeah, so I met him, initially, I first saw his videos online. It was a music video, Shining Bright, the song. And then, I started to go and learn more about his teachings on YouTube. I saw what he was teaching, and I saw that he was very handsome. And I was like, oh, I want to know more about him. So I started to learn more.
Okay. And when did you first meet him?
I met him September of 2018. That's when I first met him.
In person?
Yes.
And where was that at?
Mexico.
Okay. And from September of 2018 until now, have you been around him?
Yes, every day.
Okay. All right. And so going back, that's 6 years? Sounds about right?
It sounds right.
Okay. During that 6 years, have you ever been hit by him in a violent manner? Has he ever punched you, kicked you, or beat you?
No.
Okay. Have you seen him act violently toward other women?
No, I've never seen him act violently toward other women. Now, he's a communicator. He likes to talk, so he is very passionate when he speaks, and most people mistake that for being violent, but he's not aggressive. He's just very passionate about what he says.
Okay. Has he instructed other women, including yourself, to hit other people in the group on his behalf?
There was a unanimous decision made by the group of people that were there. We all had a meeting, and it was a unanimous decision that we would implement the slapping part as a part of spiritual improv for the documentary we were recording.
Okay. And what does that mean for people who are not under? What does that mean?
Which part?
Well, we were slapping each other for improv. What was it for attention purposes?
It was for attention mostly because what we teach doesn't get a lot of views. The drama gets more views than the teachings.
Okay.
We're more interested in people learning about what we have to teach. So we did get creative on different ways where we can get more attention. The slapping was a part of it because once we saw Will Smith slap Chris Rock, we thought it was very funny, and everybody thought it was funny, and we was like, that's how you get a lot of attention. We'll do that. Everybody agreed.
Okay. It wasn't for purpose of intimidation or to punish people or anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right. So during the time that you've been in the group, you got to know, do you know Velvet Marquez?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Kayla Butler?
Yes, I do.
Brianna Jacobs?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We'll start with Brianna Jacobs. How long was she around?
Brianna Jacobs wasn't around long. She came and left a lot. Maybe she came twice, but she wasn't around us a lot.
Okay.
She had her own relationship that she was in, so she mostly was just staying with us.
Okay. Was there a time in 2021 or 2022 that she called and asked to become a member of the group again?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And had she been gone from the group for a while when she did that?
Yes, she's been gone for years.
Okay. But she called and asked could she come around?
She called and asked to come around, and then when she did come to our house in Atlanta, we did an online interview of her, asking her why she decided to come.
Okay. Was she permitted to come back?
Of course, yes.
Okay.
She was.
Did she in fact come back?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And Kendra Carter, how often were you around her?
I was around Kendra Carter a lot. We both cooked in the kitchen.
Okay.
A lot of times.
Okay. And during the 6 years you've been in the group, Kendra Carter was in the group for a good portion of that time?
Oh, yes.
We're just muting her, but we don't have to mute that name.
Really? Okay. All right.
It's good practice for me.
Was Velvet Marquez around a lot as well?
Yes, she was. When she decided to come back, she was.
Okay. Did she and Mr. Bishop have a child together?
Yes, they do. Beautiful girl.
Okay. Was she around when you first got to, I think you said Puerto Rico or Costa Rica? Where did you meet him first at?
Mexico.
Mexico. I'm in the wrong place altogether. So was she around at that time?
Yes, she was.
Okay. All right. Have you ever seen Mr. Bishop hit her or punch her or body slam her or anything along those lines?
No.
Have you ever seen Mr. Bishop tell someone else to go hit her
No.
in order to? Okay. All right. Now, there was production done every day. Was production done in such a way where it was recording frequently?
Yes, there was recording all the time.
And were these videos that were placed on the internet?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And were the people that were following you following your group on the internet?
Yes.
Okay. Was the acting, were there different characters that you would act with?
We had a lot of different characters. Eligio had a lot of different characters as well.
Okay. What were some of the characters that he had?
His most popular character was Dr. Bishop. He had Leroy. He had Totally Todd, Uncle Fernando the Commando, and his most recent character was Three God.
Okay. And these were all characters that he used online?
Yes, they are.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to jump on forward to March 24th. Well, let's deal with Mexico out of the country first.
Okay.
When you were outside the country, did you guys use the bathroom outside the house?
Using the bathroom outside the house was everyone's choice. We have restrooms everywhere that we went. There's restrooms in house. You could use the restroom in the house if you wanted to. Everybody did. They took showers. It's regular. It's normal. If they wanted to use the restroom outside, they could.
Okay.
And the reason why there was using the restroom outside is because of our beliefs, which is protected by First Amendment. I mean, that we believe that essentially there's a natural flow of exchange with the earth that we live on. So use the bathroom on the earth, you get blessings.
Okay. All right. So after you left there, jumping forward to March 24th, 2022, were you in the house that night?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Was Janae Newell, have you been around Janae Newell?
Yes.
Okay. What name did she go by?
She went by Natureboy.
Okay. What do you remember seeing regarding Janae Newell on March 24th, 2022? Tell the jury.
What was that question again?
What do you recall about Janae Newell on March 24th, 2022, about her interactions with Mr. Bishop? What did you witness?
Well, I know that she did get into an altercation with the women. And then after there was an altercation with the women, she decided that she wanted to leave. She did tell us that she really didn't want to leave, but she was just upset with the women. After she said that she wanted to leave, I mean, we helped her get her stuff. She went upstairs to get her bags. I mean, and of course, the women were, arguing with her. I believe when she went upstairs to grab her paintings and stuff, Kendra Carter was upset with her and, giving throwing her paintings in her suitcase.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you are hearing the names, I must end the stream because we are making a aggressive attempt to mute out the victim. But you must be patient because this is a process that has been required by the court. For those who don't understand, I am one of the approved media inside the courtroom. However, because of the COVID situation, I have elected to stay away from the courtroom until further notice or until I decide to put on my mask. But right now, you have to bear with me and be patient, please. So put a 1 in the chat if you want me to continue. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't, and I'll wait. It appears the consensus is for me to continue, and I will.
And
Okay. And this was on the second floor of the house?
second floor of the house.
Okay, and which room was this? Was it a bedroom or?
It was a bedroom.
Okay, was it a bedroom with bunk beds in or what bedroom was it?
The bedroom was bunk beds all the way to the end.
Okay, all right, and were bunk beds the only beds in that room?
Yes, there were.
Okay, and were you laying on the top bunk or the bottom bunk?
The bottom bunk.
Okay, does this bedroom have a bathroom as well?
Yes, it does.
Okay, does it connect to another room?
Yes, it does.
Okay, all right, so you saw her come in first and him come in afterwards, is that what you testified to?
Yes.
Okay, was he pulling her, pushing her, prodding her in any way?
No, when she came in first. They weren't holding hands or anything like that. He came in shortly after her.
Okay, all right, and they talked and they asked you to excuse them?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury what you witnessed?
Well, when they first came into the room, they did a quick hug or whatever, and they were talking. They were talking very low, so I did not hear what they said actually. But then they turned to me and they were kind of started said, "Oh, you're laying in the bed," and I was like, "Yes, I'm right here." And then they were like, "Well, can you excuse me for a moment so we can talk?" I said, "Yes, I will." And I went into the bathroom that's right there that connects the two bedrooms.
Okay, all right. What was the next thing that you witnessed regarding Janae?
I was in the bathroom that whole time.
How long do you think? Just an estimate.
If I could estimate, I would probably say I was in there for around 6 minutes.
Okay.
During that time, I had turned the lights off and it was kind of lower, dim, because I did have a headache.
Okay.
And so I could hear everything that was going on because this bathroom is very small and it connects both bedrooms.
Okay.
So when I was in that bathroom, I didn't hear any noises or anything that was irregular.
You didn't hear anybody hitting anybody or crying or
No.
anything along those lines?
No.
Okay. And so do you see Janae Newell again after you come out of the bathroom?
Yes. 6 minutes, around 6 minutes after I came out of the bathroom, I opened the door. The door was back open again. So I came out and I saw Janae, she was there. And then she looked at me and she smiled. She was like, "Can I go in the bathroom?" And I smiled at her. I was like, "Yeah, of course. Why are you asking me that? You know you can use the bathroom."
Okay.
And then she was like, "Okay."
Okay, I don't think it's for the purpose of the truth of the matter asserted, but sure, we'll skip beyond that.
All right, well, just for the record, I'm sustaining the objection. Go ahead.
All right, you're not able to say, they don't want you to say what Ms. Newell told you.
Okay.
Did she go into the bathroom?
She went into the bathroom after that. Sure.
Okay. Did you see her again after that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where did you see her at?
I saw her walk into the master bedroom where we were. We were all in the closet getting ready to go to bed. Mr. Bishop was live. We were in the bathroom, the closet, we were getting dressed. She came in briefly and she gave us a hug. And then I asked her, was she going to sleep? Which room was she going to sleep in?
Okay.
She told me which one.
Sustained, don't repeat what someone else told you.
Okay.
So you communicated with her and you learned, without saying what you learned which bedroom she was going to sleep in?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And did you see her again after that time?
After that, I didn't see her.
Okay. All right. Did you guys go to sleep?
Yes.
Okay. And you said Mr. Bishop was on live?
Yes, he did a live that night.
Okay. All right. And that was in the main bedroom?
He was in the main bedroom.
Okay.
And
All right.
he was in the main bedroom and he would walk down to the bottom of the living room area. He would walk around.
Okay. All right. Had you seen Miss Newell and Mr. Bishop being affectionate together? Were they affectionate in front of the other people?
They were affectionate all the time in front of everyone. There was many photo shoots that we conducted with me, myself included in these photo shoots. There were many dances that they did together. They just had a nice relationship.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was Mr. Bishop in a polygamous relationship? Was there more than one wife that he had?
Well, technically, he's not polygamous because he's not married legally to more than one spouse. He did have, a lot of girlfriends, women who liked him there, but he's not polygamous.
Okay. Was there one woman who was considered to be his queen?
Yes.
And who was that?
Tanisha DeLay, she goes by Queen Leah.
Okay. Was there jealousy among some of the other women regarding her?
Regarding Queen Leah?
Yes.
Yes, there was. There was Janae, she was very jealous. She did compete a lot to go to, to get to the queen position. We held a queen pageant where it was Queen Malia, Janae, and I myself. We were all nominated to be queen. And Janae, she just wanted to be the queen, so she did a lot of stuff to try to get that spot.
Okay. All right. Was all that recorded online or was just within the house?
Yes, the queen competition is recorded.
Okay.
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
Couple of questions about your beliefs that I have to ask you. Do you believe that Mr. Bishop is God?
Well, God essentially is a spirit, and a spirit is something that essentially is within every person. So I believe that everybody is God because they essentially have that same life force energy within them.
Okay. All right. When Mr. Bishop was at the house, did you guys have rules that if someone were to break, that there would be some sort of physical violence on that person?
No.
Okay. Were there scenarios where Mr. Bishop, if he didn't eat dinner, then nobody would eat dinner? Was that a rule?
No. If anybody was hungry, they would just go say. I was over the kitchen. I cooked a lot. I made sure that there was food made, and so I put it to the side. If anybody wanted to come and eat, they could just come and grab something. Like, say, for instance, this pot is here. It would be food there, just sitting there for people to eat.
Okay. All right. So there was no food was not kept back from the group.
No.
Okay. What about if he didn't go to sleep, then nobody else could go to sleep? Was that true?
And no, I would sleep all the time. When I got tired, I went to sleep.
Okay.
People could go to sleep if they want to go to sleep.
Okay. And if people disagree with Mr. Bishop, would he do things to them, like isolate them, put them in a closet, beat them up, those types of things?
And no, he wouldn't do that.
Okay.
No.
I'm gonna ask you, because I'm sure the state's gonna ask you, have you been in regular contact with Mr. Bishop over the last year or two?
Yes.
Okay. Do you talk to him frequently?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would you lie for him? Would you come in court and just say stuff on his behalf that's untrue?
No, I stand on the principle of justice, and Eligio is my friend, but I will tell the truth.
Okay. Has he told you what to say to that?
No.
Okay. Has he influenced what you said today?
No, I am a first-hand witness of everything that has went on. Like I said before, I've been with him for 6 years. So I've seen a lot of things that going on. So
Okay.
what I'm saying today is the truth of what my account of what happened on all of these events.
Okay. Do you care about him now?
Yes, I do.
Where do you live here in Atlanta now still?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you talk to him on a pretty frequent basis?
Yes, I do.
Daily?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sure the state's gonna ask you this. Where you stay now, is the rent paid on your property by him?
No.
Okay. Do you have income of your own?
No.
Okay. Where do you get income from?
Essentially, there's people who look out for us or they donate to us. I reach out. My sister, she sent money for us to pay out the rent and stuff like that. And just people who are concerned with us, they send us money to pay the rent.
Okay. Couple more questions and I'll go sit down. The April 7th, 2022, were you at the house that day?
April 7th.
When Mr. Bishop was arrested?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did everybody have a phone in the house? Was phones frequent or were they kept from people?
Yeah, everybody had multiple phones and devices.
Okay. And so were people able to call their family members if they wanted to?
Yes, if they wanted to call anybody who they wanted to call, they could.
Okay. And during the 6 years that you have been in the group, did people's families sometimes come and visit them?
Yes, Kayla Buckner, her family visited on two separate occasions. One back in 2020, she came over for a get together. Her mother, her grandmother, and her brother.
Okay.
In 2000 and I'm not sure, but I believe it was in 2021. They came over at the 2993 Arbor Chase address, and we had a get together with a lot of people there. It was a lot of people, a lot of different family relatives, just people who came.
But if a person wanted to stay in contact with their family, they could.
Yes, and there was many occasions where my sister reached out. She, and even if she did, she reached out online. And we did a live on there. We were talking in front of the public. Then she calls me afterwards, and I talked to her some more.
Okay. So going back to April 7th, 2022, the police, did they question you on that day?
April 7th?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I did demand to know what was happening on multiple occasions from the detectives, and they did not tell me what was going on.
Okay, so you were not interviewed that day?
No, I was put into a room, and I was told by Monica Pinocchio.
No, you can't talk about what someone else told you.
Okay. I was put into a room, and I was waiting for someone to come and talk to me. I waited for, some hours. And then once somebody came by, I asked them, when am I going to be questioned? And when am I going to be let know what's going on? I was moved to another room for questioning, where I waited another hour and no one ever came to question me.
And so you ultimately were released after that?
Ultimately, after that, I was released.
Okay. And within the house, the devices that were within the house, they were typically devices that were used by the group in order to make music production and video production?
Yes, there was a lot of cameras, equipment, people had tablets, cell phones, computers, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. State's gonna have a few questions for you.
Carl? Good afternoon, Ms. Wade. Good afternoon.
Hi.
All right, just a few questions for you. So I think on direct examination, you talked about witnessing the Chris Rock slap. Yes?
Yes, I did.
And that was funny to you all?
Yes, it was.
And you thought that would get you all attention?
Yes.
Because it got Chris Rock attention?
Yes, it did. Among other things, we do notice that from our experience with more than just the Chris Rock slap, but before that, we noticed that our numbers go up in the room as soon as there is some sort of drama or an argument or some sort of something that somebody can look at and pay attention to.
And you realize the Chris Rock slap was March 27th, 2022, right?
I'm not aware of that.
So it was after this incident occurred.
Okay.
All right. So when you joined Mr. Bishop's group, and you're still a member, right?
A member?
Yes, of Carbonation.
No.
Okay. Are you not a member of Carbonation anymore?
Carbonation, that is just a very touchy subject. I was affiliated with Carbonation, a member. I don't know if it could be called a member technically, because, I mean, we were just a group of people that joined his life. We just wanted to come and meet with him.
Fair
So
enough.
I don't know if I could call it me being a member.
Okay. You're still in his group, joining his life
Yes,
today?
yes.
All right. And when you joined his group, you had to sell any belongings that you had?
Can you repeat that?
When you joined his group, you had to sell any of the belongings that you had?
You said myself?
Not yourself, any of your belongings. You had to sell them to get money.
No,
Okay.
no. I
And-
didn't sell anything to get money.
All right. When you came to the group, did you have money?
No, I didn't have any money.
And while you were in the group, you weren't allowed to work, were you?
I wasn't working before I came to the group. I wasn't working for about 5 to 6 years prior to me joining the group.
And other folks in the group, they weren't allowed to work, were they?
If they wanted to leave and work, they could.
Outside of the group, they could work?
Outside of the group, they could.
Okay. And let's talk about some of the rules. Mr. Bishop had rules for the women.
You said roles?
I want to talk about rules.
Rules, okay.
Rules. There were certain roles for women, right?
Rules.
Rules.
Spell, are you talking about role, R-O-L-E, or rule, R-U-L-E?
I'm talking about general rules, R-U-L-E-S, and then the roles are O-L-E-S of women, okay?
Yes.
And he thought women were less than the men, right?
No.
Y'all were on equal footing?
Yes, and I just want to say, most of the things that he does say online are for a wow factor. But he probably did say that one time in his videos that he felt that women were beneath him. Essentially, no. He had said in many other videos where he thinks that women are his equal and that women are essentially above him. Because we are, we carried him and men, children inside our wombs.
Okay. And he thinks women are property, right? His property.
He doesn't think that all women are his property. If he believes that if you're in a relationship with him, that, you're his woman. And it's not to say you're his property as in like, a tag or something like that. He's not saying it in that type of term.
Okay. And he tells you all how to dress, right?
No,
He didn't tell you how to dress today?
no.
He didn't tell you to make sure you wore something that was different from what you normally wear?
A lot of people give me advice on what to wear because I'm a public figure. So I get many phone calls every day. People tell me, don't wear this, don't wear that. Essentially, it's my choice on what I want to wear.
But I'm asking specifically about Mr. Bishop and what he told you and the other wives, girlfriends, women that he's in a relationship with. He told you all what to wear to come to court, didn't he?
He didn't pick out my outfit. He doesn't know what I have in my closet.
Now, you gave this, your testimony today about Janae coming in the room. They smiled at you, they asked for a moment. You testified to that on direct, right?
Can you say that one more time?
Sure. Sure. On direct examination, when Mr. Booker was asking you questions, you testified that Janae and Mr. Bishop came into the room, they smiled at you, they asked for a moment.
Yes.
And that you were in the bathroom the entire time.
Yes, I was.
And you have never given that statement to law enforcement, ever, have you?
I was never asked by law enforcement. And when this all happened on April, when we were arrested on April 7th, was it April 7th? Nobody was ever asking me any questions. So I don't know the legal process. And I was reaching out to several different people to, help me on what should I do. But essentially, no, I didn't give this to any officers, but I did give it to Booker. And I believe when he first came onto our case as a lawyer, I gave him this same story.
Okay. And just a couple more questions. Mr. Bishop would often tell you guys that outside was hell.
You said that he told us that outside was hell?
I don't know if I said Mr. Booker, I meant Mr. Bishop if I did. Mr. Bishop would often tell you guys that outside was hell.
Well, our beliefs are protected under the First Amendment rights. We don't believe that outside essentially is hell. We believe that this is the earth, and we wake up every day, there's another chance and another opportunity. Hell is a mental state. So if you are living where you did something wrong and you feel guilty and you feel regret for that, then we would say you're in a hell state of mind.
Okay. And you believe that Mr. Bishop is your Lord?
No.
You don't believe he's the Messiah?
Yes, he is the Messiah. He does bring a certain message for a general group of people.
And because he is the Messiah, you can't say no to him, can you?
Yes, I say no to him a lot, actually.
And there's consequences when that happens, right?
No, I don't know. There's no consequences when you say no.
You just say no and everything's fine. He's fine with it.
Yeah, essentially he'll ask, well, why? And then you say, well, I just don't want to. Then it's like, okay.
All right. Now, social media, you all had an online presence back in March 2022. You still do, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Bishop had a Twitter page.
Yes.
And he was the only one that controlled, or he was one that controlled that Twitter page.
No.
Nothing was posted without his consent.
No. There were things that were posted without his consent. There was things that I posted, videos that I posted on there. But then mainly those were that was his page. Mainly he was in control over his own page. But there were times where I would post something on there that I liked.
Okay. And the videos of Janae, you didn't post those, did you?
I posted one because I am in the video with her.
Are you admitting that you just posted pornographic videos of Janae on Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I did, because I'm in the video with her.
You know that's a crime, right?
No, it's not a crime when the person agreed for the video to be posted. And I'm actually in the video with her, with several other women that day, and we were teaching a class after that video. His Twitter page is open right now. There's multiple videos that show the date that those Twitter videos were posted. It was posted before she left. She was there. There was many videos that me and her did together to promote that we were posting on Twitter. There was one post that we did where we were sitting, me and her, sitting on Mr. Bishop's lap with our butts showing. So yes, she was well aware that we posted the videos because I was in the video with her.
Okay. So you're saying you posted one of those videos?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, let's just talk about your contact with Mr. Bishop since this trial's going on. Y'all talk every single night, right?
Yes, we do.
And when y'all talk, it's you,
Yes.
Malia, or Tanisha DeLay,
Yes.
and Kayla Buckner.
Yes.
Every time y'all talk, it's the three of y'all.
Yes.
And he's called Miss DeLay's phone 59 times since last week, since this trial has started.
Yes.
And he's called your phone 18 times since this trial started.
Yes.
And he's called Miss Buckner's phone 5 times since this trial started.
Yes.
So y'all have talked in the last week at least 82 times.
Yes.
And in those conversations, he gives you updates about what's happening in the trial.
Yes.
He tells you what people are saying.
Yes.
He's telling you what Janae is saying.
He doesn't tell me what Janae's saying.
But y'all talk about the trial, right?
Yes, we talked about the trial in general. We don't talk about specifics all the time of the trial.
That's all I have.
Can you redirect?
Oh, Your Honor,
All right, will she be excused?
yes, sir, she can remain in the courtroom.
She can remain in the courtroom as long as there are no outbursts.
She's not gonna have any outbursts.
Okay, she can remain in the courtroom. All right, next witness, y'all doing okay?
All right, I'm gonna step out of the record.
Okay? And we still have that person on Zoom.
Did you have the camera on?
I don't know, let me see.
Judge, if we can have just a 5-minute comfort break.
5-minute comfort break, that's fair. Okay, we're gonna keep pushing through though. All right, step back into the room for a quick comfort break on.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! I think I'm gonna head to the court. I think I'm going to head to the court. You guys just gonna have to wait until tonight. Because you're harassing me. You're harassing me. Okay, I'm not gonna head to the court. I'm not. I got the sniffle, so I can't head to the court. But what did you guys think about this witness's testimony? And you might not like her, or you might like her, I don't know. But was she convincing, or did she fall on her face? I did notice the prosecutor asked her, "Did you post a video online?" And she said yes. But her response was, it was done because one, she was in the video, and two, they agreed to it. So I don't know if that was an intimidating tactic, or are they looking to charge her as well? Because some may view her as a strong witness, others may not. What is your thoughts? I'm gonna look at the comments. So, yeah, Natureboy, Mr. Bishop, Baba G, and other names he go by, he probably should have been in the courtroom. The powerful testimony by what the prosecutor was able to get out was there was consistent communication during the trial. Consistent communication during the trial. These witnesses that were on the stand were supposed to be sequestered, rule of sequestration, meaning they can't talk about the trial. They can have conversations, but they can't talk about the trial. So, is the prosecution going to introduce audio recordings of them talking about the trial, thus violating the judge's order? Will it be a special instruction given to the jurors as it relates to the communication that may have happened as it relates to testimony? This is significant. As I listen to her speak, I have concerns. I have serious concerns. I can't say she's parroting what someone else is saying to her, but I have some concerns about her testimony, and I'm sure a lot of you do as well. But did she make a good and valid point with her testimony? I'm going to do something that I haven't done on the live. I'm going to drop a link, and I'm gonna bring in some guests, and we're going to discuss what we've heard. There may be some of you that may be able to provide some additional commentary because you may have been following this organization, this tribe, this. I'm not going to say cult yet, but I want to drop the link. I want to see if you guys have opinions on how this testimony is going. So stand by. I'm dropping the link. You must be on camera, and if you say the victim's name, I'm probably going to take you out of here. Not take you out of here like John Gotti takes people out, but I'm gonna drop the link right now. So the link is there. Click on the link if you want to come up and speak. Don't come up to troll because you don't. This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. You come up. Let's talk about this case. This is a case that is being watched around the country. This is a case that is involving what some believe is a cult leader, but I don't know if I would be comfortable with saying cult leader per se. I see MJ there. I'm going to drop the link for a few other people. The link is right there. I see Vic. I see Vic there. Vic rubbing his hair. I see you, Vic. I ain't gonna, Vic, it's okay, Vic. Okay, here we go, guys. Let's see I'm gonna bring M up first. Ladies first. I am a gentleman. We're gonna bring Lady up. Let's go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Peace. Oh, hold on. Is that young Pharaoh? Peace. Let's go.
Aya.
What?
Shoot.
We're gonna try that again. I gotta put you in a timeout. We'll bring you back up in a second. You're gonna be right there. Don't go nowhere. Just be right there.
Peace, brother. Brother Dennis, how are you, man? I'm a new sub. I mean, I'm loving your content, man. I'm subscribed.
Oh, beautiful. I appreciate that.
I don't want to spend too much time up here because you got an excellent show going and the content is great. Brother, I'm gonna just say two words: perjury and snitching. Okay, all at once.
Well, hold on. Let me say something here. You said snitching. But hold on. Let me say something. What about the T? Sending video. Is that snitching? Is she the new DJ Vlad?
First of all, I don't know how you can snitch and lie at the same time. Brother, you just captured a diamond on YouTube. This is beyond YouTube gold. For the first time, someone lied and told on themselves all at once inside of a courtroom.
Well, I listen. What makes a determination of whether or not she lied? The prosecution. Let's see how the prosecution deals with that situation. And I don't know. I don't have a bone in this fight, but
when she stated, because the prosecution asked her, were there any fights? Were you a witness to any fights? And she said no. That is a prosecution gonna have fun with that.
Let me ask you a question because I haven't seen fights. But what is your take on them saying that this is all acting and scripting? And
I've been following them since 2017.
Okay.
So she's correct in some of it being scripted,
Okay.
but then some of it wasn't scripted. You understand?
Here's the problem. When she made the reference to Chris Rock, the timeline didn't match.
It was just, when you have to lie, if I have to lie to you, I gotta say some of the most ridiculous stuff to cover up, because you're asking me questions trying to lead me to the truth, and I know the truth, but I gotta lie to you first.
Okay.
I gotta throw distractions and say, what about this, or I heard, or it's really, really sad because this is hurting him. This isn't helping him.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thank you, brother. I'm going back in the chat.
Okay, all right. We might pull you back up. I see you, sweet ma. I see you. I haven't seen you in a while, but that's my sweet ma there. I see you. But I'm gonna bring in my timeout. Let's try it again.
Thank you. Sorry. The witness and the prior witness, the gentleman with the hair, they both mentioned Chris Rock. And he mentioned it, so did she, which is why the prosecution brought it up, which shows that they were rehearsed and that they're lying.
The scripting is scripting.
It is. And the prosecution asking how often they talk. Does he tell you this? They posted to their IG a long conversation that they had with him on a jail call. I think it's very significant to show it. Her mentioning how many times he's called them shows the controlling nature of him. 89 times.
That's pretty excessive. It's almost like no, hold on. It's almost like the DA Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade communicating rapidly. Thousands, hundreds, and 10,000. Wait a minute, what are you talking about? Anyway,
It just shows as a juror, I'll be like, dang, that's a lot. Like, what are you planning? What is that? That's a lot of time to talk. And then lastly, I'm just curious, and maybe someone can let me know. I wonder why the prosecution didn't bring up her, the witness, being caught and arrested for trying to smuggle drugs into the DeKalb County Jail back in October.
What?
And one of the wives.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. She's a contrabander. She's bringing contraband to a penal institution. Allegedly.
In October, she, along with another wife who was originally listed on the witness list, but I could see that Booker took her off, but it's because she's still locked up currently. They were both arrested at the same time. I was just wondering why the prosecution didn't bring that up.
Hold on. So this is Natureboy. What is she smuggling? Trail mix?
They were
What's going on here?
They were trying to smuggle weed, a bullhorn, razors, a small drill. It's public record. They were caught in October of 2023.
What the hell's happening? This is not stuff in the nature.
This is also the second time this has happened. The other witness who's coming on next was arrested first for that back last year, I believe, August or September.
Wait a minute.
So
Well, I thank you. I thank you for your comments. I need to research this because this is well. Listen. Well, they don't really subscribe to the government rules. So to his defense, he's standing on business allegedly. Let's go. Sweet Ma. Sweet Ma, come on up.
Hi.
Hey, what's up, Sweet Ma for life?
How are you?
I'm doing good. Haven't seen you in a while, but
I know.
Let's talk about the case. Let's talk about.
Thank you. By the way, thank you for streaming this. I really appreciate it. I've been so anxious, waiting on Neek and Knight to, repost. So thank you.
Shout out to Neek and Neek took my interview down. I think I was on her neck.
Well, thank you for streaming.
Absolutely. And I want to say this, ladies and gentlemen, I could be in the courtroom shooting, but because of the whole COVID thing, I decided not to be there. I'm around people, and I always like to err on the side of caution. Why I'm, I never took a vaccine, but I'm not going in there just to play Russian roulette either. So his reasoning is different from my reasoning, maybe, or maybe the same. But my point is, I could be somewhere else.
Yeah.
But I'm doing this for you guys because obviously this is a public interest, and this is what I do. I'm a journalist.
And it's very much appreciated. And shout out to you, Lampo, the Lampo Show, for sending me the link. I shared it on my page, so I want other people to be able to watch too. So the first thing I wanted to state was that when she said that she never witnessed any fighting, that is a bold-faced lie. There's actually a book called from one of the former members that is entitled How to Get Out of a Cult or something like that. In the book, it details beating up one of his wives and them, well, technically, them being in a circle, watching her be beat. Okay. And
that's not for theatrics. It's something
no.
Okay.
No, she was really injured. They had to keep her off camera for a very long time because she was injured. So that's number one. And number two, and I can send you the link so you can see with your own eyes, Dennis. There is a fight between two wives. I'm going to be careful not to say the names. I will send you the link so you can see it with your own eyes. It's very disturbing.
You know how to reach me already, so don't say the names. I don't want to put you in timeout. You know better.
No, I know better. I'm trying. Listen, I'm trying. So, anyways, in this video, you see both of the wives fighting for him. And he's playing music in the background, just blasting music. And he's having this young lady that was just on the stand referee the fight.
Oh,
she
really?
was referee. Listen, I'm going to tell you, you're going to see fingers going in eyeballs. You're going to see blood. You're going to see busted lips. You're going to see a chewed up. I'm not going to say it.
Okay, but I'm gonna get back to you because the trial's about to start. I want to bring two more people on. One question, and we're gonna keep it going. I see you in the car. You're moving around a lot, Playboy. You need to get one of those phone stands.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Keep your eyes on the road, sir.
It looks like he's about to line this up, or she may not know that she's lining herself up.
Oh, she lined herself up.
She's gonna take some of these charges on the stand with what she's saying.
Somebody say Rico? No, I'm just. Yeah, she's lining up. I saw the lineup right there. I posted videos too because I'm in it. Did you get consent? That's the key.
And thank you for streaming, man. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Look like you're a working man. You're on the road.
Yeah.
That's what's up. Let me take you out of here. I appreciate you coming up. Sweet Ma, we'll talk soon. Okay, who else I got in here? Real quick. I have the attorney, Akeisha. Oh, Shabazz! She's back.
I'm at work now.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Because I took off the
I can hear you loud and clear.
What's good? What I miss?
You missed a lot, and it's being paused right now because I'm taking some questions. I don't have to take. I asked you the questions. I mean, you provide.
So what happened? What I missed? You said why they pause?
Well, it's paused because I'm talking to you, and you stole. Ladies and gentlemen, she's slowing the process of me playing the trial. I want you all to know.
No, I don't want to do that. I came to watch.
Oh my goodness.
What's up, family? I love y'all.
All right, I will be dropping.
No, I was actually doing some lawyering.
Okay. I'll drop the link, but we'll go back to the trial.
Watch it.
5-minute break.
Let's get into it.
Oh, here we go. She's back on the stand. Let's go. Oh, she's not back on the stand, is she? No, she's not there. We're waiting for her to get on the stand. Okay, so I do have time to bring someone up. She's not on the stand yet. I had to check. I see I'm at side walked in. What's up, side walked in?
Salute, Dennis. Yeah, how you doing, man? Mr. Dennis, how you doing?
Yes, sir. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah, man, I've been hitting you up frantically via Cash App. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Today?
that's me. Yeah, I've been hitting you up. If you go
Oh my
check the
goodness.
Cash
Oh,
App,
let me see my
you know
phone.
it should say my hair, man. I've been hitting you up. Nothing to get too razzle dazzled about, but I had a couple questions for you. I would love if you would get back with me. But to me, it's seeming like the defense is painting the picture as like what I've been seeing since I've been covering that they were all free to leave. I think that's the biggest thing that they holding on to is that everybody was free to leave. They touching on things like acting. Y'all said that y'all did some acting. So how do we know that y'all wasn't acting this whole time? How do we know what y'all telling is the truth if y'all did a lot of acting? I don't know if nobody else got that, but that's what
Right.
I'm
How do we
picking
know
up.
you're not acting? And there was a question about what type of experience did she have.
Ready to proceed. The next
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. We gotta get back in the courtroom. Gotta go.
Zoom.
Put the headphones on so I can hear.
Ms. Eva Wilson, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Wilson, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay. State your full name for the record, please.
Eva Wilson.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Booker.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Wilson. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
All right. Ms. Wilson, where are you located at today?
Dallas, Texas.
Okay. Were you present in court here Tuesday morning here in Atlanta?
Yes.
Did you fly here to testify in person?
Yes.
Okay, but you had to go back home?
I stayed, I was there 2 days and then the COVID situation happened and I had to go back home.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Do you know Janae Newell?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we got.
How long have you known her?
Okay, we got a problem.
I know her on Facebook only, or are we talking about like once I knew her in person?
Have you met her in person before?
Yes.
Okay, when did you meet her in person?
2021.
Okay, and where did you meet her at?
I picked her up from the airport, the Dallas airport.
Okay, and did she stay at your house?
She came to live with me.
Okay. Do you know where she was coming from?
Her mom's house, her parents' house. Her mother contacted me, but she had just came from, I believe, Puerto Rico.
Okay. And so how long did she stay with you?
No, you can't look at your phone. Put your phone down.
Okay.
She's cheating, Nike. She's cheating.
The end of June until the
It just sound
end
like a
of
bunch of
August.
muffled bullshit to me.
For a few months.
I'm trying to
Make sure you say yes or no, okay?
Oh, yes,
Thank
yes.
Okay. And she stayed in your house with you?
Yes.
Yeah, it's terrible.
You met her online prior to her coming to your house?
Yes.
How did you meet her online?
At the time she was doing like vegan recipes and yoga, and she was with another herbalist at the time. She wasn't in carbonation. She was with another herbalist, and so we would just be on there with the recipes and the readings.
What kind of readings?
Like psychic readings.
Okay. Is that something she was doing?
Yes.
Okay, you had her do that for you?
Yes.
Okay. And so,
At the time when she came to stay with me, she had given me one reading before.
okay. All right. And so she stayed with you for a few months. Did you guys stay in contact after she left?
Yes.
How did you stay in contact? By phone, social media?
Well, phone and social media.
Okay. So to jump forward, in March of 2022, did she reach out to you after that day?
Yes.
Okay. What did she reach out to you about?
Coming to get her from Atlanta, from Natureboy's. She left Natureboy's house, and I was gonna come get her, or either see if I can get them to work out their issues. So she was either gonna stay, they were gonna work it out and stay, or she was gonna come back with me. But I wasn't aware that she was back with him until then, because when I asked her to leave my home, I just assumed maybe she went home or whatever. I didn't know she was gonna go back, because she came to me because she was needing to be rescued from the situation with him.
That's what she told you.
Her mom.
Okay. All right. And so she told you that she wanted you to come pick her up, and she wanted you to fix things between her and Eligio Bishop.
Yes, she gave me his number.
Okay.
And had me to call him.
Okay. And this was after March 24th, 2022.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall giving me a screenshot of a phone that you took from March the 28th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Was that a picture that you took of your phone?
Yes.
And did you give that to me yourself?
Yes.
And the picture that you gave me, has it been edited or modified in any way?
No.
Okay. Judge, I have no way to show her because she's on Zoom. I don't know if the state's going to have an objection, but I would move to tender the picture that she's giving me of her phone that she's described as defense exhibit 2.
Judge, if I can just see the exhibits he intends to admit. Okay. I don't have an objection.
No objection?
Well, once foundation's been, well, I guess it's.
How are you gonna lay the foundation?
I have no way of showing it to her, Judge. I mean, she identified the picture. I'm not sure what else foundation the court's asking for.
There's some numbers on the top of the page. Maybe she can authenticate that number, who it's going to, who it's coming from.
Okay. The picture that you provided me had a phone number at the top. It also has.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And it also has 2 messages on there, and they're both sent March 28, 2022 at 12:45 p.m. Do you recall who that phone number belonged to?
Eligio.
Okay, and was it a phone number that was given to you by Miss Emmanuel?
Yes.
And did you use that phone number that's at the top to reach out to him, and he replied to you with a text?
No, what happened was I called him, then we talked. Then when the phone hung up, that's the text he texted back saying that they would call me back. Okay. But I had talked to him.
Okay, so you actually spoke to Mr. Bishop?
Yes.
And was it through this 939 number that's at the top?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I think she's identified the photograph. The foundation's been laid.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, go ahead.
And I've marked that as defense exhibit, I believe, 2.
Defense 2?
I believe so.
Okay.
One word messages for the detective.
All right.
I moved it to the defense exhibit 2. Is it admitted? And I think you already have.
It sounds like there was no objection, and it's admitted.
Okay, and so that message includes communication that you communicated with Mr. Bishop. There was a text that was sent, but you had not communicated with him before, correct?
Not until she gave me his number. Any of the times they've ever gotten into it, I've never been able to talk to him. She's never wanted me to. She would handle it on live or Vigo or whatever she would do, but she's never went as far as to give me his number. This was the first time.
Okay, and that was on March 28, 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, did you continue to text with her throughout 2022? Were you and her on friendly terms?
For a little bit we were, basically until I got ready. We stayed in contact because I was trying to, get help, because she had asked me to gather money for her and go to my social media and ask people to help her because she needed to start over again.
Okay.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on.
And then at some point, did things
Hold
fall off
on.
after that? Did you not help her? Or what?
Breaking news. Breaking news. My Cash App is not correct. My Cash App is not correct. We need to fix that right now.
He dropped out of it and said that he didn't no longer want to be.
Ask for a refund, please.
He kept asking him for money. He said that since he had never met her before, that he didn't feel comfortable and he no longer wanted to be involved. And then with me, at first I was really on the gas about coming because she had told me that she had gotten jumped on. So I was trying to come for that. So I called someone that lives in Atlanta through Facebook and asked could he and his wife keep her there until I could come get her. We were just trying to find ways. And then he gave me a shelter to give to her. But we were trying to make more of an emergency out of it to where she could get the help. And so that's when it turned into conversation. Well, I was like, well, you could say he hit you, or different things that women, use to get in the shelters and stuff, when they get into it with their spouses. We were trying to go that route, and then we decided not to go that route, and just that she would wait. So I was under the assumption I paid for a couple of days for a room for her, and I sent her money to eat until I could come get her.
Okay, but you never.
And so, go ahead.
You never came to get her, though?
No.
Okay. All right. And did you do any type of online, like FaceTime with her or Zoom calls or anything with her where you could see her around that time?
No, we just kept talking back and forth. The main thing, well, we kind of had a little bit of a rough spot when she did give me his number to call. She was telling me not to be. She was saying he's a.
Hold on. I'm gonna object to hearsay and relevance. Response.
I'll just ask her not to respond with that.
Okay.
What she said.
Don't talk about what she said or what anybody else said, okay?
Oh, between her and I?
Correct. If you find yourself wanting to say, she told me, you can't do that.
Okay.
But you guys had a rough spot. There was a time that there was a disagreement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that when the relationship kind of ended?
No, actually, we just wouldn't text, but I was always there. So I actually sent her sea moss and tea, and after
This
her
should be
pregnancy
admissible under a
announcement, she
hearsay
sent me
exception.
pictures of her when she was having a virtual baby shower and things like that.
What year?
So we would still talk all the way until 2023.
Okay. And when did she have a baby?
I don't know, because actually that's when after that baby shower, I did totally disconnect with her, and I would just talk to her mother.
Okay.
And so the last I talked to her mother was Christmas, when I asked her how was she enjoying her new grandbaby.
And Christmas of 2022 or 2023?
This one, this past.
Okay, so within the last 3 months, you've been in contact with her or her family?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, in 2022, there were additional messages here we're not going to put in, but there were messages between you and her where she wished you happy Mother's Day and things like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and your communication with her was friendly. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you said after she had her baby, you sent her gifts. Is that also true?
No, I was, but I didn't. No, after the baby shower,
Yes, sir.
the virtual baby shower, that's when we disconnected and I just dealt with her mother.
Okay. And does her mother live in the United States?
Yes.
Okay. And during 2019 and 2020, did you communicate with her during those years also?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see pictures of her during that time frame?
Of Jeanette?
Yes.
Yeah, we're Facebook friends, and then I was Facebook friends with her mother as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Cross?
No questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. You're free to go, Ms. Wilson. Thank you. All right, call your next witness.
I'm gonna step outside.
Okay.
Is it me or does this judge hate Natureboy? I mean,
I don't know. It does seem like that.
you're letting it show, Judge. You're letting it show. And you're taking it out on the lawyer. It's not his fault.
It's not his fault. But you know, he's not in the. Bishop is not in the seat. So
Right.
okay, gotta catch that smoke.
Somebody gonna get it. Somebody gonna get it.
And she most definitely showing what team she on.
For sure. I think that's pretty clear. And I hate when judges do that.
Okay, we swear the witness in.
I am 25.
25 years old. Okay. And where were you born?
Sorry?
Where were you born?
Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay. And did you go to high school in Nashville?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you graduate there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do any college afterwards?
Yes, I went to Center College. It is a private liberal arts school in Danville, Kentucky. I did 3 years there.
Okay. And what years were you there in school? Do you remember?
Not really.
Okay. That's fine.
Oh yeah.
What was your major?
Psychology.
Okay. All right. And do you have parents?
Yes.
Mom and dad?
Yes.
Okay. Do you stay in contact with your mom and dad?
Yes.
Okay. Where does mom live at?
Nashville.
Okay. How often do you see your mom?
It varies. I want to say it's a consistent pattern, just whenever we cross paths.
Okay. How often do you talk to her?
Maybe like 3 times a month.
Okay. So a few times per month?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you ever go to Nashville and visit her?
Yes.
Okay. When's the last time you've been to visit?
I think last year.
Okay. Has she been here to visit you?
Yes.
Do you remember the last time she's been here to visit you?
I think it was 2021. We had a get together at our house and she came over.
At the house in Atlanta?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was it typical? So how long have you known Mr. Bishop?
I've known him for 6 years.
Okay. And when did you first meet him?
I first met him in 2018 in Palenque, Mexico.
In Mexico?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in person?
Yes.
Okay. How did you get there?
How did I get there?
Yes, ma'am.
I flew.
Okay. And were you a student in college at that time?
No, actually, after my last semester, my junior year of college, I actually left school and then started to do my own thing, started to have my own soap business, and yeah, then I met Mr. Bishop.
Like a soap, a cleansing type of soap?
Yes, natural herbal products. I started my own business.
Okay. All right. Are you still in business?
No, I no longer do that anymore.
Okay. All right. And you were only, I guess, 1 year away from a psychology degree?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So 2018, you ended up going to Mexico, and you have been around Mr. Bishop since that time frame?
Sorry?
Since 2018, have you been around Mr.
Yes.
Bishop? Have you lived with him since then?
Yes.
Okay. In 2018 until now, have you come across anybody named Velvet Marquez?
Yes, that's his baby mother. They have a daughter together.
you come across a Kendra Carter?
Yes, I have.
Okay, what was her name?
Kendra Carter.
What name was
Oh,
she?
her name was, we call her Sheba. Her name was Sheba.
And Brianna Jacobs.
Yes.
Okay. And did Brianna Jacobs have a name?
Yes, I think it was Syrian.
Syrian? Okay. So I'm gonna start with Brianna Jacobs.
Okay.
Was Brianna Jacobs around you guys for a long period of time?
No.
Okay. About how long do you think she was around?
I would say a couple months.
Okay. And what cities was she around?
When we went to Las Vegas, she was with us in Las Vegas and Mexico.
Okay.
That's it. Then she left.
All right. Did she ever reach out to the group after she left to try to join the group back again, if you recall?
I think she reached out to someone. She called back, but I'm not sure who.
Okay. All right. And then Kendra Carter, was she around the group as long as you?
She was actually there before me.
Okay, so before 2018, Kendra Carter was there?
Yes.
Okay. And she left the group in 2022?
I think around that time.
Okay. And then Velvet Marquez, she was around the group for on and off times as well?
Yeah, she would leave and come back most of the time, but she was there before me as well. When I first came, she had just had a baby, and but she left and come back a lot of times because of she struggled dealing with polygamy. So
okay, so she didn't like the fact that Mr. Bishop was with a lot of different women.
yeah, he would always she knew that he was polygamous when she entered, wanted to be with him. But once, other women started to come in, she would just get really upset out of nowhere. And I thought it was really dangerous because she would just try to walk off in the middle of nowhere because, we live in nature, we live in the jungle. We drive 45 minutes just to get to our home. So she would just try to walk off, not call anyone to get a flight, not, take the proper precautions to actually leave. She would just do it out of anger.
Okay. And when she tried to leave with the baby as well?
Yes, with no clothes on the baby, no clothes on her.
Okay.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And this was when she would see Mr. Bishop with other women, she would get upset with this?
Yes, she would try, but she would still just get upset.
Okay. She would try to keep her control with it?
Yeah, she would try to be in a polygamous relationship because they had a beautiful relationship. Like, they loved each other very deeply. And she couldn't deal with her jealousy.
Okay. Do you ever remember seeing her parents come to Mexico?
Yes, they did come in Mexico.
Okay. Did they come to the house you guys were staying in?
No, they didn't come to the house. Their baby, they actually went out to get her checked up, and they ran into her family there, and we seen it. Mr. Bishop, he was actually live that day.
Okay.
And I seen them. They were in the car. They went out to eat to a restaurant, and they were just getting to know each other, and they was making sure that she was okay. And she was just letting them know that everything is okay.
Okay. And this was all recorded on live as well?
Yes, this is all recorded.
Okay. All right. So I'll address that right now. So on live, was that something that happened frequently?
Yes, that's actually how I found him on live on social media. So I seen that he taught on social media, and everyone else had their own platform to teach on social media.
Okay.
And when I arrived, we was pretty much live all the time. Like, everything is online.
Okay. Before I forget, I'm gonna now I'm going to show the witness judge 2 photos.
Yes.
You take a look at those. You recognize those?
Oh yes, this is
Well, just say if you recognize it.
Oh yes, I recognize it.
Okay. What are those?
These pictures. One picture is May 15th. My mom, she came down to see me, birthday. I don't know if it was May 15th, but the year is 2020. She came down to see me. She met Mr. Bishop. She met everyone in the family. She's very familiar with everyone in the family.
Okay.
And then the second one.
These pictures, have they been edited, deleted, or modified in any way?
No.
Okay. Judge, I move to tender these two photos, which I would mark as defense exhibit 3 and 4, which are photographs you done.
Any objections? All right, they're admitted.
So I'm going to give you back the photos. These are pictures of you and your mother?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And these photos were taken, according to you, where were they taken?
One was at our house in the Decatur address, and the other one was at another house in Atlanta, I believe.
Okay. And can you read the dates on the bottom of those two photos?
Yes, the first one says 2020, and then the next one says 2021.
Okay. And do you recall where you were in 2020 and 2021?
Yes, we were here in Atlanta. The first one we were staying with someone, and then this one, this was at the house that the police actually came to detain us, the night of this whole situation.
Judge, may I pass these to the jury to look at?
Any objections? Go ahead. And then we'll have it back here during deliberation. So I don't want them, are you done with the witness?
No.
Okay, all right, you go ahead.
Okay, so mom came, she came to visit you, you guys took pictures, she knew where you lived at.
Right.
Okay. Did you have a phone during that time frame?
Did I have a phone?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I always have a phone. Everyone has a phone.
Okay. Were people able to call their family if they wanted to?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody has their own social media platform and had open communication with not only their family, but everyone on social media with the world.
Okay, because everybody's watching now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you required to use the bathroom outside? That's been something the state's brought up. Were you required to go outside and poop in a hole?
Was I required?
Yes.
No. Mr. Bishop, he teaches how to be more connected to the earth, but he doesn't make anybody do anything.
Okay.
He doesn't make anybody do anything. And the thing about Mr. Bishop is that everything that he believes in, his lifestyle, he posted it all on social media. So everyone who watches Mr. Bishop online, they're very aware of his diet, how he eats, how he sleeps, and how he lives his life. So,
If he were asleep, could other people be awake or vice versa? Was everybody required to go to bed at the same time as him? And be awake?
No, he just, like I said, everything that his lifestyle and the journey that he took upon himself, he decided that he wanted to go to sleep when it was dark.
Hold on.
Well, it started getting
What's the-
responsive once I objected, so I'll withdraw the objection as long as it stays responsive.
Okay, go ahead, finish your answer.
Let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
Did you have autonomy within the group to do what you felt like you needed to do?
Yes, I did. Yes.
All right.
Everyone believed in going to sleep when the sun goes down. We were living more in human nature. And you could go to sleep whenever you wanted to. Everybody was adults and knew what they were doing and could do what they wanted to do.
And it was all recorded every day?
Everything was recorded.
Okay. And was the platform, was it something that the world could see inside the life of Mr. Bishop and the group that was with him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during the time that you were in the 6 years, did you ever see anybody, did Mr. Bishop hitting anybody or acting in a physically violent way toward other people?
No, I've never seen Mr. Bishop do that. I have seen women actually abuse him. I've seen that. Like there's a video of his baby mother, Byron, punching him in the face. And there's a lot of videos online of the abuse and violence that people brought in his life. It's just that he gets blamed for everything because he's the initiator of the movement and people came into his life, so everybody puts the blame on him.
Okay. But you never saw him direct.
She's pouring it on thick.
I have to explain that before I answer because we did start a documentary before this whole case occurred. We were making a documentary. So we made videos for content to grab people's attention online so that we can show them the real teachings.
Well, she got the attention of law enforcement.
So we did that for like content, like for attention grabber. So yeah.
But no one off camera was being.
She's on the big stage now.
No.
You didn't see anybody in a park being body slammed for 45 minutes.
No.
All right. So let's jump forward to mobile to production. So in the group, what was your responsibility? Did you cook, clean, do acting, dancing, singing?
Yeah, I love art, so I did a lot of painting. I did a lot of painting, dancing.
She's hitting that mic a lot. I saw Tasha K do that in the federal trial, and that was kind of awkward.
I did a lot of presentations. We did this thing one time. It was called it was a woman empowerment thing, and I was kind of over it, and I would like teach the women how it was important to be in tune with the earth and embrace their natural selves. So I feel like just teaching. I like to teach.
Were you on camera frequently?
Yes.
Was Velvet Marquez on camera frequently?
Yes, very frequently.
What about Caleb Buckner?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm Caleb.
I'm sorry, not Caleb Buckner. What about Kendra Carter? I'm sorry.
Yes, everybody who was in his personal life was
on a daily basis.
Yes.
All recorded.
Yes.
All right. Could you leave the house if you wanted to?
Yes.
Could you go to the store, for instance?
Yeah. Me and my sister, we actually had the car by ourselves and would go grocery shopping.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that wasn't an unusual thing.
No.
It wasn't that you had to stay there at the house and only the guys could go or anything like that.
No, it was just that when we lived in the jungle, like we had a car, and if we needed groceries, the guys would just go and get it. So we could stay at home, but it wasn't like we weren't able to or we were being held somewhere. It wasn't that.
And in Atlanta, were the women, or was it just the guys that got to go to the groceries in?
In Atlanta?
Yes, ma'am.
I think both. I remember both because when the police kept doing wellness checks, I remember one. We were actually in a car. They had came to us in a car. They were like, "We obviously see that y'all are in the car. He's not even around y'all because our what we call online critics. We have hate groups because we're on social media."
Non-responsive.
Okay.
Sustained.
Sure. So, did you have groups of people that didn't like you?
That was the objection wrong.
What's the relevance?
Well, Judge, we've gone through the same scenario with every witness.
Well, then it's cumulative.
Okay. Well, I'll answer it.
Okay.
The police officer that you came across, were you in a car coming from the grocery store that day?
Yes, we were.
Okay. Did the police officer come and do a wellness check on you?
Yes.
Okay. Were you well?
Yes.
Okay. There was no one arrested for falsely imprisoning you or anything like that?
No, they would, the online trolls or the hate groups would.
She had the right to explain her answer.
What?
I can't explain.
Okay, but how does she, what's the foundation that, well, I'm going to sustain the objection.
I would ask on what grounds I was saying.
That there's no, I think she still needs a foundation to be able to explain why she believes she's saying these things. So that's the ruling.
Well,
No, don't say anything. You can ask another question or ask it differently.
Were there groups that would falsely report things that were happening?
Yes.
Council approach.
Okay, Ike, what is happening here, Ike? What is happening here? Because they're trying to get something in, and the judge's like, nah, Playboy, we're not letting you do this. Let me bring you up, Ike. Let me bring you up here.
They sliding it in slick.
hold on. We lose lost our stream. Hold on. Oh no, we did. Hold on. Okay. Whose phone ringing in the courtroom? Oh, that's
Okay,
what are you doing? You about to be held in contempt.
That's why I'm going in and out on the mute because I'm actually at the office.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
And the
thought
phone
someone
is
was violating the judge's order.
Businesswoman.
Up, you have my permission to remove them from the courtroom.
Nobody's acting on behalf of Mr. Bishop, Judge.
I didn't say anybody on behalf of anybody. I said anybody in the courtroom who's any outbursts, anything. The deputies have my permission to remove them from the courtroom.
Yeah, sure. All right, Ms. Buckner, so you are able to leave as you so desire, right?
Yes, actually, left a couple of times.
Okay, and when you say you left, going to visit your mom or other places?
Yes.
Okay, and were you gone for extended periods of time?
Maybe a couple of days.
Okay, all right. Okay, so everything's kept online. Everybody has their own device, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Moving forward to March 24th, 2022, were you at the house that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What do you recall happening at the house? Well, let me ask you a question. Let me go back again. Janae Mule, did you know Janae Mule?
Oh my goodness.
Actually, close. We were close friends.
I missed it.
And what was the name that she went by?
Natureboy.
How long was she in the group for? Or was she in the group on and off?
She was in the group on and off for about maybe 2 years. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
Estimately.
Okay. So.
But I remember she had started like her own journey in Thailand and stuff even before coming.
Okay. March 24th, 2022. Was there any guests or visitors in the house or anything like that?
Yes, we had one guest.
Okay. And can you tell me what you remember about the interaction between Ms. Newell and Mr. Bishop on the 24th of March 2022?
Their interaction?
Yeah, what did you see them together? Was Ms. Newell leaving the house?
Yes. I can explain the night. Okay. So we had a guest over. And one thing about Natiri was anytime we had guests over, she would be like, in my opinion, she would be like overly flirtatious or like you're my soulmate and like I love you, you're my sister. It was like overly, it would be different from how she would act when we didn't have guests. So I remember we would just bring that up to her, how she would kind of change when we had company over. And it was kind of like a disregarding, like everyone being overly flirtatious, like to a point that was like, wait a second, you know? So once we made that a point, I apologize. Once we made that a point, she got upset. She got really upset.
Mic control. Mic control.
And she was like,
who was she upset in this description?
well, her energy was like frustrated and like attitude because we were just telling her she was pretty much upset with everyone who spoke upon like her behavior.
And who spoke upon her behavior? Was it males, females, Mr. Bishop?
I believe I did. I know I did, and Portia. I think Queen Malia did.
I don't like the way this is going right now.
Was just agreeing with us, if I can recall. But I remember that once we started saying, like, addressing her behavior, she was like, her lip was going up, and like she was getting attitude with us.
Attacking the victim is not a smart strategy, I don't think, Counselor. What do you think?
It's because we did have a guest over. Because the nature of the family
There's no objection.
was everybody pushing towards to be a
Well,
better
it's
person,
his witness.
to be a better character. So if we, if
Right, the prosecution can object.
upholding, the morals that we live by, we just address it.
Okay.
So
Okay. So, but did you address it in a confrontational, violent type way with her?
well, it was, I wouldn't say it was confrontational. I would say just making a point, like a stern point, because Nateri, every time she left, she would go online to our hate groups and talk down on us and defame Mr. Bishop's character and says he's this and he's that, and really disrespect us. And then she'll apologize, and then she'll come back. She's like, I love y'all, and, you know, y'all are my family, I apologize. And she did this, I would say, over 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, I
So
forgot a
with
beep.
her,
I forgot a beep.
Mr. Bishop is a very loving person. A lot of people take advantage of him because he's so forgiving. And so when she came back that last time, we were just holding her accountable for her actions because she constantly blatantly disrespects, you know, everybody online.
Okay. So by keeping her, I guess, accountable, did anybody, including yourself or Mr. Bishop, punch her in the head or face or stomach or anything like that?
No, nobody punched her.
Okay. Did Mr. Bishop direct anybody to hurt her anyway?
No.
Okay. So does she decide to leave?
Yeah, she did. So after we, you know, addressed her and she started to get attitude, I remember Zoka did slap her or whatever.
Okay, this is helping the prosecution.
It was a natural family fight. Families get into scruffles sometimes. It wasn't like she was being, you know, it was just tension, I feel like, between the women because at that point we were just kind of tired of like her behavior. So she said she wanted to leave after that. She said she wanted to leave, and we're like, okay. And she started getting her. I remember she went upstairs. She and Zoka went upstairs with her so she can pack her bags. And I remember at one point she started to get loud. I started to hear like it started to get very loud upstairs. So I went upstairs and I was like, you need to be respectful in our home. Like if you want to leave, just leave. Like pack your stuff and just leave properly. You don't have to make a scene because I feel like a lot of people, a lot of women come and they leave like out of anger or like because they're not getting their way, you know, not a saying or I want to leave. Like it's, you know, it's out of emotion.
Out of jealousy?
Out of jealousy.
Okay. So was Mr. Bishop around her when she was acting this way, or was it primarily the women?
Mr. Bishop, he was in, I think he was in his room because she was in the back room and the 2 ladies were with her as she was gathering her things.
Okay. And so did she go downstairs or did anybody order her to go downstairs?
Yeah, so after she got her stuff, I remember she tried to get something out of Mr. Bishop's room, but she was like stumping with an attitude and pushing through people. And we was like, wait, like we'll go in there and get it because you just have an attitude right now and you're bringing a lot of destructive energy into the home. So somebody went to grab it and then she went downstairs. I remember she was sitting on the stairs for a little bit. I think she was getting her Uber. She was getting her Uber. And then when she was about to leave, she was walking out. It was like, is that your charger? I think it was Zoka. I was watching her leave out. Zoka was like, is that your charger? We need our charger back. Like, when you leave, just take what's yours and, you know, don't take any of our things. And she was like, it's just a charger. And then she was like, she tried to go upstairs. She said that Mr. Bishop wouldn't treat her like this. Since the women, like it was an altercation with the women. So we were like kind of in a conflict at that time. So she was like, Mr. Bishop wouldn't treat me like this. I want to go upstairs and say something to Mr. Bishop. And so Queens told her to go back downstairs because she was just bringing a lot of energy, like being disrespectful. So she went back downstairs and she went to her Uber.
Okay. Did she come back inside?
Yeah, she did.
Did you witness her coming back inside?
Yeah, so what happened was when she left, I went back upstairs to Mr. Bishop to tell him that she left. And And we told him that she tried to go upstairs to say bye to him. She tried to come upstairs. And then he was like, well, she was trying to come upstairs. And we was like, yeah, what does she want? He said, what does she want? We was like, we don't know. He was like, okay, tell her it's okay for her to come upstairs then. And so we had yelled out the window, like, call him Poppy. Like, Poppy's calling you, you know? So she came back upstairs, and then when she came upstairs, he was sitting, as soon as you go up the stairs, there's his room. He was standing like right in front of the room, and she came up to him. I was standing on the stairs, and she went up to him, and they hugged, and she was like, I love you. He was like, I love you too. She was crying, and they were like hugging. He was holding her, and me and Queen Malia was standing right there, and we were watching, like, because they were having an intimate moment. So it was like we were just sitting there watching, and it was for like 3 minutes. So I was like, should I walk away? Because I felt like we were interrupting their intimate moment, because they were like hugging and crying, telling each other I love each other. And
Where did you go to? Did you stay there?
I stayed there because before I left, they actually walked into the room. I imagine because they probably felt weird too, that we were just standing there. So they walked into the room, and yeah, after that, when I went downstairs because there was a lot going on. Later that night, I seen her. We like crossed past each other, and she had a different outfit on. Well, before she went in the room, me and Queen looked at each other like, like that's what you wanted this whole time, like to get his attention. Like you made that outburst to get Mr. Bishop's attention because that's something that she always wanted. She wanted attention, and she wanted to be queen to have attention. So, in my opinion, so when I seen her, she had on a different outfit, so I assumed she's staying, and I kind of looked at her like, like you got what you wanted, and she like was kind of
Objection here, sir. Whatever she says,
this whole case is
Stop.
Sorry.
So,
All right.
Wow.
This whole time she been talking about hearsay. Now you want to object?
So after you communicated with her, she communicated with you. Did you guys?
This whole case is hearsay.
Yes.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Harper, let's Sheriff's Department do their thing. Okay, go ahead.
Coaching from the peanut gallery.
Afterwards, did you guys go to bed?
Yes. So after we passed each other, she like was blushing afterwards. After they had their moment, she was blushing, and it wasn't really nothing to be said because it was kind of understood, you know, that she pretty much got what she wanted. Because we talk a lot, and she always said she wanted.
You can't talk about what she said.
Oh, I apologize, but after that, Mr. Bishop, he was live in his room, and I don't know if she was in the room with us. I think it was briefly, but we were kind of sitting in the closet, picking out our outfits for the next day, and she was like sitting down for a minute, and then after that, she went to the back room to go to sleep. She slept back there with Zoka and Sheba, I believe, and then me, Mr. Bishop, and Portia and Malia, we slept in another room.
Okay. And after
And then we woke up and she was gone the next day.
Okay. Just a couple of questions. So the reason she had a charger was because she had a cell phone.
Yes.
Fair. So that means she had a phone and she was using herself.
Yeah, she had a phone she was using herself. Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to ask you is, and the state's going to ask you this, so I'm just going to go ahead and save you some time. Do you believe Mr. Bishop is God? Do you explain what that means?
I believe that I live by the laws of my God, And one of the laws of Maya is all things are consecrated from the divine. So I see God in everything. I believe you are God. I believe everybody in this room is God, broken up into different pieces, different vibrations and frequency of the oneness that we all come from.
Okay. So when you use the word God for him, you're not giving him, you're giving him that he's a piece of God the same way you would be.
Yeah, it's a piece of God, and for our documentary, it was part of our documentary to like make him the God. Like,
Okay,
it's a part of ours. Yeah.
Is that where the three God character came from?
Yes.
Okay. What are other characters that he had as well outside of three
Yes,
God?
Mr. Bishop has a lot of characters on social media. He has Three God, he has Dr. Bishop, he has Totally Todd, he has Leroy, he has Uncle Fernando, he has a lot of different characters that he plays on social media, and I feel like he's very misunderstood. And I feel like people try to put him in a box and paint him as something that he's not. And I feel like we can interpret a lot of misinterpret stuff from social media. And I feel like the Three God character really did bring a lot of attention because this is why this whole case is happening.
Okay. Now, going back really quickly, almost done. March 24th, you were there. April 7th, once the police come, are you there at the house that night also?
Yes.
Okay. Did the police question you?
No, it's been 2 years. I haven't spoke about this case until today.
Okay. So the statement that you've given today, you wouldn't have given that statement before because the police never asked you, right?
The police never asked us. In my opinion, this case was very one-sided.
Okay, not your opinion. Just answer the question.
Okay. Did the police take your side? Did they ask you your side?
No, they asked me, did I want some water?
Okay. They never asked you anything else?
No.
Never asked you were you being falsely imprisoned?
No.
Or were you a witness of anything about March 24th, 2022?
No, we didn't even know why we were there, and we didn't know what was going on until we came back to the house and seen the warrant on the table. We were very shocked at this case and the charges.
Okay. Were there a lot of people there at the house that day on April 7th? Were there other people outside of you?
Yes.
When he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other thing is the state's going to ask you in a minute, so we can save them question. Since this case is going on, you've been in contact with Mr. Bishop, correct?
Yes.
You talk to him frequently?
Yes.
Like every day?
Yes.
Sometimes more than one time a day?
Yes.
Okay. Has he told you or influenced your testimony in any way?
No.
Has he told you what to say?
No.
Has he told you how you would create what you would say around what other people would say?
No, I'm saying exactly what happened that night, and I'm saying exactly what the accuser said as well. She said that.
No, she said.
You can't say that. And ultimately, you're here to tell the truth and let your story be told. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that.
Is that a question? Does that require an explanation?
Let me ask her a different question, because the state's going to ask you this in a minute, so we'll go ahead and say it in a minute as well. Do you believe Mr. Bishop is the Messiah?
What do you mean? What is Messiah?
I have no idea. They're going to ask you, so I'm trying to save some time. Do you believe he's the Messiah? Whatever that means.
Well, I don't know exactly what that means. Okay. I do know that he is. He just started the movement of going back to nature. Okay. And teaching the importance of being in tune with nature. Okay.
I'll let them ask you the question about the Messiah. Maybe they can explain what they mean by that. And then the last thing is, were there rules in place and roles in place for women that they were beneath men in the group?
No.
Was there equality between the men and women?
You said equality?
Equality. Were they on the same equal playing field?
Yes.
Okay. And if the women, for instance, didn't do what Mr. Bishop said, were there physical injuries that would happen to them if they didn't do what he said?
No, I grew up with my mom being in an abusive relationship growing up, and I wouldn't be defending or associating myself who abuses people.
Thank you.
Cross.
Here we go.
Left to join up with Mr. Bishop and some other folks in the 19, is that right?
I was 20.
You were 20, and you had finished 3 years of school?
Yes.
College?
Yes.
So you started college when you were 17 then?
I believe I was 18. I was 18.
And you have been with Mr. Bishop, I mean, other than the days where you go to visit, you know, family or whatnot, since then?
Yes. Yes.
Safe to say you've sort of grown up with him?
No.
See, I'm saying like your formative young adult years have been with Mr. Bishop and his associates, right?
No, I wouldn't say that. 3 years in college, I feel like that was more so my adult years. In my last semester of college, I actually studied abroad in Mexico, where I lived in Mexico for 3 months with a Spanish-speaking family. So I'm well developed in who I am, and I wouldn't say that I spent most of my adult years with Mr. Bishop.
But yet at that point you were sort of looking for something, right? Mr. Bishop offered that, some sort of spiritual guidance.
Well, I was, after I came back from that trip in Mexico when I stayed abroad, I felt like I actually got more into my nature on my own. And it was a very enriching and beautiful experience for me. I feel like it opened my mind a lot to a different culture and, you know, all the things in the world. So when I did come back to college after my trip, that experience just stayed with me. And that's when I eventually seen Mr. Bishop online. He was teaching the importance of the human being having their bare feet on the earth, how it gets rid of all diseases, and how it's supposed to be in a tropical environment, breathing the best oxygen and taking the best food for our optimum health and, you know, happiness.
And you ended up, in the time you were there, you had mentioned Brianna Jacobs, that she was there for a little while.
Yeah.
I think you had said a couple of the places that she was with you, like Mexico and Vegas. She was also with the group in California and Hawaii as well.
Oh, she was with us in Hawaii. I apologize. She was with us in Hawaii, and you said California?
Yeah. Which I think would have been immediately after Hawaii, before.
I think so. It's kind of big.
And you talked about, I mean, obviously for a while you all have been in Atlanta, but back when you were sort of moving around the tropics and whatnot, the main thing that you all looked for in a place to live was isolation, right?
No.
It wasn't important to be sort of away from urban society so that you could be more in touch with nature?
Well, we were like maybe 30, 45 minutes from, like, I would say the town. We were surrounded by nature. Yeah.
And so that was an important part of what the group was doing at that point, right?
I wouldn't say isolation. I would just say being in a space where you're not bombarded by billboards and stuff going into your mind. You know, we were like in an environment where we were surrounded by nature and practicing being more indigenous to the land.
And around that time, when you're in Central America or Mexico, I think it was around 2020, there was a time where you were considering leaving the group, right?
In 2020?
I believe it was 2020.
I'm not sure. I know my mom came in 2020. I don't know if I was there.
Do you remember a time when you were in a Jeep driving around, Mr. Bishop was with you, I think a couple other folks were with you, he was live, and he was talking to you about your sort of indecision about leaving or staying?
I don't recall that.
He keeps telling you, hold the camera up in the video.
Oh,
because,
that one?
yeah.
That was another thing to get the people's attention.
And that was before you all moved to Atlanta, right? I mean, that was when you all were somewhere tropical, because you're like literally driving on the side of the cliff with like forests and trees down there, right?
That was in that video. Where was that in? I think that was in Puerto Rico, because in Puerto Rico, we weren't necessarily doing the three God, but we were doing like the other characters, like totally tied and doing different things to like get the people's attention. But when we did come to Atlanta, that's when the full character of three God came.
So, I mean, let me just say, like, anything that is online that looks bad for Mr. Bishop because he's telling someone to slap someone, or he's just demeaning you for 45 minutes in a car, or like in that video, that's all an act, right?
Yes, stuff like that, those are acts. Sometimes we really did have disagreements sometimes. And then we had what is called a real, excuse me, but real.
Yeah, she could explain her answer.
Well, I think we're beyond explaining the answer, we're just in narrative at this point.
I agree. Go ahead,
Okay.
ask your next question.
So, I guess we're, at this point, like, the outside world, it was seen as failure of some of us, right? Like, they were a failure within the group if they had to leave.
No.
You weren't going to your lower self.
We just acknowledge that the industrialized society takes from nature more than it gives. Like it cuts down trees to make buildings.
Sure.
We just acknowledge that. I wouldn't say
What does
that
that have to do with the group?
Oh, sorry.
Finish your answer.
No, you can go ahead.
What does that answer have to do with how the group felt about someone leaving? Because they were going back into the industrialized society?
Objection argumentative.
On their higher self, right?
I feel like a lot of
Overruled,
people,
Counselor.
well, when you come back into nature, I feel like a lot of, I don't know if anybody's familiar, but generational curses and like things you have to work
Can you
on.
answer the question first, please? Sir? All right. No, let me finish. Answer the question and then you can explain your answer. Okay, so repeat the question, Mr. Kennedy.
Was it viewed as failure when somebody left the group because they failed on their attempt to become their higher self?
No.
Your loyalty doesn't have an expiration date. You said that about with respect to your feelings about Mr. Bishop, right?
My loyalty doesn't have an expiration date.
Exactly. That you will remain loyal to Mr. Bishop forever.
No, I'm remaining loyal to everything I want to do. I'm a grown woman. I don't feel like these questions have anything to do with Mr. Bishop.
Well, you don't know, that's not part of your answer. You just have to answer the questions.
She's answering, Judge. Let us explain.
So you've said before that your loyalty.
What the heck is happening, Counselor?
My loyalty doesn't have an expiration date.
Okay.
Talking about.
He's not protecting his witness.
Is that true or false?
That's false. When I'm talking about my loyalty, I'm talking about my loyalty and what I believe in as far as being more close to nature. I'm talking about my loyalty with human beings being a part of the ecosystem and not going against the ecosystem. I feel like we as humans have come so far away from nature, and I feel like my purpose is to be here and to teach. If you go on all of our channels, we are teaching about our lifestyle, and I feel like that's what I've decided to do in my life, and that's what I'm doing. I wouldn't say that it's a loyalty to a certain person.
You learned those teachings from Bishop primarily.
No.
Okay.
Anything else for her?
He was definitely reaching.
Any other evidence or witnesses for the defense?
How about lunch, Judge? Can we get lunch?
Okay, all right.
Comfort break.
We're gonna, I'm gonna send you guys to a really late lunch. I'm so sorry. I was trying to get through all of this evidence. It's 2:30. I'm gonna ask, and remember I said I'm willing to go late tonight, so we're gonna keep plowing through. Go ahead and have your late lunch, be back at 3:30, and we'll resume, at that time. Okay? Thank you so much. Same rules remain in effect. 3:30. Jurors back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get up here. I gotta take a lunch. I gotta take a comfort break. Listen, you don't know this is not easy. This is not easy. I've been holding my water. Too much information. I'm about to explode. You guys know I have not moved here from this seat. Now, can I get some love over here? Oh, I'm going to the court. I'm telling you, it won't take me that long to get to the court. You're going to be hitting me up on my jack, my phone, for those who are not from my
Who
hood.
are not old?
Not old. Wait, hold on.
What about the conference room? Is the conference room right over? Is that being used?
We've been trying to, but we've been getting kicked out of the conference room.
Wait, what happened? Oh.
Okay.
I'm trying to talk with them back there.
Okay. All right, very good. Nobody, I don't think anybody else is back there.
Hold on. What's happening? Hold on. I got to put you on mute. Yeah. Okay. India, I see you trying to sneak up in here, man. Calm down, Playboy. Calm down.
I wasn't sneaking up.
Okay, listen. There's something happening. I can't leave just yet. I can't leave until the judge gets off the bench because this is how I'm trained as a journalist, and she's about to leave. She's grabbing everything up. She's out of here. She's out of my life. All right. Okay, we're back. All right, here we go. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay. All right. We're gonna try this thing again. All right. So we're going to maintain the live stream. I don't know. Should I just head to the court, Ike? What do you think, Ike? You're enjoying the stream, or should I just head to the courtroom, Ike? What do you think?
Leave the stream.
I gotta man it. I can't just leave it. It's got to be manned by the man. It got to be manned by the man. If I
don't man it. What your problem is?
Oh man. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on. Let me guys, you're getting this in real time. Do you know what it takes to man a stream? It's insane. I could have ate a whole lunch. She done ate I watched her eat a whole lunch.
You sure did. It was so good. Oh my God.
See, y'all don't know what I see backstage. She's eating a lunch. She's
had an
holding the
acai
salad
bowl. It wasn't a salad. It was acai, granola, blueberries.
Okay.
One of those.
How about this?
Good.
Okay, I need to eat lunch. Who's treating me for lunch? That's right. Ain't no shame in my game. Who's treating me for lunch today?
I got you.
Sir, those little cash apps, that's not even water.
Did you listen? You know, all you got to do is respond to them. I told you it's more where that came from.
Ike,
What's up?
I'm so hood.
ain't nothing wrong with it. I'm hood too.
All day. All right, so quickly, let's go over what we saw. Yeah.
Yes. 15 minutes. We got to have lunch.
Okay.
Let's go.
So that was who was that? What is that? Is it Fufu?
What we ain't saying names.
They can't say the names. I don't think they want us to say the names.
It was in the chat. I'm reading what was in the chat. It was in the chat. I don't know what. I don't know how.
I'm gonna say Fufu.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the wives. That's what I said. It was one of the wives.
One of the wives.
You treat me like animal.
Listen. I'm not. Listen. I got to go back to that court. I'm not trying to get attacked by a cult or alleged cult. So we listen.
Okay, let me just tell you quickly my observations. I don't know who this defense attorney is, but the fact that he had two photos that he hadn't even blown up. You didn't prepare those photos for entry into evidence. Those are just some regular random ass photos. Did she bring them when she came to court? And you were like, oh yes, I'll put those in. Because we prepare photos, we blow them up so that the jury has a good demonstrative of the evidence that we're trying to present.
Absolutely.
You putting in that bullshit. You putting in that. No, I'll be sitting in the back too. You gave me this motherfucker. He's supposed to defend me. He can't put two questions together. He don't know when to fucking object, and he don't know when to tell the judge this is not fucking hearsay. Just because something is an out of court statement does not mean that it automatically is exempt from coming into evidence. There are endless exceptions to the hearsay rule, right? And she's commenting on a witness who has already testified. This is permissible. This is permissible evidence for her to come in and talk about her observations and breaking news. She is entitled to give reputation and opinion evidence. She can do that. She's allowed to do that. And the judge didn't allow her to do that. And he didn't get up and say shit.
What I know,
he didn't get up and say anything like judge.
He needs you.
What I noticed, the common thread through each of these.
Wait, I saw somebody in the comment who said I represented one of their family members. Yes, that is true. That is true. And
hold on, guys, hold on.
And we beat that case.
Hold on. Something's happening in court.
They back already? That would be quick.
Okay, so we might have a hot mic, so I'm going to reluctantly pause the stream from that end.
Which is muted.
Well, the judge is back on the bench. So why she's back on the bench, I don't know. She took her mask off too. Your Honor, we see you don't have your mask on in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Why is she even in court with COVID?
Your Honor, you heard me. You busted. We got you. Oh God.
they trying to spread it. Everybody gonna be sick.
It's crazy. I would not. I would have did what he did. I'm not coming to court while you have COVID, Judge. It's just not gonna happen.
Okay, so and listen, she okay. Why did the camera guy turn that on anyway? I don't know what that was all about. Let's go. Here we go.
Okay, so back to him. Then I think there was a wealth of testimony she could have given that was not permitted. She's right there. She has a first-hand account of what happened before and after this alleged rape, right?
Yes.
She should have been able to give all of that. And he should have did a blow by blow. So when you were there and what happened next and what did she do next? And what did you see her do? Did you see her make a call? Were the doors locked at that time? Was anybody guarding the doors? Could people freely come and go? Like, come on. These are the elements you have to establish. They're saying he unlawfully imprisoned her. So establish that she was able to go and that she was aware that she was able to go.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
He's not doing that. He's not doing that.
Well, perhaps he's a little disappointed his client's not sitting alongside him. And he's
please.
Let me ask you a question, counselor. Let me ask you a question. In all your years as an attorney, how many times have you had clients that weren't sitting in that seat?
Never. I have never tried. I've never as a prosecutor have I tried an empty chair, and never as a defense attorney have I had a defendant abscond on me that I had to try the case without him with me.
Okay, and how would you feel if that happened to you?
If it happened to me in this instance, I would move on like it was nothing. I would move. No, I wouldn't feel no kind of way. In fact, I probably would have joined his objection that we shouldn't be proceeding while you have COVID. COVID, Judge.
Okay, and I agree with you. I'm not in the courtroom.
I mean, you at this point are putting all of us in jeopardy. People here have family members who have special needs and whatnot who can't be exposed to fucking COVID. That's not just so. I would have joined my client's application at that point. No, we want an adjournment.
Right,
you can sit out for a day or two.
We see Judge Glanville in the YSL case.
Exactly.
Had no problem.
No problem. Delay. Exactly.
Right. So I don't know if that was a good call by the judge.
It was not a good call.
And it was subjective because she's the one who has COVID. So her making that decision, that judgment call, might have been flawed. And COVID, she might not have been in, her. I won't say this, but She might not
Well,
feel it right.
Well, and you know, at the other side of that is it could very well be reversible error, because now this person has absented himself from the courtroom. He is missing material stages of his trial.
Right. Absolutely.
And we don't know if he can communicate with the lawyer, so we don't know if he can tell that lawyer, hey, ask her this question, or you know what happened?
Yeah.
Because that happens when a defendant is sitting next to you and someone is telling their story. They start to remember things that they otherwise may not recall. And then they're like, oh, you know, not doing the elbow to the side, and or you know, when I hand him the paper.
We see it in this case because he has assisted his attorney while the prosecution was asking questions, and he's writing stuff down. So he doesn't have the luxury of doing that anymore.
Right.
And again, you know, I don't know if what the weight of him leaving was greater than the weight of him being there. You know, I just don't know. I just think that but the judge, again, I'm telling you, I'm in that courtroom, and once she said that, I'm good. No trial's that important for me to put expose myself.
Exactly. Because that little mask does not help you.
No, of course not.
That mask does not prevent COVID. It will not keep the air particles from flying around in the courtroom as you speak. It's not. It's just not.
Man. So let's talk about the line. Well, I was saying earlier, the common thread I saw was that both prosecutors weren't really too interested in getting too much out of these witnesses. They just wanted to kind of expose them, allow them to expose themselves to the jury, and let the jury decide the credibility of each testimony.
Well, first, let me just say, prosecutors are inartfully and terribly, woefully inexperienced when it comes to cross-examination, because they don't get to do it. They don't get to do it often, right? Oftentimes, when a case goes to trial, the defense, they don't have witnesses.
Okay.
Right. And so prosecutors tend to be really good at direct examination. And so I didn't expect anything from them on that level, but I also don't think the defense hurt their case enough that they felt they needed to discredit these witnesses. What this defense attorney could have done with this witness, he could have destroyed the credibility of their main witness. And he didn't do it. I mean, he did it a little bit, right? He cast some doubt, but he could have destroyed her testimony.
I would say that I believe that this case at this point is ripe for an appeal.
Yeah, I mean it's the COVID issue and the defendant being outside of the courtroom while this material part of the trial is. I don't know why the judge thinks this is appropriate. I don't know why she thinks this is okay.
She should have covered up behind, because this right here I mean, you can send the jury home. I mean, this is freaking Thursday.
Right.
Go back.
Come back Monday. Everybody's straight. Everybody's straight. And we don't have any constitutional violations.
Right. That's it. Judge,
why roll the dice on a reversal?
What? Why?
I'm scared to talk. How you gonna argue with a lawyer? I'm going on mute.
No, go ahead,
I ain't got nothing to say. I'm just listening and soaking up game. Let's go.
No. I want your input. Come on, brother.
We're gonna have to get his input after lunch because I ate lunch.
Okay, you gotta go eat.
Yes,
right.
I appreciate everyone. The live is going to stay here. We're gonna resume after lunch. Again, I appreciate all those who have tuned in. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe, and make sure you support the platform, because tomorrow will likely be closing arguments and there will be a verdict. I don't know if it's going to be a verdict. There'll be closing arguments. I don't know if it's going to be a verdict, but they will be closing arguments. So this judge is trying to move this thing along, and we don't know if Mr. Bishop will decide to take the stand. Well, I don't know if he's going to take the stand. Well, the judge might want him to come back to court to take the stand. They may dress him out for that. But
is he testifying? Do we know that already?
We don't. He hasn't decided yet. He has not decided yet. So we're going to see. Ladies and gentlemen, please leave your comments. Be respectful. Don't do anything to get yourself banned from this channel, this platform. I appreciate you. I really do. Ike, India, in the lab.
In the lab.
In the lab.
Yeah, there you go.
In the lab.
Okay.
I thought you said she was so
What that
hood.
mean?
Right.
In the lab live.
Right. Yes. Yes. Hey, everyone, we're gonna go back to the live, and we'll see you guys after lunch.
All right.
All right. I'll try to join. I can't make no promises.
Hey.
I mean, no promises. I got stuff to do.
Thank you, Ike. Peace.
All right.
Oh, don't go nowhere because we're coming back after lunch. This live staying up. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. For what it's worth, just make sure that you come back after lunch. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Just got informed that there are some individuals on YouTube that are streaming my stream while I'm doing it. So what I may have to do is head to the courthouse. You guys gotta, like you're supposed to be looking out for me. Let me know they're streaming my stream. So I might have to head to the courthouse. I don't know. I'm trying to decide right now because this case is going to go on to about 7 o'clock tonight. And it only takes one person to ruin it for everyone else. It only takes one, or maybe two, or maybe three. Some people just don't want to say, "Hey, go to Hip Hop Inquirer, go to his page and watch it." They want to stream. They want to just take it. It's not fair. It's wrong. So, we utilize our resources to make things happen. And it's just weird. It's kind of weird. I can just sit in the well, I don't really want to sit in the courtroom, but I'll sit in my vehicle and I'll watch it and I'll give you guys a recap. That's what I should do. Guys, listen. I need an incentive at this point. This is ridiculous. They're literally streaming my stream. Let's see what they do when they can't stream it anymore. And this is why I hadn't streamed the other days, is because of individuals like this. Just call them out. Just let them know. Send me the link. Just let me know who it is, and I'll forward it to counsel, and then we'll just strike the page. That's all. We'll strike the page. I can't let everyone pay for the mistakes of for you. They don't they don't donate to the channel. They don't do anything. They just steal. They don't do no donation. I'm literally out in these streets. No donation, no nothing. They just want to just take. They want to put the work in. They were probably the same people who was cheating on exams, looking over a person's shoulder, stealing the answers. Call them out. Call them out. Call them out. It's only Nick at Night, and the locals, and myself. But you're doing a little too much right now. You're doing too much right now. It makes me think you guys don't enjoy what we do over here. Okay, see, someone's showing some love here. One person's showing love. This is interesting. Just one person is showing love. Maybe I'll just let them watch the link. Just that person. We can watch in the comfort of our homes. And see the first place. He's milking. I'm not milking anything. Tell me about an hour from now if I'm milking it when you don't see me. Ow! I'm gonna try this one time. I'm gonna hold off the stream. I'm gonna hold the stream for a second. I'm gonna hold the stream for a second. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna post the Cash App right now. It's simple. It's at Hip Hop Inquirer. That's the Cash App at Hip Hop Inquirer. It's simple. This is gonna go on for another 4 or 5 hours. Another 4 or 5 hours. I have other cases. I'm on the YSL case as well. I'm on the Trump case. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a hobby for me. I do this for real. I do this for real. And those who know, know. Those who don't, won't. I'm literally in these courtrooms. I literally have lawyers that fight for me to have access. This is like go ahead and keep paying your Netflix. Pay the Netflix. Don't support black media. No, just don't support black media. Yes, now I'm bringing race in it. I am an independent journalist. Thank you, Julie Washington. That's right. Oh, that's right. It is super chat. So you can hit the super chats. It's no problem. You don't have to hit the cash app. Just hit the super chat. And then say, I want to watch it. No, wait, no, they don't. No one want to share. I'm doing it now. How about that? I'm gonna pin it. How about that? It's right there. Hold on. Hold on a second. The ticker is right there. You see that little red ticker going across the page? It's right there, right in front of you. It's about okay. Hold. Here we go. Here we go.
Jail courtroom with Mr. Bishop. Y'all had a chance to review the proposed charge that the court prepared?
Yes, sir.
All right, any objections to the proposed charge from the state?
On page 2, stipulations does not appear.
There weren't any, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay, that'll come out, obviously. Okay.
Page 4, near the top, defense request 10, witness attack.
That had been, whoever prepared it, they tailored it already, but is it not tailored accurately?
Well, there's certainly been no evidence of cross-examination regarding.
I think I'm gonna hold off for a second. I see someone still trying to stream this. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second here. Hold on here. I tell you what, I'm gonna leave this up for a few minutes. I'm gonna see where the support is at. I'm gonna leave it up here real quick. Otherwise, I'm gonna go shoot a game of pool.
Pending charges with any of those witnesses, so that.
Oh, yeah, they will. All right, so that last sentence comes out, okay.
I'm not sure that the charge at all needs to be in there, but
Mr. Booker?
I believe there's been evidence.
You turn the mic on, please.
I'm sorry, Judge. I believe there's been evidence offered to attack her. I would ask that it remains. I do.
All right, I'll leave it in.
The last sentence should come out.
I'll take the last sentence out, but I'll leave it in otherwise as currently drafted. All right, any other, we'll go page by page and you can each tell me if there are any issues.
I'm fine with it, Judge.
Yeah, let's just do that. All right, so were there any issues between on the first couple pages, Mr. Becker?
No, Your Honor, not for the first, I think we're on page 4 and annotations of that.
Okay, 5, I'm gonna take out the highlighted sentence, this is use the following charge with caution. That comes out.
Just the note or the?
Just the note.
Right, okay, no issue from the state.
6,
I don't believe that knowledge is applicable. It deals with circumstances like conspiracy or
party to the crime.
Knowledge will come out.
That, you'll withdraw that, okay, so great, that's out. Page 7.
We would object to the XXX charge there, that's S15. That charge, when you look at the House v. State case and the Callaway v. State case, they both deal with essentially a father and a child, not two adults. In a rape case, I don't believe that charge would be appropriate for this case.
State's position is that it's a correct statement of law that is tailored to the facts because of the uniquely coercive environment that has been described through the evidence. We ask the court to give it.
And that's been the state's uniquely, that I don't think that's a proper charge.
All right, I'm not gonna give that, it's not a pattern charge, you can certainly argue it, however, but that'll come out. All right, page 8, obviously we'll take out S21.
Yes, we withdraw that.
Okay. 9. 10. No.
I think that's all.
That's all, okay. All right. 11.
So between 10 and 11, no issue with what's on the page. It's just because I didn't put them in my charge because it was an oversight. We don't have the 404B specific what charges related to.
We can add the.
I think the court has them because I know I've given them. If you don't, I can pull them up and email them to somebody. But I just think that needs to be included, even though it's going to sound repetitive. But so that the court knows for like the physical abuse that's only limited to motive.
Okay. Is it the pattern? Is it the pattern 404B? Do you know what number it is? What charge number?
No.
Is that the one that I gave the limiting instruction?
Yes, it's exactly the same.
1.34.00 and 1.34.10.
Yes, Your Honor, and the 1.3.
So I have it right here as redacted too. It's tailored. So we'll just add in the one that I've been giving multiple times, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it the same for 1, 2, and or 3 to 5? Isn't that a difference?
There's 2 404B.
I will be shouting out those people who have contributed to the channel, and you can thank those people for keeping me here.
So can we do both of them and say in counts? Well, I guess they were a little different.
They were very different, but I think, don't we have copies of those somewhere?
Yeah.
Do you have an I have the one that says counts 3 through 5, which is the revenge porn. Do you have the other one?
That was the one we doctored up there with all the writing on it.
Yeah, but I have 1,000 pages. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I've got it. But I got it, yeah. You come up here and take a look at these just to make sure we're all on the same page. Okay, so, and then Joe, you can have those in, please, thank you.
So I just banned someone from the platform. Not just because of this stream, but because they've been doing some really weird stuff. I just banned them. I'm not going to say his name. They're not. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Sorry, my cold. Sorry.
That's why I wanted y'all to look at this. That's the one?
That's this one.
All right.
So it's 1.3410.
Right, but this is already tailored.
Yeah, we already.
As is written.
Yes.
So it would be for both, same charge, just tailored differently.
Okay, but this one's already in here. No?
The 413 charges. The 404B charges. So that's 404B.
Okay, so this is just I'm gonna pause it right now because this is just them going over the jury instructions. We're gonna get back into it. They're going over the jury instructions, but right now I want everyone just to hit the flag button on Denot's page because apparently he's flagging. He's streaming the video. So if he's streaming the video, just go flag his page, uh, and I'll send this link to who I need to send it to. Just flag his page because he's in my chat talking trash. I just blocked him from the chat, not for this reason, but for some other issues that apparently was been brought to my attention. But if you see anyone streaming, flag their page and send me a DM and we'll deal with it. Thank you. I appreciate you. I really do. Just send me the links. Send the links to my DM. Uh, right now, it's going to be on pause until we start doing some house cleaning because they've made attempts to get the stream through the court process. The judge wouldn't grant their Rule 22s, uh, and I was hoping that this would be done in a professional fashion, but apparently, you know, dishonest people do dishonest things. I could simply be sitting in the courtroom right there with my COVID mask on, and it could just be that. So right now, this is just preliminary stuff. You're not really missing much right now. These are the jury instructions that will go back to the jurors that they're going over now, just trying to ascertain whether or not what is going to be allowed to go back to the what's going to be instructed to the jurors before they after they do their closing arguments. I'm in the Atlanta area. So the young man that has reached out to me to communicate, I don't mess with messy people, so if you're doing messy stuff, I'm not really gonna rock with you. I'm not rocking with you at all. So and you should have did your homework like Nika Knight did. She did her homework. She reached out months ago. You should have did your homework. It's not that hard. You just gotta do research. See, the problem is people like to be lazy. They like to cheat. They don't want to do it in the fashion in which you should do it in order for you to be able to, have access to certain things. So don't get mad at the player. Get mad at the game. He's saying I'm grifting, but he's stealing my content. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. Who's Sugar Love? Send me the link to her page, please. You can send me a DM at on Instagram or Twitter at Mr. Dennis Byron, and I'll send it to a counsel and let them just strike the page. Just send it to me. That's all. And I don't take strike. I had 9 channels taken down last year. 9 channels. I never told you the channels, but 9 channels I had taken down last year. Nine channels. 9 channels. Yeah, absolutely. I don't even mention the channels because they know they're not there anymore. Just send me the link. Just send me the link. Send me the link, ladies and gentlemen. We just lost the stream. We lost the stream. Dawn. We lost the stream. Wow. We lost the stream. Psych. Let me bring it back. Let me bring it back. Stand by. Bring it back. Okay. See, here's okay. Here's the problem for that individual. Because we're gonna go back and strike the page anyway. We're gonna go back. We're gonna show them the court order, and then we're gonna strike the page, and they're gonna lose their channel. They're gonna say, why are you doing that? Because the judge didn't approve you. That's why I'm doing that. That's why I'm doing that. That's why I'm doing that. You've been starting fights and picking on people, picking with people, and doing the weird stuff. You ain't got to do that. You ain't gonna do that. You know, no one's taking you serious right now. Just DM me or send me through Twitter or Instagram his link, and let me just forward to the attorney. That's all. We'll just do it that way. I'm standing on business. I'm watching what's happening right now. I can see in the background what's happening in the courtroom right now. I'm watching. I can tell you the lawyers are at the podium right now. Thanks for sending me the link. Let me play Houdini. Someone said, but Byron is still in the link. Well, if I'm still in the link, then show your link. Where's your link at right now? Show me your link. I got my link. Where's your link at? I'm still in link. Show okay. Put the court proceedings out right now. If I'm still in the link, come on. Let me see you do one of these. Let me see you do one of these. Let me see you do one of these. Ha ha. Oh my goodness. Where's your link at? Okay. There's nothing happening right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is a sidebar conversation. Uh, that's all. We just waiting here. We just gonna have a little fun here. Thanks for sending me the link. We're gonna look at the okay. Hmm. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Oh, listen, Akeisha El Shabazz is okay. She is an attorney, and she is a very good one, and she's my friend. She's my friend. And she be putting that. Listen, she put that paperwork on you in a minute. Like she about that business. Yeah, she's good. Attorney Akeisha El Shabazz is good. Thank you for sending me that. She's good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see who else we got. Okay, I appreciate TCH. Shout out to TCH. I'm shouting people out. Shout out to TCH. Okay, someone just sent me this live. Thank you. Okay. They're still doing sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. I'm watching the sidebar. I guess that person said I'm still in the link. They can't see what I see right now. I'm watching the sidebar. Okay, hold on. Okay. So Sugar Love, what are you doing, Sugar Love? Sugar Love. Sugar Love, what are you doing, Sugar Love? Sugar Love, what are you doing? Sugar Love, show me some love, Sugar. Show me. Show me some love, Sugar.
No, y'all going to different places. The only one left to be arrested is her. She was the catalyst of this whole thing.
Listen to Sugar Love. We're gonna have a little fun here.
They got them for perjury or even just talking to him.
Oh my goodness, this is hilarious. Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. What do we have going on here? Hold on. Nothing happening. Nothing happening. Okay. And someone send me Donat's link to his YouTube. DM that to me because I haven't received that yet. Send that to me, please. Now, this young man's reached out to me probably last year. I have not communicated with this individual. Let's see here. Akeisha El Shabazz is good to go. She's good money. Let's see here. I'm going to go through the list. I'm watching the court. Don't worry, you're not missing anything, ladies and gentlemen. You're not missing anything. You take my word, you're not missing anything. I'll show you. I'll show you, ladies and gentlemen. They still sidebar. So I'm still the link, but I have control over the link. What's going on? Let me say something. Neek at Night, and it's probably 1, 2, 3, 4 others that I know of that obviously has access. That has access right now. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to be in the courtroom for sentencing, and I'm going to be in the pause. If there's a conviction, I'm not saying for sentencing. If there's a conviction, I'll be in the courtroom. If not, I'll be outside getting his reaction when he walks free. Either way, I will be on the ground, and I will bring the live camera to get you a live reaction in the street. Listen. I'm not going to make people pay for the mistakes of a few, but I need for you guys to go ahead and help me out so we can keep the integrity of this stream going. Hold on. Okay, so we got his page. We have his page. Let me grab the link. This is not how you handle your business, Mr. Did Not Show. You don't handle business like that, sir. You don't handle your business like that, sir. Okay, I have his page up here. Okay. So this is the page here. That's the guy right there. That's the culprit. I'm snitching. So I listen. Listen, it's hilarious. He's sitting there waiting for me to. He's on his platform waiting for me to start streaming. Let me see. Let me block him on all platforms. Okay. Okay, so let's see what we'll do here. Okay. Yep, y'all can blame Donat for me ending the stream early. Blame him. I'm not going to do it right now, but you can blame him for not seeing full coverage, gavel to gavel, because of individuals like this. For individuals like this is why we can't do gavel to gavel coverage for individuals like this.
Oh my gosh, this is horrible. He's objecting rejecting the police statements that Natureboy gave.
Guys, let me go ahead and put a overlay on the stream, and then hold on a second. Weirdo. Let me see what I can do about a watermark real quick, guys. Hold on. Let's see what I'm gonna do here with the watermark here. Put the watermark here. Hold on. Let's see here. Oh.
And I think it's not as straightforward or commonsensical of a charge than some crimes that we prosecute, but false imprisonment, the elements of that crime, the judge will tell you, are in violation of the liberty of another person, confining or detaining that person, and without legal authority. So we'll again take those one by one.
All right, guys. I'm gonna let you guys. This is a closing arguments. This is closing arguments. State goes on first.
The defendant wouldn't allow Janae to leave. And I want to pause here again for a second. In charging and proving false imprisonment in this case on these facts, what you've heard the last 2 weeks, the state is not alleging in the abstract that she was never allowed to leave the house. That's not what we're saying. We're not saying that she wasn't allowed to leave. We're saying in that moment, once she went up to that bedroom, he physically took hold of her and would not allow her to leave, even though she said, "No, I have to leave," so many times she couldn't remember how many times. That's the moment of the false imprisonment. It's not this abstract idea that, well, she was so attached to the group, she wouldn't be allowed to leave. It was, no, we are charging in that moment, in the room, she was not allowed to leave. And false imprisonment, there's no time element to it. The judge isn't going to tell you if you find that she's held for 30 seconds or a minute or 5 minutes or 30 minutes or an hour. There's no minimum amount of time. Because the injury is the violation to their liberty. People are allowed to come and go where they want within the house they're living in. And he can't just hold her in the room because he wants that opportunity to convince her or bully her or badger her into getting what he wants. She had every right to leave. If she wanted to go upstairs and say goodbye and then walk right back down the stairs and leave, she can. But he didn't let her. Confines or detains that person. Again, he would not allow her to leave. That's the detaining. In this case, not allowing movement, not allowing her to exit that room. Remember the testimony that he closed the door. Kendra said they went into that room, the door closed. Janae said he closed the door, it was between me and the door. He was holding her. He would not allow her to leave. And without legal authority, so that applies more to like police officers. Obviously, they have legal authority to detain folks if there's probable cause that they committed a crime. Also, sometimes you get like the shoplifting situation where an employee of like Target sees someone taking something and they may have, under certain circumstances, legal authority to detain somebody. But there's nothing like that in this case. So if you believe the defendant, Legio Bishop, would not let Janae leave the room that night, find him guilty of count 2, false imprisonment. I'm going to call counts 3 through 5 the revenge porn statute. That's what it is. On the indictment, it's listed by its long name, prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions. It criminalizes the posting of revenge porn, so we'll call it revenge porn. it has a lot of elements. So follow on. Knowing the content of the transmission, so you know what you're posting, and we'll go through them again one by one. Without the consent of the depicted person, so the person shown in the video, electronically transmit causes the transmission or posting of a video depicting sexually explicit conduct of an adult. No kids involved in this case since they're having sex in the videos. The transmission is harassment, and it serves no legitimate purpose. Again, we'll take these one by one. Knowing the content of the transmission, again, there's no suggestion that anyone was unaware of what was in these. These were sex videos, and they were uploaded. Without the consent of the depicted person. All right, the moment that matters is the moment it's posted online. All three of the videos that were body camera videos showing the Twitter video, I'm sure that you all remember having to watch those. They were all three posted on March 27th. Janae was not in the group or in any sort of contact with Mr. Bishop on March 27th. She did not give her, she testified over and over again, she did not give her consent for those videos to be posted on March 27th. Even if she consented to it being filmed. Even if someone, take it outside of this case for a second, even if someone sends an intimate photograph of themselves to a loved one, to a boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, they end up, that relationship doesn't work out for whatever reason, but that person to whom that photograph was sent decides to post that photograph online. The question isn't, did the person who sent it consent back when they sent it originally, right? The question is, did that person, the supposed victim in that case, consent to ex-boyfriend uploading it to the internet? That's where the harm is. That's where the consent goes. It doesn't matter that she consented to that sex being filmed originally. What matters is she didn't consent to being harassed by it and having folks be like, hey, did you go back to the group because I saw that you and Luigi are back doing whatever. That's where the harassment comes in. Because now there's this confusion and there's just the humiliation and embarrassment that both Janae and Velvet had to describe of having that out there. I don't really even think there's much dispute here. There was not consent. There's really no hint of consent for these photo videos to be posted on March 27th, which is the date they were posted. Electronically causes a video to be posted or transmitted. It was uploaded and shared on Twitter, which is an electronic message board, technically a website. It's an electronic means of transmitting something to other people. And causes, we asked pretty much all of the former members, did anything get posted on Mr. Bishop's account without him having caused it? And the answer was unanimous. No, he was in charge of that. Maybe Loyal and some other folks had, access and helped him out with his social media stuff, but he was the driving force. Nothing got posted without it having been caused by him. The videos obviously depicted sexually explicit conduct of an adult. I think also the harassment isn't really an issue. Obviously, she was harassed, and there's really no other purpose for these videos to have been posted, especially of her just 3 days after she left. You heard Velvet's testimonies. Serves no legitimate purpose. This is an exception for if there's medical diagrams or teaching instruments, things of that nature that need to be shared for one reason or another, and there is some legitimate purpose for this images that otherwise may be sexual in nature. Yeah, this wasn't for science or medicine. All right, so on the counts 3 through 5, there's 3 different counts because there's 3 different videos. There are technically 4 posts, but 2 of them were the same videos, which are 3 different videos. They're separated in the indictment by their length. So 56 seconds, 28 seconds, and 1 minute and 8 seconds. That's what separates count 3 from count 4 from count 5. And there are 3 separate charges because there is a separate harm, there's a separate injury each time, there's a separate humiliation each time somebody posts a separate video. Do you believe the defendant caused the posting of these sex videos of Janae without her consent and with the purpose to harass her, then find him guilty, counts 3 through 5, the revenge porn. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all I have for the first part. Mr. Booker will address you now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, you sure can.
Okay, so there's his closing. Now the defense has opportunity closing, and then the prosecution comes back and do their, I guess, their rebuttal to the defense's closing.
Tell me when you're there. There you go. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're here to decide the case of the state of Georgia versus Elijah Bishop. Elijah Bishop, we started this case a few days ago, last week sometimes, and we're here finally at the conclusion of the case. And so just like across this courthouse, across this city, there are jurors sitting to decide issues, whether it's an issue regarding a fence line, or whether it's about probate, or whether it was a car accident. Your job in this case is to determine whether the state wins or whether Mr. Bishop wins. And it's an important, bless you, it's an important decision for you to make. That's why when you come in the courtroom, we stand up. Because despite the fact that Judge Hodrick is Superior Court judge, and these are 2 very fine, smart lawyers here, we stand up because you are the most powerful people in this courthouse. Your decision impacts people that are in this county and in this city. And so we're going to ask, as you go back to deliberate and you consider this case, that you use your power and wield your power appropriately. Now, last week, we were here, you guys were out there, you were in a big group of folks, and you heard the judge read an indictment. And in that indictment, the very first charge was the charge of rape. And so I do this for a living. I'm a defense attorney, okay? I sit over there with people and I look up at the people that are there to decide. And the question that happens in my mind is, what exactly are they thinking when they hear the word rape or murder or something significant like that? Because many times we've already made decisions about people. We've already made a decision. You're charged with it, good enough for me. And so there it goes. The case is gone. You're already starting from behind. And that's why when we asked if you felt like you could be fair and impartial in a case, you felt like you would be able to look at the evidence and not make it a decision just based on the fact that there was a camera in here and that he was charged with this charge. And so the state questioned you, I question you, and we believe that you guys were the best group out of the people that were here. You were the best, that you would be fair and impartial, that you would listen to all the evidence, that you wouldn't make a decision before all the evidence was closed. And so that's why you're here on the jury, because we didn't believe you were going to go on a witch hunt, that you were going to make a decision just because Mr. Bishop was charged with the charge of rape. And I put rape up there because obviously it's the most significant of the charges that we have here. Now, in a case, there's a couple types of evidence. There's direct and circumstantial evidence. The judge was going to give you some instructions on the law, but direct and circumstantial evidence, there's 2 types. There's direct evidence, means that you have proof of something tangible right in front of you. And then there's circumstantial evidence. She will explain the difference in both of the 2. Now, there's no legal difference in which of them you can have a conviction on direct evidence or on circumstantial evidence, but I would argue that this is a circumstantial evidence case. Now, the judge is also going to tell you, though, that for a circumstantial evidence case, the state must exclude every other reasonable theory other than the guilt of the defendant. That means that the state has a burden to not only prove the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but they must exclude every other reasonable theory of innocence. And I'm questioning for you is, has the state in this case proven or that every other reasonable theory of innocence is not true? They have not. They have not. Now, credibility of witnesses, I'm going to skip through because the state gets up. They're the government. They can get up and start. I jump in the middle, and then they get to come back and tell you how I'm wrong. And so I only have so much time, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on every single piece of it because the credibility of witnesses section, you're going to get from the judge, okay? But you can consider credibility of witnesses. And what I like to use for credibility of witnesses is I have two children, Hannah and Justice. They're my children. 16 and 10, they're most important. If you show up at my house and you say, well, you're going to be the caregiver of my children, okay? And you tell me one day that I did this is my background experience. And then the next day you say, you come in and you tell me something different, you're not keeping my kids because I can't trust what you say. Trusting what you say means you tell me something on Monday, when you come back on Tuesday, it's the same thing. And so I'm asking, when you look at the credibility that you have been given from that witness stand, it's not what I said, it's not what the state said, it's not what the judge said. The credibility comes from the witnesses. Have you been satisfied that Miss Newell, as she got up there, that you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that you can trust what she's saying? That's what you have to determine. Now, presumed innocent. Defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So simple, not a complicated thing. I'll use the same example I had when I was in law school. Professor comes in on the first day of school of the class, criminal law 101. I am scared to death. There's 150 other students in here. 149 of them are way smarter than I am, and they should be there, and I should. That's exactly what I'm sitting there thinking. And the professor goes up front, and I'm praying to God, please don't let him ask me anything. But he gets up there and he says, ladies and gentlemen, this is a presumption of innocence. He's wearing a jacket. And he simply just makes this really weird argument, but it's actually true. Person comes in, they're presumed innocent. This is the cloak of innocence. Until the state has removed this entire jacket all the way off the person, they remain innocent until the state has proven them guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Bishop is still wearing the jacket. The state has not removed the jacket. When you look at this case and you go in the back, Mr. Bishop is still wearing his jacket because the state has not met their burden. They are the government. They're the ones who had access to these phones. They're the one who had access to all hundreds of thousands of videos. When you look at the evidence in this case, when you consider the evidence in this case, this is what we have as far as evidence. We have a case that's a rape case where these people were online every single day for years. Don't you think that if people were online every single day for years, they're on social media, they're on YouTube, they're on Facebook, and there's not one picture, not one single picture of a woman with a physical injury, not one video of somebody being slapped, but they're telling it because they want you to believe it. They've given it to you. You are the deciders in this case. If they got it, why don't they show it to you? Because they don't have it. It doesn't exist. They want you, he gets up here and tells you, oh, it's not because he's in a cult. They're so interested because it's not because he's in a cult. He's in a cult. The entire case has been about anything other than March 24th, 2022. We've had 3 other girls come in here and tell us that he supposedly raped them because they don't want you to look at the case. They want you to look at other things. Look at other things because if you look at those other things and you don't like them, you're going to convict them. That's the whole objective. Now, he's presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the state's burden. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until every element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and the burden rests upon the state to prove every material allegation. And I'll go through the same way they did because I have to cover the argument and the law, but I'll go through the elements. But long story short, they have to prove the elements of rape. That's what they have to prove. They have to prove the elements of false imprisonment. They have to prove the elements of revenge porn. And we'll go through that. Now, before I was an attorney, this is my 14th year as an attorney. I was a school teacher for 7 years. I have a bachelor's and master's in education from the University of Florida. And so when I was a teacher, I loved it. It was great. But there would be afternoons at 2 o'clock when you got a bunch of 4th graders standing in front of you in Gwinnett County. You didn't know why you did it, but you loved it. They were very special children, nothing more unique and more powerful than kids in my mind. But one of the things I would ask the kids at the first beginning of school is, what's the most important ingredient in chocolate cake? I bet you don't know what the most important ingredient in chocolate cake is. It's chocolate. Can't have chocolate cake without chocolate. Unfortunately, kids will spend a lot of time bubbling around and say, cake mix, whatever. In this case, there is no important ingredient. The state must prove every single element of rape to you beyond a reasonable doubt. And again, the burden of proof is on the state. It never switches to us. It's not on Mr. Bishop. Okay? It's not on Mr. Booker. It's on the state. They brought this case. They charged it. Please don't lighten their burden. They must prove that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And the judge will tell you that after considering if your minds are wavering, unsettled, then that is a doubt of the law. Use your common sense in this case and acquit Mr. Bishop. Now, prior statements, the judge is also going to read you instruction about prior statements. If a person's given a prior statement and they give a different statement later, you can consider that for purposes of credibility of a witness. Now, jumping to the point, Janae Newell, she says she's at the house on March 24th or March 25th, 2022. That's what she told you. That's uncontroverted. She says that she meets with the DeKalb officer, Hugh, I believe. I keep forgetting how to pronounce his name. And she also does an interview with the T. You've heard a lot about the T. I'm sure the T is going to be super popular after this. They're actually here in the courtroom today. She meets with the detectives, and she's interviewed in Fayetteville. They go out there. She gets pregnant months later by
Shameless plug for the T.
Townsend. And then she's interviewed by the DA's office here in this year, in February. And then she gives you testimony in court. And so I want to run through those real quick. So the first one is the first prior recorded statement of Janae Newell with this officer. She called police and she told police that this was revenge porn. This again goes back to credibility. It goes back to credibility. The first thing she told them was, hey, there was revenge porn that happened to me. This was on March 30th, 2022. She never said anything about it. Okay? Never said that. And in that interview that was recorded on body camera by the investigator, by the police officer, the state has not played that one single time. What is in that interview that you don't need to see? Why is that not played? Again, it's not Mr. Booker's burden to play any of the investigators for you.
This is a Hip Hop Inquirer exclusive.
When they get up here to close, when Ms. Thomas gets up, ask her why. Why hasn't the state played that evidence for you? The 20 minutes, because he was up here, the witness was up here, they could have put it in for him. Why didn't they play it? Again, it's sometimes evidence and sometimes it's lack of evidence. But the first statement that she gave was that she'd been a victim of revenge porn. She described Mr. Bishop as her boyfriend, and she was interviewed on body cam. Doesn't describe rape, doesn't describe fighting, doesn't describe false imprisonment, none of those things she described. Second time is the T interview. She goes on YouTube. There's a 6-hour-long interview on YouTube. 6 hours.
There will be a clean video after this case is over.
We go to visit my mom sometimes. She lives in Jacksonville. It takes us 5.5 hours to get there. We don't drive in extra car, which takes way too long. But we get there. My wife may say something to me between here and Valdosta, or Macon rather. She may say something else a little further on. We've been married for 24 years. Nobody talked for 6 hours about anything. But they talk for 6 hours about Mr. Bishop. None of that's played though. And when I'm trying to introduce it in evidence, obviously they don't want you guys to hear it. But she indicated in court that she was being truthful in this interview, is what she said. Now, what she also told you was, well, I was still under the influence. In 2022, I was trying to protect him, is what I was doing. You can't be one or the other, okay? Or you have to take one or the other. But think about this. If she was trying to protect him in 2022, and then she was still under the influence of the cult, why is it in 2024, when the DA's office interviews her and she's preparing for this trial, why in the world does she say to them that he said to me, can we do it one last time? And what her response was, okay. That's what she told them. Ask them why they haven't told you that. Because would she still be under the influence in 2024? I wouldn't think so. Because she wasn't under influence then, she was being truthful. She describes in detail what happened on March 24th. She doesn't describe her rape. She doesn't describe being fearful of being falsely in prison or any of those things. Again, this is still the interview. These are some of the statements she made. Baba G, how you pronounce that, which was Elagio, would have never treated me this way. You bitches are jealous. Excuse my language, mom. But that's what she said. Uncontroverted. She looked Elijah in the eyes, and me being dumb, I got manipulated back in. I couldn't resist him in that moment. Not that he beat me or I was scared that some woman was going to do something to me. That wasn't said. Never was said. I was really vulnerable, and he knew exactly what to say to make me stay, and we made love in that moment. Those are her words. It's uncontroverted. That's what she said. But maybe she was under the influence. That's what the state wants you to believe, that she was under the influence of Mr. Bishop. He was so powerful. I wanted dick in that moment. That is so crass to say, but I'm sorry. I wanted dick in that moment, but I was stupid, and what I really needed was uncontroverted. That's what she said. If she didn't say it, the state would have put it in and said, hey, do you remember Mr. Booker asked you this? Did you really
This is a
say
Hip Hop Inquirer
it? Why?
exclusive.
They haven't shown you that. And is that how somebody describes when they're being raped? No, it's not. More on the TV interview. I didn't want to resist him. Letting him manipulate me, I'm a sucker for fucking love. I felt like he was faking it to just keep me. Why in the world would he be faking it? You're faking being with somebody, yet you're raping that person? That doesn't make any sense. Then she gives an interview with the detectives. They played Mr. Bishop's interview for you, but why didn't they play Ms. Newell's video for you? Why didn't they play that for you? What did she say to the detectives? The same detectives that was up here. She interviewed with them too. That's because she describes making love throughout the interview. She never uses the word rape. It's not until 20-something minutes into the interview that he asked her, well, maybe, would you really want to do it? It's not a discussion about rape. The detective introduces that idea to her mind. But the detective who was even there wasn't even called as a witness. They had two detectives there, a male and a female, but they put the female up. And you can tell how prepared she was. She didn't even know what she'd done as far as an investigation. Did you see when you ask her a simple question? Well, did you get this text message from such and such? Wouldn't you expect that people who are police officers, when they're making life-altering decisions for people in this case, in this state that we live in this county, they are responsible for it. They're making life-altering decisions, life-altering investigations that they can't even remember when you pick up the text message here. These emails here that she had, that she's emailing with the T, that she wouldn't know that the messages came from the T. Oh, I got it from Kelly Johnson's phone. Oh, no, I got it from the Terry's phone. No, you didn't. And you're up here under oath. Wouldn't you be more prepared to know what you did and what you didn't? I mean, it's a life-altering decision for Mr. Bishop. And despite whether you like Mr. Bishop or not, okay, because I've seen there's apparently people that don't. And I really don't care if you like him or not. I don't have to like him. None of us have to like him. It doesn't matter. This is about the law and whether or not the state has proven him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a character assassination ultimately, but that's not what you're here to decide. Trial preparation, meeting with the DA's office this year. Now, this one, surely she's going to use the word rape. She has to. I mean, of course, she's not going to come in here and not use the word rape. She's not going to say that, avoid it here, because then she's going to be in front of the whole world. She's in front of you guys. She's caused all that to happen. She's not going to say something different here. But in trial preparation, one last time and okay. Really? One last time? Okay. I don't think so. That's not rape. And nothing with them about force. Hey, I said okay because I knew he was going to beat the crap out of me if I didn't have sex. I had seen him beat up a bunch of women because they didn't have sex with him. That's not what she said. That's not the evidence in the case. That's what the state wants you to think, but they produce zero evidence of it. Please be from Missouri. Be from the show me state. Make them show you evidence. Don't just go back there and be okie doke because they told you, or because you don't like Mr. Bishop, or because the camera's here. Make them show you evidence. So, what actually happened? There was a disagreement in the group between the girls. You heard that. She described that she went upstairs at least twice. You don't really even get to compare her statements, all because you don't have her statements in evidence. You don't really know what she previously said other than what I got to ask her because we couldn't play it for you. And they didn't want to play it for you. But consider all that. This is what she ultimately said. She went upstairs at least twice. When she went upstairs the first time, Malia, who's the queen, told her to go downstairs. Because that's really what this case is really about anyway. And she admitted, hey, I want to be the queen. I want to be the queen. Too many women. My mom used to tell me that my middle name is Lamar. Lamar, you have one girlfriend. My dad would say the same thing. One girlfriend. It is hard enough to keep one woman, and I mean this in the nicest way, satisfied. I've been married to my wife. My wife's from Jamaica. Been married to her for 24 years. She is a wonderful woman. But I can tell you, I couldn't have even another half. I have 2 other people in the house that are women too. A 10-year-old and a 6-year-old. It's hard enough for me when it's enough estrogen in the house for me that sometimes I need to go sit on the back. Because it's just all too much. It's too much drama. I go here, oh, here comes somebody. I go there. It's so much drama. This dude has all these women around that he's having sex with. There's going to be some problems. But she admitted on the stand that she wanted to be the queen because she can show them how it's done. She can do it better than Malia. There was a pageant. The lady told her this day there was some sort of pageant. And that Ms. Newell said, Elijah said that she could be queen. So this further upset her. And she ultimately goes outside. She wants to be the queen. They say, hey, Baba G, God, whatever the world they call them, hey, he wants you to come back inside. And she does. Isn't that what you do, that you go outside when you're trying to get away from somebody? You know, in the movies, when you go this weekend, you can talk about the case, and this case is finally over. Okay? And you're watching a scary movie. Okay? Some scary movie you're watching on.
Assuming the case is over by the weekend.
Goes to the door. She's running through the woods. The bad dude, is running behind her. Do you think she's gonna stop? Because she's seen this before. He's coming with a chainsaw. He's got a mask on, or whatever it may be. He's scary. Okay? Is she gonna stop and call an Uber? Hey Uber, can you please come pick me up? Because I'm scared to death this dude is gonna get me. It's not like I can just walk out and leave if I'm so scared. It's not like I can leave. Because would you wait for an Uber if you were afraid of somebody? I wouldn't. And what I wouldn't do, I wouldn't wait for an Uber, but what I also wouldn't do is get all the way outside to the Uber and say, oh, I'm gonna go back inside. And go all the way back upstairs. I wouldn't do that because I'd be too scared. Because I've seen a whole history of violence. That's what they told you. It's been a whole history of violence. So, but no, I'm outside. I got my bag packed. I can get the heck away from this dude. But oh yeah, let me go back inside and say goodbye. It's fine. I'm gonna just go back inside and say goodbye because it's all good. Just use your common sense, ladies and gentlemen. She wants to be with him. It's evidence, which is also uncontroverted. The state is putting in nothing to show that this phone call right here, that there's no prior phone calls to, State's Exhibit 2, that you heard from Miss Eva Wilson, that she called Elijah O. Bishop after March 24th, 2022. Said, hey, Mr. Bishop, she wants to be with you again. She wants you to get in contact with her. This is uncontroverted. If it wasn't his phone number, don't you think these really good and really smart lawyers would have told you, hey, that's not Mr. Bishop's phone number? But they didn't tell you that. That's because this lady contacted her. She has no reason to come in here and lie. She is here on Zoom because she came here the other day and we couldn't finish. But she has no reason to lie. She don't know Bishop. She don't know this lady that well. She knows her because she came and stayed in her house. But if she had a bone to pick with her, why would she allow her to stay in her house, read tarot cards or whatever that stuff is to her, and then come in here and lie against her?
Is Booker cooking?
The state hasn't proven she has a motive. The state hasn't proven that she's lied. That's uncontroverted that lady called Bishop on behalf of Miss Newell. If somebody raped you, why in the world would you be calling? Why would you call and say, hey, I want to be with you again?
Where did all this fire come from?
The detectives already said these text messages came from a certain location that we know is not true. Not going to spend a lot of time on that. Text messages came from the T. Okay, you heard that the T doesn't particularly like Mr. Bishop. How did the T even get the text messages? Why would they have the text messages? I don't know. It wasn't until I was sitting at home one day and I decided, let me look at these text messages again. And I looked at the very top and I remember the young lady saying, that it was a long time between messages. But these say 11:51, 11:51, 11:51, 11:52, 11:53. That's not a long time. That's like 2 minutes.
For the true supporters, I am leaving this up like this. For the true supporters, y'all know what it's about.
Somebody must have taken pictures of the text messages and they sent it to the T. And then I started looking and I said, that seems odd. Why would the T have text messages? And here's an email chain between the detective that testified and the T. Hey, by the way, here's some text messages from the T for Mr. Bishop. You can get him. It proves your case. oh, by the way, here's some videos from the T. It proves your case. Please consider all that.
So the YouTuber
Why
is
didn't Kelly
the
Johnson
state's
just tell us
witness
the truth that she
or evidence,
gave in
or
text messages?
I don't know.
I mean, is that credibility? Is that an issue? What else was in their phone? I mean, was there more messages in the phone? We'll never know. The state never showed it. We don't have that. The detective interviewed Janae again. Did they really go out? Two detectives go all the way out to Fayetteville because they believed that this was just revenge porn? Because that's all she had reported at this point was revenge porn. She hadn't said anything about rape. The two detectives leave here in DeKalb County, go out to Fayetteville. They were there for what they believed was more. They were after Elijah O. Bishop. And so at that point, he suggested her that, hey, maybe he raped you. But you'll never get to hear that because we can't play that for you. Now, they did a search warrant at the residence. They searched 11 devices. What did those 11 devices show? You know from me asking the detective that there were hundreds of thousands of photos and videos. You know that the subpoena power of the court, that these lawyers right here, who are very, very good lawyers, who work for an extremely good district attorney's office. This is one of the best prosecuting offices.
Hey, stop kissing up now. Just do your job.
That they know how to get videos from YouTube, videos from Instagram, evidence off these phones. If there was a single video that existed, they would have got it and showed it to you. Where is it at? Ask her when she gets up, because she's about to get up in a minute, and she's going to say, Mr. Booker, he told you a lot of wrong things. I'm going to correct it. And I respect it. She's a very good lawyer. I've known her for a long time. She's going to do her job.
Stop the co-signing.
Not wrong, because they don't have it over there in that pile of evidence.
This is war.
Why is it not for you to consider? We don't know what the devices show. They did a search warrant for physical evidence in the house, and the detective said that she told the crime scene folks what to check for and what not. And then Ms. Thomas got up and said, well, you know, you'd expect his DNA to be on the bed. Okay, great. You did, but I mean, if there was a rape took place or there was some physical evidence, why didn't they even check it? We got the GBI crime lab to determine if something like that happened. They didn't do that. Mr. Bishop's interview, he invited the police to go through his phone. He gave them the code to his phone. He described why she would be upset. You don't have any evidence that contradicts what he said. The phone that they had, they didn't even look at it. He gave them the passcode to all 11 devices. I thought if there was something bad in there, where do you have it? I generally am not giving people the ability to check my phone. Now that I have something bad on, I don't want people looking through everything I got.
We need to see Mr. Booker's phone.
There were 10 people in the house. Why didn't they search and interview those people? You've heard from some of them today. And they tried to contradict, oh, this is the first time you've ever told anybody about this. You know, look at you, young lady. You've never
This is a
told
Hip Hop
anybody about
Inquirer
this.
exclusive.
But the fact is, nobody's ever asked. They've never called him and said, hey, by the way, what was your position on this? The police have never interviewed him. So Ms. Wade, Ms. Buckner were neither weren't interviewed. Who was in fact interviewed? Because they said they interviewed 4 people. Who was the 4 people that interviewed? Where's that evidence at? The detective said we interviewed 2 guys and 2 girls. Where's that at? Who was it? We don't know. What did they learn from it? I don't know. I mentioned you should be from Missouri. I know we're all Georgians. I was originally born in Mississippi. I lived in Florida for a few years. Never got the pleasure of living in Missouri, but I love when I see that plate, the show me state. There's a bunch of stories of what that really means. I won't waste your time on what that show me state means. But for me, I need you to not be from Georgia today. I need you to be from, unless you like football team, but Missouri's football team.
Enough with the jokes, man. Come on, stay on track, sir.
Be from the show me state. Make them show you the evidence. Make them prove it. They haven't proved it to you, though. Make them prove the evidence. Now, we have the allegations of revenge porn. I'm almost done. There were 3 porn videos shown.
Take a breather, sir. Take a breather.
Posted? And were they posted and taken down? If you recall, Ms. Newell said that she consented to them being posted at a given time. These videos were posted, reposted, taken down. I don't know, but have they shown it to you? I'm not the smartest person in the world, but typically, if I had porn from my wife, which we don't, but if I did on my phone and I
Sir, you're
posted it
telling
to
on
social
yourself.
media, wouldn't it be on my phone? Wouldn't it be among those 11 devices that they said, oops, Mr. Bishop, we got you. Here it is on your phone that you just gave us a passcode to. It shows that you posted it to Twitter on this given day. That you in fact did, because it was your device, you had it. They didn't do that. Or did they get a search warrant from Twitter to say, hey, Twitter, what MAC address, what IP address, what location? Because this really good lawyer here, he talked about something called venue. Venue means that it happened within the county of DeKalb. So let's assume you do believe that Mr. Bishop posted revenge porn. Well, what evidence do you have that he was within the county of DeKalb when he did it? How do you know, if he did it, that he wasn't just making a loop around 285, going to see all these girls or to do all this fake ideology that he's got? Because what people say he's a fake. And
Wow.
he posted it in Cobb County. Well, we don't have evidence of where it was posted at. How about it could have been there in Gwinnett County? We still don't have evidence because venue is the area where it actually happened. What evidence do you have? And I'm not advising you guys to go back in there and watch the videos because I did my best to bounce to not look at those disgusting videos. But I can tell you that when you look at the videos, if you have to look at them in the back, take a look and see if they've proven to you where they were posted at. What county? Because Twitter would have been able to tell you. And
Please don't look at those
videos.
videos. I saw those videos. Please don't look at them.
Now, allegations of physical violence. I'm going to run through this as quickly as I can. But logically, if there was evidence of physical violence, they would have shown it to you. They told you that she was beat up. They told you, she told you, she was body slammed. I mean, could you imagine being in a park with 15 people around you and you're being body slammed and kicked and punched that nobody ever noticed it? That these people, they were live on social media every single day, and the state did not go and get that evidence and say, see, here's the girl with the black eye. Here's the girl with the busted lip. Here's the girl with the busted nose. That all those videos that were posted, they would have done it. They didn't do that because it doesn't exist. And then the crime scene, obviously, there were no physical findings at the crime scene. They just want you to assume she said he raped me. He says he doesn't. You go with her because we have an expert that came in, Rick Ross, who tells you, well, he's in a cult and all those things. Because I wonder, you know, he said that there's a line of people there.
This is a Hip Hop Inquirer exclusive.
Because he's a cult leader, okay? He's a cult leader, and that's what it is. But we were worried about this. Well, if that was the case, why y'all call Rick Ross to the stand? What was the purpose of calling him? I mean, to me, he came to talk about cults. So if it really wasn't about that, then why'd y'all call him as a witness? I think you should ask her that when she gets up here. Why would you call Rick Ross as a witness if it's just about what happened on that day? Because it's not about just what happened on the day. The state wants you to look at everything else other than March 24th, 2022. When I got up here and opened the statements, I asked you to look at that date and focus on that date. It has been so hard to sit over there and listen to everything other than March 24th, 2022. But that's all you have to decide. That's all you have to consider in this case.
And I thought I was long-winded.
All right, physical evidence, there's no blood, there's no semen, there's no used condoms, no sheets, bedspreads, video evidence of physical abuse, photo evidence of it, phone messaging, threatening violence, hundreds of thousands of videos. Again, that stuff just doesn't exist. State wants you to look at other things. They want you to look at Breonna Jacobs. Breonna Jacobs said, hey, you know, he sodomized me, there was blood. But did you notice that Velvet Marquez did not tell the same story, and no other women have said anything about that at all? State doesn't want you to look at March 24, 2022. Kendra Carter, what supported her testimony? Velvet Marquez. It's so crazy they come in and say, we couldn't even use the bathroom. And we've studied this guy for all this time. Well, we couldn't use the bathroom. I mean, that's not really the right thing to say because you could use the bathroom. You the one chose to go to Costa Rica or Puerto Rico or whatever and go use the bathroom outside. That's your choice. And then you come here because you just want to throw them under the bus. Oh, we can't use the bathroom outside. Oh, we couldn't even leave. You couldn't leave, but your dad comes down there and visits you 3 times in 1 year, and you left frequently. Don't look at March 24th. Portia Wade was one of the 2 young ladies here. She's known him for 6 years. She's never seen any physical violence perpetrated by him. She said that the crazy behavior online was for the wow factor. She was in the room when Bishop and Newell came in. Newell came in first, so that he wasn't pulling her in. They asked to be alone, and she spoke to Newell afterwards in the bathroom. Kayla Butler was the other young lady here. That's the one that you saw a picture of her and her mother here. She also has known the defendant for 6 years. Obviously, she had pictures with her mom, so her mom was around. She's never seen physical violence perpetrated. She was even friends with Miss Newell. Tell me what you can find in her testimony that was not believable. She described the specifics of Bishop and Newell being affectionate at the top of the stairs. She fell in his arms. She cried. Miss Newell describes the same thing in her interview, that she cried in his arms. And that she got the impression that Newell just wanted some attention, and she got that. Because she's like, ooh, girl, when she saw her afterwards. I can't do it quite as good as she did, but that's what she said. And she told Newell that Bishop would never treat me like this when they were fighting over a cell phone charger. So Rick Ross was the expert. He's the guy who got up here. And I'm not trying to minimize a high school diploma, because I told you I was born in Mississippi. I come from a father who was in the United States Army. My dad, he never had his high school diploma. He got his GED in the Army. But he came from a family of people that was something maybe you guys have never heard called sharecroppers. My grandfather was a sharecropper. And so my dad didn't have an opportunity to go all the way through high school because he had to go work for his family. They had to pick cotton. That's what was something they did in Mississippi, and raise crops. So to minimize Mr. Ross as an expert because he has a high school diploma and no further education, I'm not saying that he's not intelligent, because my dad is the most intelligent person that I've known, and he had no high school diploma. He got a GED. But Mr. Rick Ross is here to be an expert for you. And I know many of you guys are extremely bright, having high degrees and very extensive jobs. Think about what power he had as an expert, what he actually told you that was of relevance. Because if they didn't make it about a cult, why was he even up there? Wheel of power, domestic violence. Again, this case is not about domestic violence. And that she was forced to have sex because she was afraid of physical abuse. Again, there's been no evidence of physical abuse. Witness in peace, the judge will explain what that means. But Janae Newell has given multiple statements. That's called witness impeached. And ask the state to play those statements for you. See what she recalls. All right. What's most valuable to you? Your family, your home, your health, money. When you consider this case, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Elijah Bishop is guilty in this case. Well, for this case, what's most important to me is Elijah Bishop. He is the most important thing to me because he is my responsibility in this case. My job is to zealously defend him. You think of the judge with two arms. The defendant's job is to zealously defend. That's my job. I'm an officer of the court. So Judge Hybrid is a wonderful and brilliant judge. I'm a right arm or a left arm, whichever one she wants me to be. And these two lawyers, they're the other side. Their job is to seek justice. My job is to zealously defend. So if I've said something during the trial that you don't like, I apologize. I'm doing my job. That's my obligation to my client. Okay? So don't hold it against my client if I argued too vehemently with a witness or you didn't like something I said. Please consider the case based on the evidence, not how you feel about me or whomever. But in this case, would you tie your health, your money, your family, your children, whatever it is most important to you, will you tie it to the evidence in this case? I would. Mr. Bishop is your most valuable asset in this case. What you're not to decide this case on is sympathy for Janae Newell, sympathy for Elijah Bishop. It has nothing to do with sympathy and not anything about Elijah Bishop and his teachings. Okay? Not about Elijah Bishop's teachings. The state will tell you that. It's not about that. Even though that seems so intertwined in this case, we can't get away from it. This is what you are to consider it on, and just to look at a couple of them. Conflicts in the testimonial evidence, missing or questionable evidence. Use your common sense and reasoning. Medical reports we don't have. There's no science in this case. Use the testimonial evidence that you have. Things upon it, I'm almost done. If the defendant was such a physical threat, what evidence of there does that exist? And if there were allegations by Janae Newell of him being physically violent, there would have been some evidence before now. Wade testified that she posted a video with her and the others in for sex education. That's for you to consider. Did she testify that Bishop had her to do this? No, she didn't. And if the state had video of Mr. Bishop somehow making these witnesses testify in some way as they try to solicit from them, they would have played there for you. They don't have that. March 24th, 2022 is really what this case is about.
That's a good point. Where
And I
the
know I
jail
say I'm
phone
almost done
records.
a lot. I really am almost done. This text message, I think, is a really telling text message. This is the one that says, if, you know, why ask them for a ride? They're not going to take me. We know there were 2 cars there, but who is they? When I asked her who was they, she said, I need to go use the bathroom. Why does she need to go use the bathroom? Maybe she needed to come up with an answer for what that they pronoun meant for her. I don't know. But I couldn't imagine that I'm in a house where I've been a victim of physical abuse, violent abuse for so long. And the person that can get me out of here, and I asked the people who are the same folks I'm so afraid of, can you please go drop me off? That doesn't make any sense. Look at the text messages. Now, in Walmart, I worked in Walmart for a while, really cool place, Home Depot too. There's a big customer service place at the front. And if you go to Walmart and you buy a hammer you don't like, you buy
Shout out to Walmart.
shoes you don't like, you buy some bacon you don't like, you can always take it back. Okay? Because there's somebody there that'll take back things that you don't want. Okay? We don't have anybody to correct if you make a mistake in this case. That's why I'm asking you, when you deliberate, that you deliberate in a way that you consider each other's position, but you deliberate in this case seriously. Because every night, tomorrow night, Friday night, Dateline comes on, 2020 comes on Sunday. There's always a person who's been there. That this criminal case that they had, they've been in jail for 20 years, and all of a sudden they realize, maybe that person lied, or maybe there's some DNA that exists, or maybe something else. Okay? There's nobody that's going to come back and fix this if you are wrong. This is not Walmart. That's why you guys have the most important role in the courtroom. More important than Judge Hodger, more important than anyone else. Please do not let the fact that there's a camera here, that there's some outside interest in this case, influence what you do. Because in this world, it is so easy, so often, that we go and do what everybody else says to do. We don't stand up as an individual and say, hey, I don't agree with you. Everybody else, because if everybody else says Mr. Bishop is a cult, if everybody else says he's a wacko, he must be crazy. So as a result, we must find him guilty. Society wants us to find him guilty. We're just going to do their job for them. Please don't do that. He's already explained what rape means. That's what the judge is going to explain. Carnal knowledge, female forcefully against her will. Against her will means without her consent. 2022 to 2024, she's given the exact same description every single time, that they made love. There's 2 ends of a continuum. There is love making at one end of the continuum, and way down on the other end of the world. And the Bible says, it says, as far as the east is from the west, that our sins are forgiven, is what the Bible says. And I would say that this is extremely far. The east is from the west. I can't imagine how far that is. But love making to rape, they're not on the same line. But she described love making from 2022 to 2024. It's not until she came here in court that she said that he raped her. He did not rape her. He's not guilty of that. He did not falsely imprison her. I'm asking you to find him not guilty of that. He did not post revenge porn. I'm asking you to find him not guilty of that. I'm asking that his beliefs not be on trial. I believe in a holy God. Mr. Bishop is not God. God created the heaven and the earth that we're here right now. He ain't got nothing. Mr. Bishop has nothing to do with that. Now, their beliefs that we're all God, that's on belief. That's not what's on trial. What's on trial is whether on March 24, 2022, whether he raped this lady or not. And I'm asking you, as you go in the back and as you consider each other, that you consider that. Now, you guys are probably, you're very bright people. I know you're tired of listening to them. I'm going to sit down. Mr. Bishop's not over there. Why is he not over there? Well, 2 days ago, we came here and the court had tested positive for COVID. Mr. Bishop was concerned about his well-being and about getting COVID. And so he elected to not be present here in court because he was concerned about getting COVID. We are all segments, different sections of the population. You guys are sitting here with this plexiglass between you. I don't know if that stops you from getting COVID. I just know a few years ago, millions of people were dying as a result, and he is not here as a result of that. So I'm asking you not to hold that against him. I'm asking you to decide this case based on the evidence that you have before you in this case. He said that she was bullied into sex, yet there's no evidence of that. That he was in a scenario where he intimidated her. She has never said a single word about being bullied into sex, about being intimidated into sex. There's been no witnesses that came forward and said that. Please, as you consider the evidence, please balance all those things. I say this and I'm going to go sit down. As an attorney, it's extraordinarily difficult to get up and argue in front of people, especially me. I'm an introvert. If it wasn't for the fact of me being here in this courtroom, you would never see me, because I'm the kind of person who goes into a room who doesn't want to. But I have to get up here and argue a case in front of people that I have no idea what you're thinking. I have no idea what you're feeling. But I owe an obligation to Elijah Bishop. I owe an obligation to the court to get up and argue a case. And it makes it really challenging to go sit down, because I know once I sit down, I never get to say anything else to you. But I want to tell you on behalf of Mr. Bishop, on behalf of myself, I appreciate every bit of opportunity it is to practice in front of you here. I enjoy what I do as a practitioner, but I appreciate the opportunity that I've had to practice in front of you guys. I appreciate the consideration in the case. And I ask that when you go in the back and that you consider this case, that you return a verdict of not guilty on behalf of each and every count. Be from Missouri. Be from the Southern State. I'm not a woman. I don't know how it feels to be in a position where you would be raped. I could never understand that. But what I do understand here is that you are given a responsibility and a role here in DeKalb County. And your role is to stand here as a citizen of DeKalb County and determine whether or not the state has proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Is there a reasonable doubt today in your mind that Mr. Elijah Bishop is not guilty of rape?
Thank you, sir. Take your seat, please.
That beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's when you go in the back and you decide who's going to be the foreperson, for a woman, for a man, whatever it may be. That you, whatever your position is, that you stick to that position and that you argue it vehemently, and that you don't give up on that position. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for your time. The state's about to come tell you how I'm wrong and all that stuff like that. But I appreciate the consideration and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good.
Mr. Coveney, do you need to be connected back to the computer? I'm sorry, Ms. Thomas. My apologies.
Put a 2 in the chat if you think that he did a great job. Put a 1 in the chat if you think he failed his client. Put 2 in the chat if you think Mr. Booker did a good job. Put a 1 in the chat if you think he did not.
It's not about winning. It's not about the state winning. It's not about Mr. Bishop winning. This case is about doing what is right. This case is about getting justice for Miss Newell. Now, Mr. Booker proposed a number of questions to you all. Ask Ms. Thomas this, ask Ms. Thomas that. Why didn't we play the body cam? Mr. Booker knows the rules of evidence. They say if a witness gives an inconsistent statement, you can play the prior statement. You know why that prior statement wasn't played? Because it wasn't inconsistent. She testified, yes, I said lovemaking. Yes, I said I wanted the deed. Yes, I said that. So that is the answer to your question. Mr. Booker is very skilled. He knows the rules of evidence. He knows what evidence is allowed. If that evidence was inconsistent or contradicted something Ms. Newell said, you would have heard it. It did not. So he started talking about reasonable doubt, or he left off talking about reasonable doubt. The judge will instruct you that reasonable doubt is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. That's your job. You're truth seekers. You decide what happened March 24th, 2022. If you have a doubt, it must be based on common sense and reason. It's not a vague doubt. It's not an arbitrary doubt. It's also a doubt as to the elements of the offenses. So Mr. Coveney already went over the elements of rape, false imprisonment, the revenge porn. So if you have a doubt in your mind, it's got to be based on an element. It's got to be related to an element. So it's not a doubt as to, well, when did Brianna join the cult? That really doesn't matter. It's a doubt as to the element. So keep that in mind when you're thinking if you have reasonable doubt or not. So I like to give examples. I know reasonable doubt can be a difficult concept to grasp. So let's say my job was much more pleasant than it is, and I have to convince you that this image on the screen is a dollar bill. Now, there are pieces missing. In this case, there's no video of rape. Obviously, rapists don't record themselves sexually assaulting someone. There are pieces missing. I recognize that. No case is perfect. But if you look at this picture, you look at it based on your common sense, life experiences, you know that's a dollar bill. Just like in our case, you take a step back, you look at the picture as a whole, and context matters. That's why we presented, I think, 11 witnesses. Context matters. You look at the picture as a whole, you know what happened March 24th, 2022. So it seems like ages ago now that we picked you all, I believe it was last Wednesday, the 21st. And many of you had life experiences, or you knew someone who suffered a traumatic sexual assault. And all of you said, even though I carry that life experience with me, I can still be impartial. We went through hours of questioning you all. And every single one of you said, yes, I can be impartial. And if you sit here now and you feel like, and you believe Mr. Bishop is guilty, you have to ask yourself, what got you there? What got you from completely impartial last week to guilty this week? It's the evidence, witness testimony, pictures, audio recordings, the defendant's videos. Evidence is what got you there. Like Mr. Coveney said, the testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. So while we don't have to prove corroboration, we do because it's helpful. But if Janae was the only person we called and she testified that this sexual assault, that this rape happened, and you believed her, you're authorized to convict. So the defense, there's a number of them. She's lying, she's inconsistent. As I mentioned, if there was something inconsistent in that interview with the T or her interview with the detective, you would have heard it. Videos, photos, audio recordings. Y'all think we've been here long now. Imagine if we played every single video this man has ever recorded. As Mr. Booker said, the state has the burden of proof in this case. It's our responsibility. Defense doesn't have to call a witness, doesn't have to produce evidence, but they have the same subpoena powers that we do. If there was something in Mr. Bishop's phone, on his YouTube, that exonerated him, you would have seen it. It doesn't exist. So the fact that we didn't come in and play 1,000 YouTube videos or show photographs is of no consequence. As I mentioned, most rapists don't video record it. Of course, Mr. Bishop wasn't going to do that. No physical evidence. If there was DNA or semen on Mr. Bishop's bed, would that have really given you any indication? No, because there's no dispute as to whether or not intercourse occurred. We know that. What you have to decide, was it forceful? Was it against her will? So let's talk about the current members. I suppose they're in the hallway. But all of them justified the physical abuse. Everything bad about Mr. Bishop, oh, that was just an act. Oh, we were just doing that for clout. That's a lie. He did it. And it wasn't for clout. It wasn't to act. It wasn't to get the people to watch. That's how he felt. Let me slap you to get you in line. Juliano Diaz. I asked him on cross, have you ever seen Mr. Bishop slap somebody? Oh, no, never. No, he's never been physically violent. That was a lie. He is a liar. That's a lie. Because I specifically asked him, there's a video, Mr. Diaz, with you, Mr. Bishop, and another individual named Loyal. Oh, yeah. And in that video, Mr. Bishop slapped Loyal. Then he remembered, then there was an explanation. Same thing with Miss Wade. She has got loyalty that I've never seen. To take this witness stand and lie and say, yeah, I'm the one that posted it. Admitting to a crime in a courtroom full of people, in front of deputies, in front of the media, that's a lie. Mr. Bishop posted it. But imagine that loyalty to come in here, take the stand and say, yeah, I'm the one that posted it. I submit to you, she didn't. But if she did, Mr. Bishop told her to do it. And then this lie about, well, we do everything for clout. You know, we saw Chris Rock get slapped. He got the attention. And you know, we really liked that. That was March 27th. That was well after they started slapping each other. She is a liar. She is unworthy of your belief. And Miss Wade, Miss Dulé, Miss Buckner, you didn't hear from Malia, but Miss Wade and Miss Buckner all told you, or both told you, that they talked to Mr. Bishop over 80 times since last week. We are, 8 days from when we started? Over 80 times. You can only imagine the conversations they had. I believe Ms. Wade admitted, yeah, we talk about the trial. He tells me what people are saying. We discuss what Janae said. You think he didn't influence her testimony? Of course he did. Janae's story. They're having a party at the house. She's too friendly with Fauna. She decides, you know what, enough is enough. I'm going to take my stuff. I'm going to go home. She's starting to get her bags. Maybe Giuliano's helping her get her bags. She goes to the Uber. Zoka, Efru, someone calls her back. God is calling. Why don't you answer the call? Come on back. She goes in that house. And you know, Mr. Booker talked a lot about what he wouldn't do. I wouldn't do that. He's not Janae. It doesn't matter what he would or wouldn't do in a situation. Well, I wouldn't have done that. You know what that is? That's victim blaming. Well, I wouldn't have done what she did. Don't fall for that. It doesn't matter what he would have done. This is about Janae. She goes up the steps. And you know, Amanda Blanchard, the domestic violence expert, told you that there's still feelings of attraction between an abuser and a victim. And we'll get to her testimony. But she goes up the steps. She's trying to say bye to him. He pulls her in the room. And she's like, no, I gotta leave. I don't want to do this. She told you she lost count how many times she said no. No wasn't good enough. No obviously did not matter to Mr. Bishop. He took her in that bedroom, raped her. She told you that her body began to reject him. And he believes, oh, how dare you have an orgasm and I don't. So he flips her over and penetrates her from behind. And she told you in that moment she was still saying no. At that point, she said she was crying, but he kept going until he ejaculated. She told you she lost count how many times she said no. All it takes is one time. One time. One time wasn't enough for Mr. Bishop. Why didn't Janae report it immediately? Remember, she told you that part of this group was us versus them mentality. The police aren't going to help you. It's the white man versus us. They're not going to help you. That's why she didn't go to the police. She doesn't think they can help her. He's conditioned them to think the outside world is Babylon. They're hell. They can't help you. Why would she run from law enforcement? And when she reported the statement to Officer Hugh that there was revenge porn, they were outside in the parking lot. Can you blame her for not reporting a rape? They're outside in a parking lot. And she's still trying to process what has happened to her. She doesn't really know what happened to her. Even when she did the interview with the T, she told you, I still felt some sense of loyalty to him. I'm still trying to protect him. I believe that was maybe a week after this happened. She still felt like she had to defend him. Now, why you should believe Janae, we'll get to some reasons why, but think about how humiliating it was for her to take that stand and watch those videos. I can't think of anything more embarrassing. I watched y'all's faces. Some of y'all didn't even want to look. And while we're talking about the videos, those videos are in evidence. If there is a piece of evidence you want to see or hear that you don't have in the back, sometimes the CDs you won't have because there's nothing to play it back there. But if there's something you need to hear or see again, the judge will instruct you on how to communicate with the court that you want to see or hear it again. But on those videos is the defendant's Twitter page, and it's the date on the actual video. It was posted March 27th, so there's no discrepancy on when it was posted. But how embarrassing for her to have to sit in here and watch close to 3 minutes of her having consensual sex with the defendant. Ms. Newell knew that when this case went to trial, that would happen. A courtroom full of people, Mr. Bishop, his supporters, the news, the state, the defense, spectators. How humiliating. What does Janae gain by coming in here and lying on Mr. Bishop? Nothing. Nothing. So let's talk about context. In this case, context is huge. Context matters. What Janae thought would happen to her, what Janae believed, it matters in this case. You all have heard all the rules they have about eating, about sleeping, using the bathroom, relationships. Mr. Bishop determined who was going to be together. There was really no clear rule. It was just, well, today I want y'all together, tomorrow I don't. Social media. We know he was the only one that controlled the social media. Every single witness, former cult member, testified. He controlled social media. Aaron Dixon told you that. Courtney Townsend told you that. All four of the girls told you that. He's the one that controlled social media. He always told them the outside world was hell or Babylon. All of them, all of the former members saw physical abuse. And the defendant would say, well, that's just discipline. Every single one of them, Kendra Carter, Brianna Jacobs, Janae Newell, Velvet Marquez, Aaron Dixon, Courtney Townsend. When Mr. Coveney would ask, what would happen if you said no? They were like almost shocked. Like that was just not an option. Like they couldn't.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have to get to the courthouse. So I apologize, but this is going to the jury today, and we may have a verdict this evening. The judge is not letting the jurors go right now. She's going to have them work, and I had to get to the courthouse. I do appreciate everyone joining this live. You can thank the other individuals that have stolen the stream. Why I won't be able to stay here. But with that said, I have to get to the courthouse. Won't be able to continue the stream. So those who have gotten the stream up, I intentionally put the logo there so when we go strike the pages, we're going to strike the videos. So with that said, I will be reporting live outside the courthouse as we wait for verdict watch. Any questions, any comments, any concerns, please DM me at that address. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I do appreciate you. I gotta go. I really gotta go.
All of them were emotionally dependent on them. Even Juliano Diaz, I can't remember about Mr. Bright, but certainly all of them were going through something in their lives at the moment that they found Mr. Bishop. They were emotionally dependent on him. They were searching for spirituality and searching for themselves. They believed he was God. Mr. Diaz, to this day, believes that Mr. Bishop is the Messiah. We've already talked about this, but some of the former members, Courtney Townsend, he would describe when you tried to leave, it was hell on wheels. He knew things got crazy when it was time to leave. People would get physically abused. People snuck out in the middle of the night. Aaron Dixon, he told you that the women in the group didn't have their own mind. So this thought from Miss Wade or Miss Buckner that, oh, women were equal, that's simply not true. Women didn't have their own mind. And remember when Mr. Coveney asked, because they moved around so much, I think it's kind of hard to keep track. Hawaii, Las Vegas, California, Georgia. But when Mr. Coveney said, well, what was the main criteria when y'all would find places to live? You remember what Aaron Dixon said? Isolation. And as much as Caleb Buckner didn't want to say it, isolation. In the jungle, in the woods, away from society. Other victims, Kendra Carter, Brianna Jacobs, and Velvet Marquez. And we didn't bring them in here just to say, oh, well, if he did it to them, he did it to Janae. But context matters. It shows you exactly what he thinks of women. He thinks women have no voice. He thinks women aren't believable. He thinks women are his property. He thinks he can control women. But I'm asking you to prove him wrong. Kendra Carter was 23 when she joined the group. She said that you couldn't say no to Mr. Bishop. If you disagreed, there was physical violence. Say anything. But even if she did, would it have mattered? No, not to Mr. Bishop. Even if she did say no, even if she did scream, it wouldn't have mattered. Velvet Marquez was 20 years old when she joined. She said that the physical abuse started when she was pregnant carrying his child. And again, what does Velvet Marquez gain by coming in here knowing that the video of her giving Mr. Bishop oral sex would be on display on a huge monitor behind me with the news here, with Mr. Bishop here, with a courtroom full of people? She gains nothing but humiliation. Mr. Rick Allen Ross, we brought him in here to give you context because honestly, this whole thing defies logic. I watched y'all's reactions at some point, and I can see the wheel spinning because it took me some time to, how do people get here? How? Because it defies logic. But there were three qualities he gave, or characteristics of a cult leader or a destructive authoritarian leader. No meaningful accountability, Elijah Bishop, because no one is above him. Thought reform, coercive persuasion. They come in, you unfreeze them, you change them, you freeze them again to make them believe what you want them to believe. And then the leader does harm. Mr. Bishop fits every single one of these. Mr. Ross told you that the group is more important than the individual. So all of these people, as I mentioned, thought they were serving a higher purpose. They thought they were doing this in the name of the group, in the name of Mr. Bishop. So they had to learn, or he forced them to learn, to be selfless. Don't think of yourself, think of the group. They all thought they were serving a higher purpose. Mr. Ross talked about, I think I asked him, why do people stay in these groups that are harmful? And he said there's just exit costs. I think Mr. Dixon showed some of that, some regret, some embarrassment. Like, how did I let myself actually believe this guy is God? Some guilt. Those things weigh on you. They stick with you. Even Kendra. Do you remember when she testified that when Janae was packing her bags and leaving, she was one of the ones hitting her, like corralling her, get your stuff, come on. You're weak, you're going to your lower self. You imagine how hard that was for Kendra? But there's exit costs. There's feelings of regret and disappointment of leaving. And again, group loyalty, they all want to defend Mr. Bishop. Amanda Blanchard, who testified as an expert in the field of domestic violence, said that most victims don't leave at the first sign of abuse. So it doesn't matter what Mr. Booker would have done. It doesn't matter. A lot of you know someone who's been in an abusive relationship. Y'all know it takes time. Ms. Blanchard told you that most times victims in these types of relationships, it takes 7 times for them to actually leave. And the most severe acts of physical or sexual abuse occur when the victim refuses to be dominated. In that moment, in that bedroom on Arbor Chase, Janae had enough. And in that moment, she refused to be dominated. And what happened? The most severe act of sexual abuse, rape. She talked about fight, flight, or freeze. And as Mr. Coveney said, we don't have to prove there was some physical struggle. Mr. Booker asked every witness, what did you hear? Screaming and yelling? That's not required for rape. All rape is not stranger danger, dark alley, let me fight back, let me rip your clothes. Fight, flight, or freeze. And if he forced her to consent because he's threatening her or she knows what's going to happen, that is not consent. And when she says, I just said okay, acquiescence because of fear, because of intimidation, not consent. Janae's life has been just completely upended by this trial. She is the source of so much online drama. So I think she even talked about getting threats. She has nothing to gain by coming in here and telling you all what happened. Mr. Bishop wanted to control her before, who you can date, who you can love. During, he controlled whether or not she was going to give him what he wanted. And he's trying to control her now. Her voice. He doesn't want you all to believe her. He wants you to render her unworthy of belief. Do y'all remember in his interview how many times he said, oh, she's a prostitute? And so what if she was? Oh, you can't believe her. She's a prostitute. Does not matter. He doesn't care about her consent because we know she left March 24th, March 25th. Those videos were posted days later. No means no. One time. One time. You don't have to say it 5 times, 10 times, 15 times. One time. No means no. And as Mr. Coveney said, I think something that is just huge in this case. If you find Ms. Newell submitted to sexual intercourse because of fear or intimidation, you can find it occurred without her consent. Sexual intercourse obtained through fear or intimidation is not consensual. Kendra Carter, she said something that was so powerful to me. She said it when she was finishing up on cross-examination. And she said, Mr. Booker asked her, well, weren't there some really good times? And she paused. Y'all remember that? She paused and she just broke down. And she said, I was never really happy. I wanted it to be good. I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to reach humanity, to change the narrative because Black people mattered. You all remember what was going on in 2020. She was hoping that she could change the narrative. Mr. Bishop pretended he could be that person to change the narrative. I'm a Black male. Y'all come live with me. Let's push out something that's different. But he became their worst nightmare. He undid everything they were trying to do inside themselves. I thought that that was so powerful. That's what Kendra wanted. That's what I think everybody wanted that joined this group. And he let them down. You want to know if he's guilty? I want you to listen to his words.
All of you bitches belong to me. All of you bitches belong to the three. And I will have my way with you as I see fit. When I want, where I want, how I want. And if any one of you disrespect me, into the abyss you go.
And I will have my way with you as I see fit. When I want, where I want, how I want. So if you say no, I'm going to take it anyway because I want it. How I want. So even if you fight back, even if it's not consensual, I'm going to take it. His words, not mine. If you want to know if he's guilty, look at his actions.
I'm not playing with you. She probably wants you to take that shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's how women get. They want you to take it. You asking for the vagina. I don't know why you doing that, my nigga. Like, stop asking for pussy, man. Take that shit. If that's your woman, that's your pussy. Take it.
Take it. That's what he actually believes. And that's what he did to Janae Newell on March 24th, 2022. Stop asking for it. Take it. That's your woman. That's yours. His words, not mine. We are here because of his words and his actions. Mr. Bishop had a choice that day. He could have just let Janae go, let her leave the group, go on about her business. But he didn't. So your role is to determine what happened. This is your community. All of you live here in DeKalb County. Many of you worship here. You got kids that go to school here. This is your community. And so you get to send a message. That's what your verdict is. Your verdict is your voice. Your verdict is your message. And so what I'm asking you to do is go back there and hold Mr. Bishop accountable. I'm not asking you to say whether he's a good guy or a bad guy. That's not your job. That's not my job. But your job is to judge his actions. And I'm asking that you hold him accountable for what he did to Janae on March 24th, what he did to Janae by posting her videos on March 27th, 22. And I ask that you go back in that jury deliberation room and find Mr. Bishop guilty on all counts in this indictment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next step of the process is for me to give you what is called the jury charge, which is the law that applies to this case. And then after I read this to you, you can begin your deliberations. I am gonna kind of defer to you all as far as how late you want to go this evening. I'm happy to stay as late as you want me to. Does anybody need to take a comfort break or anything before I go down, I start reading you the jury charge? I'm sorry? I need to stand up. You can stand up? Okay, we can all stand up, stretch, make sure you're awake.
Your Honor, can we approach for just a second while
While they're stretching? change in addition to the charge, so I am gonna give you just 5 minutes to use the restroom, grab a snack, whatever.
Stated requested a supplemental charge based on the defendant's PowerPoint and argument and closing argument, specifically dealing with venue. The specific charge the state is requesting is pattern charge 1.51.20. It's titled Venue Special Circumstances, and we are requesting the last subsection, so to speak, of that charge, which deals with, it's called crime in more than one county, but it really deals with crime where you're not entirely sure which county it occurred in, and I can read it off if the court wants, or
What's the 1.1?
51.20.
Okay.
If in any case it cannot be determined in what county a crime was committed, venue is proper and may be proved in any county in which the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that it might have been committed. I believe that's tailored to the facts of this.
All right.
It counts 3 or 5.
Any objections, Rooker?
If I can have just a second.
Sure.
That charge, Judge.
Sure.
51.20.
Yes, I would object to it, Judge. And looking at the charge, 1.51.20, I think they're skipping over the homicide charge and outside the state and all those other pieces down to the last one where it says crime in more than one county. If in any case it cannot be determined in what county a crime was committed, then it's proper to include in any county. The state has averred to try to prove that this happened in DeKalb County. They haven't alleged in the indictment that it was in more than one county, so I don't think they need to come in and now. The indictment says that it happened within DeKalb County. That's what they alleged, and I think it's what they should be locked into.
Mr. Kennedy?
It is what we're locked into, but when the part of the argument in closing is that the defendant could have been driving around I-285 and that we don't know exactly whether he was at his house or not, I just think it clears up that the correct legal standard is whether by direct or circumstantial evidence there is sufficient evidence to show beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime was committed in DeKalb County, and this is just clear because it makes it clear that if it cannot be determined what county the evidence was committed in, then this is the proper standard. I mean, it's in the pattern charges for a reason.
It doesn't, but it doesn't have to be alleged that way in the indictment, though, is the question.
No.
Okay.
I would ask for a case that says that, Judge, because I think it needs to be alleged. This is not a financial crime case where a person could have got a card in one county and used it in another, or vice versa.
All right, let me go pull the charges are back in the office. Do you know which ones they are? What's the number? 1 point what?
51.20. 1.51.20.
1.51.20.
And it's the very last paragraph of it.
That's it. All right, let me just go take a quick
You see too much when you see your mama cry. Every tear that fell caught a homicide. And it ain't too many angels in the place that I'm from. But they'll put a halo on anybody, Lord. Not too many I can say that got me, Lord. Even when I go astray, I'm still your son. Even on the cloudy
See, I came from the bottom where niggas don't make it out it. Why I seen niggas fall like cold leaves in the autumn. When you gotta go to prison before you see a shahada. Seen Route 64 with bows in the Armada. Always been one step away my whole life. Been some long nights, just roll the dice. I'm betting on myself just to reach these heights. Is generational wealth. Success from hands that was dealt. And freedom from mental health. Just another notch on the belt, cause I came from it. I'm talking dirty trap with 100 packs, I was made from it. I'm talking streets that kill you dead, go get a trade or something. Seen a lot of lives lost to this game for nothing. Mama said I'm from the gang, but you ain't claiming nothing. Go to school, go read a book, go play the game or something. But shit, your focus start to change when your stomach touching. I guess it is what it is. We can't go back to them days we was kids, so let me live, yeah.
You see too much when you see your mama cry. Every tear that fell caught a homicide. And it ain't too many angels in the place that I'm from. They'll put a halo on anybody, Lord. Not too many I can say that got me, Lord. Even when I go astray, I'm still your son.
Yeah, drowning in this liquor, this one's gone. Blinded by distraction, knowing action is what's gone. Knowing temptation to only lead you to desperation. Knowing that your pride will tell you lies when you can't face it. I'm changing my ways now, cause I can't let my past harm me. My dream board, a Ouija board, I swear this shit talking to me. This year, divine focus, they still seeing 2020. They want me by a road, but they ain't know that this shit was bungee. 2K a day, that's what I make. I scrape the pot, I bust the safe. I bust the watch, I flood the face. I fuck a good, you call a
Where's the venue charge? What page? This was 11, Your Honor. Well, it's changed when
You emailed us another charge.
we're about to. I think I emailed you the final one. I don't know.
Yeah, it's only 11 in the one we have. I'm not sure.
The one that you have has the headings, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the final one does not have the headings, so. Let me just find where we need this. Here we go, venue. So it is on. And I have copies of the final charge for you guys. You can come up and grab them. Thank you. And I'm gonna add this last charge in on page 14 after the first paragraph. And I'm printing out a clean copy that's gonna have it in here, right, that we'll send out to the jury. All right, but we don't need to wait for that. I'm gonna go ahead and bring the jurors out.
Are you going to?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Why is this logo in my face? Get this logo out of here. Okay. All right. All right. Now that we upset some of these streamers, I'm back. Right now, the judge is calling the jurors back out to the bench, to their assigned positions in the courthouse. She's going to read the instructions. I'm actually watching the judge right now. She's going to read the instructions, and then it's going to go to the jurors. I don't think there's going to be a verdict tonight. I would hope the judge would allow the jurors to at least go home and come back with a fresh mind, so no one's rushed to decide the fate of Mr. Bishop. I think that would be the most prudent thing to do. The jurors have been in since 9 o'clock, and we don't want to feel like the jurors are being quote unquote waterboard to make a decision. I think it's best when they start fresh in the morning. They should just pick their foreman tonight, and then they can get some rest. It's a lot to take in. This is a serious case. So hopefully the judge doesn't keep them there longer than they need to. Pick the foreman, go home, come back fresh, have a full day of deliberation, and then hopefully they can come back with a verdict tomorrow. That's usually the way it works. Verdicts come back on Fridays. If the case goes to the jurors, usually on a Wednesday or Thursday. A lot of times I see the verdicts come back on a Friday. I just hope that
I'm going to read you this chart.
Judge is back
Will
on the
you guys
bench.
care if I take off this mask while I'm reading this? If you do, I would be totally fine.
Judge, please don't take the mask off, Judge, please. Judge.
And I have all this stuff I need to read for you. All right.
Here we go.
You will be getting a written copy of this to go over with you during your deliberations, so don't feel that you have to write down everything that I'm saying, okay? You'll have a hard copy to go over. You are considering the case of the state of Georgia versus Eligio Bishop. The grand jury has indicted the defendant for the offense of rape, false imprisonment, and prohibition of nude or sexually explicit transmissions. The indictment reads as follows. Count 1, rape. Grand jurors aforesaid charge and accuse Eligio Bishop of the offense of rape in violation of OCGA 16-6-1A for the said accused person in the county of DeKalb and state of Georgia on or about the 24th day of March 2022 did unlawfully have carnal knowledge of Janae Newell, a female, forcibly and against her will. Count 2, false imprisonment. The grand jurors aforesaid further charge and accuse Eligio Bishop with the offense of false imprisonment in violation of OCGA 16-5-41 for the said accused person in the county of DeKalb and state of Georgia on or about the 24th day of March 2022 in violation of the personal liberty of Janae Newell did unlawfully confine said person without legal authority. Count 3, prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions. Grand jurors aforesaid further charge and accuse Eligio Bishop with the offense of prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions in violation of OCGA 16-11-90B for the said accused person in the county of DeKalb and state of Georgia on or about the 27th day of March 2022 without the consent of Janae Newell, the depicted person, did unlawfully cause the electronic posting of a certain video with a length of 56 seconds with the knowledge that it depicted sexually explicit conduct of Janae Newell, an adult, for purpose of harassment, and such video served no legitimate purpose to the person depicted. Count 4 of the grand jurors further charge and accuse Eligio Bishop with the offense of prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions in violation of OCGA 16-11-90B for the said accused person in the county of DeKalb and state of Georgia on or about the 27th day of March 2022 without the consent of Janae Newell, the depicted person, did unlawfully cause the electronic posting of a certain video with a length of 28 seconds with the knowledge that it depicted sexually explicit conduct of Janae Newell, an adult, for the purpose of harassment, and such video served no legitimate purpose to the person depicted. This offense constituting a second or subsequent violation of this law. Count 5, grand jurors aforesaid further charge and accuse Eligio Bishop with the offense of prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions in violation of OCGA 16-11-90B for the said accused person in the county of DeKalb and state of Georgia on or about the 27th day of March 2022 without the consent of Janae Newell, the depicted person, to unlawfully cause the electronic posting of a certain video with a length of 1 minute and 8 seconds, with the knowledge that it depicted sexually explicit conduct of Janae Newell, an adult, for the purpose of harassment, and such videos
The judge's voice doesn't
purpose
sound right.
person depicted. This offense constituting a second or subsequent violation of this law, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Now, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty to this indictment. The indictment and the plea form the issue that you are to decide. Neither the indictment nor the plea of not guilty should be considered as evidence. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. The defendant enters upon the trial of the case with a presumption of innocence in his favor. This presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense charged. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime as charged is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever. The burden never shifts to the defendant to introduce evidence or to prove innocence. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. A reasonable doubt is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but it is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a consideration of the evidence, a lack of evidence, or a conflict in the evidence. After giving consideration to all of the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are unwavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is the doubt of the law and you should acquit the defendant. But if that doubt does not exist in your minds as to the guilt of the accused, then you'd be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. Members of the jury, it is my duty and responsibility to determine the law that applies to this case and to instruct you on that law. You are bound by these instructions. It is your responsibility to determine the facts of the case from all of the evidence presented. Then you must apply the law that I give you in this charge to the facts as you find them to be. Your oath requires that you will decide this case based on the evidence. Evidence is the means by which any fact that is put in issue is established or disproved. Evidence includes all of the testimony of the witnesses and any exhibits admitted during the trial. Evidence does not include the indictment, the plea of not guilty, the opening or closing remarks of the attorneys, or questions asked by the attorneys. Evidence may be either direct or circumstantial or both. In considering the evidence, you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions. You should not be concerned about whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of a person who asserts that he or she has actual knowledge of a fact, such as an eyewitness or by personally observing or otherwise witnessing that fact. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a set of facts and circumstances that tend to prove or disprove another fact by inference, that is, by consistency with such fact or elimination of other facts. There is no legal difference in the weight you may give to either direct or circumstantial evidence. You will be authorized to convict only if the evidence, whether direct, circumstantial, or both, excludes all reasonable theories of innocence and proves the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witness's manner of testifying, their intelligence, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. Testimony has been given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Expert witnesses are those who, because of their training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinions based upon that training and experience. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witnesses, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert like that of all witnesses is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive. When scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might be helpful, A person who has special training or experience in that field is allowed to state an opinion about the matter, but that does not mean you must accept the witness's opinion. As with any other witness's testimony, you must decide for yourself whether to rely upon the opinion. In determining the credibility of witnesses in any testimony by them in court, you may consider, where applicable, evidence offered to attack the credibility or believability of such witness. To impeach a witness is to show that the witness is unworthy of belief. A witness may be impeached by disproving the facts to which the witness testified. Your assessment of a trial witness's credibility may be affected by comparing or contrasting their testimony to statements or testimony of that same witness before the trial started. It is for you to decide whether there is a reasonable explanation for any inconsistency in a witness's pretrial statements and testimony when compared to the same witness's trial testimony. As with all issues of witness credibility, you, the jury, must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or do not believe. Testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. Generally, there is no legal requirement of corroboration of a witness, provided you find the evidence to be sufficient. The defendant in a criminal case may take the stand and testify and be examined and cross-examined as any other witness. You should evaluate such testimony as you would that of any other witness. However, the defendant does not have to present any evidence or testify. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you may not consider that in any way in making your decision. This defendant is charged with a crime against the laws of this state. A crime is a violation of a statute of this state in which there is a joint operation of an act and intention. Intent is an essential element of any crime. It must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Intent may be shown in many ways, provided you, the jury, believe that it existed from the proven facts before you. It may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct, or it may be in your discretion inferred when it is the natural and necessary consequence of the act. Whether or not you draw such an inference is a matter solely within your discretion. Criminal intent does not mean an intention to violate the law or to violate a penal statute, but simply means the intention to commit the act that is prohibited by a statute. This defendant will not be presumed to have acted with criminal intent, but you may find such intention or the absence of it upon a consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is being prosecuted. Every person is presumed to be of sound mind and discretion, but this presumption may be rebutted. You may infer, if you wish to do so, that 1, the acts of a person of sound mind and discretion are a product of that person's will. 2, a person of sound mind and discretion intends the natural and probable consequences of those acts. Whether or not you make such an inference or inferences is a matter solely within the discretion of the jury. For rape, the state must prove that the defendant 1, had carnal knowledge, 2, of a female, 3, forcibly, and 4, against her will. Carnal knowledge means sexual intercourse, which is any penetration, no matter how slight, of the female sex organ by the defendant's male sex organ. Force means acts of physical force, threats of harm, or intimidation. Against her will means without her consent. The state must prove that the alleged victim did not consent to the sexual intercourse. If you find that the victim submitted to the sexual intercourse only because of fear or intimidation, or because of force the defendant used, then you may find that the sexual intercourse occurred without her consent. Sexual intercourse obtained through fear or intimidation is not consensual. A person commits the offense of false imprisonment when, in violation of the personal liberty of another, he confines such person without legal authority. A person violates this section if he, knowing the content of a transmission or a post, knowingly and without the consent of the depicted person, electronically causes the transmission or posting of a video which depicts nudity or sexually explicit conduct of an adult, when the transmission or post is harassment, serves no legitimate purpose to the depicted person, and is transmitted or posted via any electronic means. A statement that the defendant allegedly made has been offered for your consideration. Before you may consider this as evidence for any purpose, you must determine whether the defendant's statement was voluntary, and if the statement was given in custody, whether the defendant was properly advised of his constitutional rights. To be voluntary, a statement must be freely and willingly given, and without coercion, duress, threats, use of violence, fear of injury, or any suggestions or promises of leniency or reward. A statement induced by the slightest hope of benefit or the remotest fear of injury is not voluntary. To be voluntary, a statement must be the product of a free will and not infer compulsion or any necessity imposed by others. In determining voluntariness, you may also consider to what extent the defendant was informed of his rights as discussed below, if applicable. You may consider the legality, duration, and conditions of detention as factors relevant to the question of whether or not a statement was freely and voluntarily made. However, under the law, in order for a statement to be excluded because of illegal detention, it must be shown that the statement was in fact induced by such illegal detention. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the statement was voluntary, that is, freely and willingly made. If you do not find that the statement was voluntary, you may not consider it for any purpose. If you find that the statement was made while in custody and as a result of police questioning, you must also determine whether the defendant was advised of his constitutional rights and whether the defendant clearly understood and knowingly gave up such rights. The constitutional rights that law enforcement officers must explain and that the defendant must understand and voluntarily give up before any custodial statement is taken by law enforcement are as follows. 1, the defendant had a right to remain silent. 2, if the defendant chose not to remain silent, anything he said could be used as evidence against the defendant in court. 3, the defendant had a right to consult a lawyer before any questioning and to have the lawyer present with him at all times during any questions. And 4, if the defendant does not have money for a lawyer would have been provided for him to represent him before any questioning and to be present with him during any questioning. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the warnings of all rights mentioned were given, that they were understood and knowingly given up by the defendant. If you find, as mentioned above, that the defendant's statement was voluntary, that all of the warnings as to the defendant's constitutional rights were given, that the defendant did understand the meaning of what was said and knowingly gave up such rights, then you may consider it as evidence. If so, then you must apply the general rules for testing the believability of witnesses and decide what weight, if any, you will give to all or any part of such evidence. If you fail to find the defendant was properly informed of his rights and that he understood and gave up those rights, you must disregard the statement entirely and give it no consideration in reaching your verdict. Sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose or for some counts and not others. Such evidence may be considered by the jury for the sole issue or purpose and only for the counts for which the evidence is limited and not for any other purpose. In order to prove its case in counts 1 and 2, the state must show intent and may show motive. To do so, the state has offered evidence of other acts allegedly committed by the accused. You are permitted to consider that evidence only insofar as it may relate to those issues and not for any other purpose. You may not infer from such evidence that the defendant is of a character that would commit such crimes. The evidence may be considered only to the extent that it may show the intent or motive that the state is required or authorized to prove in the crime charged in the case now on trial. Such evidence, if any, may not be considered by you for any other purpose. The defendant is on trial for the offenses charged in this bill of indictment only and not for any other acts. Before you may consider any other alleged acts for the limited purposes stated, you must first determine whether it is more likely than not that the accused committed the other alleged acts. If so, you must then determine whether the act shed any light on the elements of the offense or issues for which the act was admitted in the crimes charged in the indictment in this trial. Remember to keep in mind the limited use and the prohibited use of this evidence about other acts of the defendant. By giving this instruction, the court in no way suggests to you that the defendant has or has not committed any other acts, nor whether such acts, if committed, prove anything. This is solely a matter for your determination. In order to prove its case in counts 3 through 5, the state must show intent and may show motive. To do so, the state has offered evidence of other acts allegedly committed by the accused. You are permitted to consider that evidence only insofar as it may relate to those issues and not for any other purpose. You may not infer from such evidence that the defendant is of a character that would commit such crimes. The evidence may be considered only to the extent that it may show the intent or motive that the state is required or authorized to prove in the crime charged in the case now on trial. Such evidence, if any, may not be considered by you for any other purpose. The defendant is on trial for the offenses charged in this bill of indictment only and not for any other acts. Before you may consider any other alleged acts for the limited purposes stated, you must first determine whether it is more likely than not that the accused committed the other alleged acts. If so, you must then determine whether the act shed any light on the elements of the offense or issues for which the act was admitted in the crimes charged in the indictment in this trial. Remember to keep in mind the limited use and the prohibited use of this evidence about other acts of the defendant. Now, by giving this instruction, the court in no way suggests to you that the defendant has or has not committed any other acts, nor whether such acts, if committed, prove anything. That is solely a matter for your determination. Evidence of prior difficulties or lack thereof between the defendant and the alleged victim has been admitted for the sole purpose of illustrating, if it does, the state of feeling between the defendant and the alleged victim, the reasonableness of any alleged fears by defendant or alleged victim. Whether this evidence illustrates such matters is a matter solely for you, the jury, to determine, but you are not to consider such evidence for any other purpose. Now, you are only to be considered with the guilt or innocence of the defendant. You are not to concern yourselves with punishment. The law provides that criminal actions shall be tried in the county in which the crime was committed. Venue, that is, the crime was committed in DeKalb County, is a jurisdictional fact that must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt as to each crime charged in the indictment, just as any element of the offense. Venue must be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence or both. If in any case it cannot be determined in what county a crime was committed, venue is proper and may be proved in any county in which the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that it might have been committed. Your verdict should be a true verdict based upon your opinion of the evidence according to the laws given you in this charge. You are not to show favor or sympathy to one party or the other. It is your duty to consider the facts objectively without favor, affection, or sympathy to either party. In deciding this case, you should not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice because of race, creed, color, religion, national origin, sexual preference, local or remote residence, economic or corporate status, for or against either party. If after considering the testimony and evidence presented to you together with the charge of the court, you should find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant in DeKalb County, Georgia, did on or about March 24th, 2022, commit the offenses of rape and false imprisonment, and on or about March 27th, 2022, commit the offenses of prohibition on nude or sexually explicit transmissions. You'd be authorized to find the defendant guilty. In that event, the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. If you do not believe the defendant is guilty, or if you have any reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant, in which event the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. Now, by no ruling or comment that the court has made during the progress of the trial, has the court intended to express any opinion upon the facts of this case, upon the credibility of the witnesses, upon the evidence, or upon the guilt or innocence of the defendant. One of your first duties in the jury room will be to choose one of you to be the foreperson. The foreperson will manage your deliberations and will sign the verdict to which all of you freely and voluntarily agree. You should start your deliberations with an open mind, talk with each other, and consider each other's views. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after discussing and considering the case with your fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to change an opinion if you're convinced that it's wrong. However, you should never give up an honest opinion to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinions of the other jurors. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with anyone other than your fellow jurors about this case. You are also not permitted to conduct any research about this case, including persons, places, or legal concepts mentioned during the trial. These rules apply not only to in-person communication, but also to communication or research using cell phones, text messages, websites, blogs, or social media of any kind. Whatever your verdict is, it must be unanimous, that is agreed to by all. It must be in writing, and signed by one of your members as the foreperson, dated and returned to be published in open court. We have prepared a verdict form. Very easy. You have to go through and make a decision as to each count independently. And your choices are either not guilty or guilty as to each count. Second page has count 5, and it has the signature line for the foreperson and for the date. You're going to have this with you. You're going to have a copy of the indictment with you, and you're going to have a copy of the charge that I just read to you. All right, one thing, the law requires that the case be decided by 12 jurors. We have 13 of you. We have an alternate built in to the system, and in this case, the alternate is juror number 36. Where is she? Sorry. Now, we actually had 2 alternates. We've already had to use one because one of the other jurors had an issue, and there very well could be an issue where we need to excuse one of the members for travel if the jury doesn't reach a verdict by the end of the day tomorrow or by the time we adjourn tomorrow. So I'm not going to excuse the juror, the alternate juror. You can't participate in the deliberations right now, but in the event we need to bring you into the case, if we have to substitute you for another juror, then we'll bring you back in and you all will begin your deliberations again from the beginning with the new, with the substituted alternate juror. If any questions come up during the course of your deliberations, write them down on a piece of paper. There's a button in the jury room. You press the button, it'll turn on the light in here, and it'll notify us that there is a question. If you ask me, what did witness so-and-so say about such and such? I'm going to tell you, you have to remember the testimony based on your collective recollection. If you want to review either the audio statement of the defendant or any of the video evidence that was admitted, write a note, let us know. We'll have to bring you back up here and play it because we don't have the capability for you all to watch that stuff in the jury room. If you would like to order dinner and continue on deliberations this evening, we will take care of that. We can bring in pizza or something for you. If you decide you want to go home and start fresh in the morning, that's fine too. I'm going to let you guys go back there and talk about it for a little bit, and I'll let you be the guide for how long you want to stay tonight, and then we will take it from there. So I think that's all the information. So I'm going to have the 12 of you go back to the jury room, and now you can use your notes and all that for your discussion. Select your foreperson, and if you have any questions or need anything from me, write a note, press the button, and the deputy will give it to us. All right, thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wow, what a day, what a day. So the jury has the case. The jurors have the case. Just a little housekeeping. For those who have been streaming this live, so you won't say, Mr. Byron didn't tell me. It was a reason why I placed the logo flashback on the screen. The logo's a trademark. Those who have decided to stream it, okay. But I'm going to ask you to not to keep it on your site because we're going to have to strike the page. We have to do edits on our stream. We're taking our stream down as well. So if anyone sees the stream up on any channel, just send us a link. We're going to strike the page. I'm not taking strikes back. There's only 2 individuals that were granted to be able to do a response to the trial from our company. So if you're one of those who decided to go cowboy or cowgirl with the stream without getting confirmation from us, myself, or anyone else from our team, then guess what? We're striking your page. We're striking the page. It's not worth it. Trust me, it's not worth it. Because I just had an individual 2 days ago from Instagram that he had about 450,000 subscribers on Instagram. He used an image he shouldn't have been used of mine, and they took his page down. He lost his page. He was making a lot of money with this Instagram page. Uh, I didn't, I didn't rescind the strike. I mean, because if I say it and you guys don't listen, and then when I take action, then I get your attention. No, that's work for me. That's work for me. I mean, this is all work. So at the end of the day, you guys have been warned. Uh, there was some miss beeps, so we're gonna have to edit that out as well. So part of the cleanup is to remove channels, not channels, but send strikes out. I've done it before. We've literally taken 11 channels. So I don't want to take your channel. I get it. You want to, you want to show that, hey, I got that tea. I got that tea. But you didn't get the tea. You got the tea bag. You didn't get the tea. You got the tea bag. Pause. I'm not a Cancer. I'm a Scorpio. He must be a Cancer. All right, let's talk about what we've heard. I'm going to drop the link once again. I want you to join the conversation. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. I'm watching the trial, the deliberations right now. So I'll know when the jurors have a question. When the jurors have a question, you guys will know what the question is. Whatever it is, I'm going to share it with you guys. So we're not taking the stream. Well, I'm going to be watching the stream, but I will keep you guys informed. I'm going to drop the link. I know some of you say, I'm tired of Mr. Byron. He's been an asshole. He's just being I can't stand him. I understand. But you got to suck it up and drive on. It is what it is. I'm standing on business. All right, here we go. I'm dropping the link. Here we go. Let's talk about this. Let's continue the conversation. Some people weren't able to get in, but let's talk about this. Okay, I dropped the link. You must get on camera, and we can have the conversation about what we've seen. Let's talk about the closing arguments. Who made the great points in their closing arguments? I was impressed with the Madam DA in her closing argument, and I was also impressed with Attorney Booker in his closing argument. They both have made closing. They both have made closing arguments. I dropped the link. I am on live. I do have Crystal Jordan on the other end, but Crystal, I'm on live, so you got to grab the link. I dropped the link in the page. She is my co-host. That was a call that came in. You must be on camera, or I won't bring you up. You have to be on camera. I see you in the background. Don't just pop up in here. Not on camera. Turn your camera on, and I'll bring you up. I dropped the link. Come on, Monica. You know what to do. You know what to do, Monica. We're not just praying logos or bring cameras. You got a camera on that phone. You got to get on camera. We ain't doing that. We're not doing that in the dark rooms and all that. So I dropped the link. I have two people in the back on the stage with no cameras. Okay. I need to see cameras. If no cameras, I can bring you up. You all join in, but no one's turning their camera on. What's going on? I see one camera. Center your camera. You center your camera. Rico. All right. Yeah, you might want to bounce then. Okay. So if you join in the live, you must be on camera. That's the only condition. You must be on camera. Be respectful. That's the other condition. But we know how to deal with the other condition. With that said, what do you guys think about the closing arguments? Woo! How do you think the judge managed the trial? do you think the judge did a good job in managing her courtroom? I think she did a good job. I think she was. I think she did a good job. Um, for the most part, she wanted this trial to move forward. Um, some people may take issue with some of the things that she decided. Some people may take issue with some of the things um, that could be that should have been avoidable. Could have been avoidable, but I don't know. It all depends. It all depends. Let's see here. Who we have here? Okay, you got to get on Tiffany. You got to get on camera, Tiffany. Let me see something. Can Tiffany hear me? Tiffany, you got to be able to hear me, Tiffany. Come on now, Tiffany. You got to get on camera. You're clicking the link, but you're not getting on the camera. We're not playing those games. We're not playing those games. Okay. I see all the people popping on stage, and they think I'm just going, nah, 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 nah. You got to get on camera. You got to get on camera. That's just what it is. People on the backstage, no one's on camera. Okay. Okay, we have Sunflower Soul. Hey, Sunflower Soul. We're about to bring you a sunflower. So you follow instructions. Sunflower, what's going on?
It's me again, just checking in from earlier. Booker doing well.
You did look familiar. Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm sorry.
Booker did well with the closing. But I think it was if he would like, even though I
Okay. You're chopping up. You're chopping up. You might need to get near a better internet connection. Yeah, you're chopping up.
Okay.
How about now? Okay. All right, we'll try that again. Let's try that again. Summer, you got to get on camera, Summer. Let's see. I'm gonna see something. Let me see something. Summer, come on, Summer. Let's see here. Let's see here. Should we take a poll? Should we really take a poll? Should we take a poll? I don't know if we should. I'm scared to take a poll at this point. I don't know if I want to take a poll. I'll let the jury do that. I'm not taking a poll. We're not gonna take a poll. Okay. Listen, you're not selling no food stamps in the comment section. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. I want y'all there. I'm just kidding. All right, guys. I see no one wants to join the conversation. I'm going to be watching the trial backstage. This live will stay up. Uh, it will stay up. Well, as a matter of fact, we're going to end this live. We'll come back. We're going to come back because this is verdict watch. This is verdict watch right now. I think I'm gonna keep it for 1 hour because I think the jury will come back and just let the judge know either they're going to stay until whatever or they're going to leave. Okay, let's see. We got someone here. Hold on. Let's see who we got here. Okay. You got to get on camera. You got to get on camera. I see you. You see? This is what happens when you give someone an opportunity. They just wanted their screen name to be seen. Come on. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. Oh my goodness! Listen, I haven't been watching the comments, but I'm gonna watch the comments. Okay, okay. We have Sunshine. Are you back?
Yeah, it's me again. Sorry, I'm in a better area.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that I thought Booker came out strong with his closing, but he kept talking too much, and I think he lost the people after a while. I think it just kind of becoming redundant. Um, and then for the female DA to come forward and get straight to the point,
with her
also,
with her demonstrative evidence. It was crazy. She played the
yes,
sound
and then
bites.
she also
Woo!
she interjected those. It was, even if the jury had forgotten, she came back with those videos. And honestly, she was the woman's testimony that they talked about, that she mentioned during the closing, how she looked down and was talking about the emotion. People are going there. The jury is going to remember how they felt during those testimonies of those people. And honest, like, and the defenses, the defense witnesses, the whole we're acting and he's this perfect person and so loving. If they should, I think going the whole he's perfect route wasn't smart, because everyone's flawed. But the fact that everyone has corroborated that they have seen abuse, it's like they look like liars. That's
So
the thing.
so what do you say to what do you think about what Mr. Booker said regarding why were there no photos? Everyone had phones, they were doing videos. She had the ability to take pictures. Why didn't she take pictures? Why didn't she take something to memorialize what had allegedly happened to her? She had a phone. Why didn't she take, if there were any times she was struck, they had phones. Everyone was recording. This was they had a production going on.
And the thing, if I, as a person who watched them back then, they had everything they didn't film every part of their lives. Like, the camera wasn't on 24/7. You only saw what they wanted you to see. And I think that's also hurts the defenses, because you say that you're acting, but then at the same time you say that he shows all of his life online. Which is it? Like, it can't be both. And then
he's showing his acting, he's showing his not so acting. They can argue that too.
yes, that's true. But it's just, to me, the people that have left being able to confirm that no, they weren't acting is more believable than people who still follow him. Especially
That's a good point.
since two people admit the two males slipped. You could tell they kind of got off script, because they did admit that he's their Messiah. And by the time it was like the two women remember, but it's like y'all they seemed very rehearsed and couldn't really stay on the same page. Like, they couldn't the prosecution's witnesses all corroborated each other's story. It was just very different for the defense's witnesses, is my point.
Okay.
But,
all right. Well, I respect your opinion.
That's just not fair.
Do you hey, she ran up out of here. I'm about to hit her with a question. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the link is still there. I'm gonna post it one more time. She did make some good points. Sugar. Shout out to Sugar for the coins for the coffee. But I drink tea. Okay, we'll drop that link one more time. Now, Sugar, you don't keep the stream up, Sugar. You gotta take the stream down. You can't run it. You can't run that stream after this. Once you gotta take it down. You alive. You're alive. You gotta take it down. YouTube do not. Striking pages. We going around striking. The link is there, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the link. You want to talk about this case? If you want to talk about this case, I'm going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. I think we've been going strong. We've been going strong. I appreciate you that have been here for the duration. Uh, we're watching. When I come back, you make sure you follow those pages because I'm going to tweet out when we got a verdict. When we have a verdict or we have something from the court, I'm going to tweet out. I'm going to tweet it out. I'm going to tweet it out. When I know, you guys will know. With that said, I'm really out right now. For real. I really am. Stream is staying up for until I decide to take it down. Excuse my manners. Excuse my manners. I want to thank Sonia, Judge Sonia, for the super chat. Thank you, Ya Lotus, for the super chat. It's a good case to study objectively. Thanks, Dennis, for the live stream. You're welcome. Hood Horrors, thank you for the love. Yafet Harris, thank you for the super sticker. Pocket watcher with JT. Oh my goodness, a legend in the building. Thank you for the love. Cray Bonita, thank you for the love. Who else? Thank you. Okay, we have Miss Nova 77. Appreciate you. Thank you for thank you for the work and the access. Please don't stop the stream. I try not to. I try to keep it going. Who else we got here? Who else we got here? Who else do we have here, ladies and gentlemen? Who else? Oh my goodness. Julie Washington. Breathe, Dennis, breathe. What are you talking about? You just see me in the morning when I'm working out. Listen. These guns are real now. These guns are real. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Don't play with me now. Okay. Let's see. Denise Bay Bingo recap and real. Okay, you got a long name. Appreciate the love. Tay Gordon. I got Tay. I got you, Tay. I got you. Tay. Who else we got here? Who else we got here? We got SP. Thank you for the super sticker. We have J. I'm just gonna put you up there because I ain't gonna jack your name up. Appreciate it. Appreciate the super sticker. Let's see what else we got over here. Let me see what else we got over. Oh my goodness, this thing is going. It's giving. Who else? Let me see. Okay, Andrea, Julian. Thank you. Appreciate the love. Appreciate the love. Who else we got here? Let's see. Who else we got here? Kabir's mama. Appreciate the super chat. Who else we got here? Veronica. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Veronica. What we got here? Herbert McLean. Appreciate it. Appreciate the sticker. What we got here? Angie May. Thank you, Angie. Appreciate you. What did I miss? Okay. Sankofa. Sankofa. Are you the same Sankofa from Sinetta? Okay. Sankofa. Okay. I don't know. Eat, pray, and love. And it's eat, exercise, pray, and love. But I get you. I get where you're going with that. I get where you're going with that. Who else we got here? Okay. I ain't gonna do you wrong, Judge. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Can we get a little more volume? Yes, if you can get a bigger speaker. Okay, let's see. It's a good case. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the love. Appreciate the love. Appreciate the love. Let's see here. Let's see here. All right. All right. Here we go. Who do I need to block? Who do I need to block? Put their name in the chat. I'm blocking them. Who are they? Who are they coming for me? Let's see. Let's see. Who are they? I ain't gonna block them. I want to read the comments anyway later on. I'll read it over dinner. All right. Let's see. We have any action in the courtroom? Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have action in the courtroom? No, we don't. Okay. This is verdict watch. Listen, let me talk about verdict watch. I've watched so many verdicts over my long career, and it is when I tell you it's stressful watching for a verdict. I mean, the verdict watch is probably one of the most nerve-wracking parts of a trial. Whenever a juror calls, when they have a question, we run into the courtroom or running to a monitor or running to where we can get the question. What is the question? Um, I've covered so many trials from R. Kelly to Cardi B to I lost sound. Okay, Cardi B and Tasha K to Diddy when he was on trial in New York to when Tupac was on trial. I'll give you guys, ladies and gentlemen, background. I've covered probably more trials as an independent journalist with camera in courtrooms than probably anyone that you know as an independent journalist, not associated with the big platforms over many years. And this is, you can do your research. I've covered more courtrooms as an independent journalist of color. Of color. I got to point that out, of color in this media space. And it's, it's something I love to do. It's something I love to do. When you find something that you have a passion for, you work that passion. And if you happen to be able to make money doing something that you love to do, that's cherry on the pie. So with that said, verdict watches are very intense. It's not something that you can just take it, like these lawyers right now, they are biting their nails, the prosecution and the defense, because no one has a guarantee that what that jury is going to come back and say. So that's what they're doing. I can tell you, I've been there so many times, watching waiting, speculating. It happens, and then you'll come back. They'll come back and they'll have a question. They have a question, and well, just when you think they have a verdict, they can't reach a verdict. What? Then they have this thing called an Allen charge. The judge is not giving an Allen charge this soon. I think an Allen charge is a instruction. The judge comes back and give the jury a instruction telling them that they have to do as best as they can to come up with a verdict. I don't think we're going to have that here. I think this is going to be. It's not going to be an easy case to decide, but it's not going to rise to the level of having a judge be required to do an Allen charge to kind of force the jury to come up with a decision. So it's a lot. It's definitely a lot. What's happening in the courtroom? No motion yet. We got a camera there in the courtroom. No motion yet. This is verdict watch. This is verdict watch. When I know something, you guys will know something. I'm watching both screens. You guys won't be able to see the other screen, but I'm watching both screens. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. We got some movement. Stand by. All right, guys. We ended the stream. We ended the stream. I appreciate you. I really do. Thank you very much. When I have the verdict, watch my Twitter page. We'll be announcing it. With that said, good evening.